پاسخ: It cannot be denied that he had a very successful boxing career. 8. He was a hero to many young boys. This is true. پاسخ: It is true that he was a hero to many young boys. 9. He earned a reputation for being a bragger. This cannot be denied. پاسخ: It cannot be denied that he earned a reputation for being a bragger. 10. He won more than 50 fights. This is on record. پاسخ: It is on record that he won more than 50 fights. 11. His fights always attracted thousands of spectators. This is a well-known fact. پاسخ: It is a well-known fact that his fights always attracted thousands of spectators. تمرین 1. جمله باره اسمی به عنوان فاعل جمله. با استفاده از جمله باره اسمی به عنوان فاعل جمله به سوالهای زیر جواب بدهید. مثال: What did the instructor tell Bob about cheating? What she told him is none of my business. 1. Who reported Bob's activities? Blank does not concern me. پاسخ: Who reported his activities doesn't concern me. 2. Where is Bob now? Blank is none of my business. پاسخ: Where Bob is now is none of my business. 3. When is he going to talk to the director? Blank is not my concern. پاسخ: When he's going to talk to the director is not my concern. 4. Why was he copying from Bill? Blank is a mystery to me. پاسخ: Why he was copying from Bill is a mystery to me. 5. Has he been cheating all quarter? Blank does not really matter at this point. پاسخ: That he has been cheating all quarter doesn't really matter at this point. 6. What will happen to him? Blank depends on the director. پاسخ: What will happen to him depends on the director. 7. How many times has he met with the director this quarter? Blank is none of our business. پاسخ: How many times he has met with the director this quarter is none of our business. 8. What did the director tell him during their last meeting? Blank is not our concern. پاسخ: What the director told him during their last meeting is not our concern. 9. Will the director notify his parents? Blank probably depends on Bob's attitude. پاسخ: If the director will notify his parents, probably depends on Bob's attitude. 10. Bob is very intelligent. Why does he get into so much trouble? Blank has always puzzled me. پاسخ: Bob is very intelligent. Why he gets into so much trouble has always puzzled me. تمرین 2. جمله باره اسمی عنوان فاعل جمله. جمله‌های زیر را با استفاده از جمله‌واره اسمی به عنوان فاعل بازنویسی کنید. مثال: The date of Sue's marriage is a secret. When Sue is getting married is a secret. توجه کنید که زمان فعل در جمله‌واره اسمی باید یک رابطه منطقی را با فعل اصلی جمله کامل نشان دهد. A. When Sue is going to be married. B. When Sue is going to get married. C. When Sue will be married. D. When Sue was married is a secret. در جمله A, B و C سو هنوز ازدواج نکرده است. در جمله D او ازدواج کرده است ولی تاریخ هنوز یک راز است. زمان فعل در جمله‌واره اسمی نیز به معنای فعل بستگی دارد. چرا جمله نادرست است؟ When Sue has been married is a secret. نادرست. با استفاده از جمله‌واره به عنوان فاعل جمله‌های زیر را بازنویسی کنید. واژه‌هایی که زیر آنها خط کشیده شده است در انتخاب نوع کلمه‌های تبعی به شما کمک می‌کند. 1. The president's destination was a secret. Destination is underlined. پاسخ: Where the president was going was a secret. 2. The time of his departure was also a secret. Time is underlined. پاسخ: When he was going to depart was also a secret. 3. His ignorance of world affairs has surprised everyone in Washington. Ignorance of world affairs is underlined. پاسخ: That he is ignorant of world affairs has surprised everyone in Washington. 4. His reason for taking this trip has been worrying his advisors. The reason for taking this trip is underlined. پاسخ: Why he is taking this trip has been worrying his advisors. 5. The president decided not to take his wife with him. This surprised everyone. پاسخ: That the president decided not to take his wife with him surprised everyone. 6. The number of days he will stay is confidential. Number of days is underlined. پاسخ: That how long he will stay is confidential. 7. The leaders he will meet with makes everyone nervous. The leaders is underlined. پاسخ: Whom he will meet with makes everyone nervous. 8. His decision to go alone concerns the members of his cabinet. Decision to go alone is underlined. پاسخ: That he decided to go alone concerns the members of his cabinet. 9. I did not tell anyone about this sudden trip. This made everyone curious. پاسخ: That he didn't tell anyone about this sudden trip made everyone curious. 10. His strange behavior has upset many people. His strange behavior is underlined. پاسخ: How strange his behavior was has upset many people. 11. His future actions will certainly be of interest to everyone. his future actions is underlined. پاسخ: What he will do in future will certainly be of interest to everyone. تمرین 3. جمله واره اسمی به عنوان مفعول جمله. سوالهای زیر را با استفاده از جمله واره های اسمی به عنوان مفعول در هر جمله جواب دهید. مثال: How cold was it last night? I don't know how cold it was. Remember, introductory verb present, no tense change. Where did your roommate go last night? I didn't ask him where he had gone last night. Remember, introductory verb past, change the tense in the noun clause. 1. Who had a party last night? I don't know. پاسخ: I don't know who had a party last night. 2. Where was it? I have no idea. پاسخ: I have no idea where it was. 3. When did it start? I can't tell you. پاسخ: I can't tell you when it started. 4. When was it over? I can't say. پاسخ: I can say when it was over. 5. How did Reza get home? I don't know. پاسخ: I don't know how Reza got home. 6. Whose car did he borrow? He didn't say. پاسخ: He didn't say whose car he had borrowed. 7. Do you know whether or not he enjoyed the party? He didn't tell me. پاسخ: He didn't tell me whether he enjoyed the party or not. 8. Did he know about the party before last night? I really don't know. پاسخ: I really don't know if he knew about the party before last night. 9. Why didn't he invite you to go with him? I didn't ask him. پاسخ: I didn't ask him why he hadn't invited you to go with him. 10. Where is he now? I have no idea. پاسخ: I have no idea where he is now. 11. How long will he be gone? He didn't tell me. پاسخ: He didn't tell me how long he will be gone. تمرین 4. جمله واره اسمی به عنوان مفعول جمله. جملات زیر را با یک مفعول جمله واره اسمی با توجه به معنا و تغییر زمانها کامل کنید. 1. 3 weeks ago, a police officer stopped me and my roommate and wanted to know where. پاسخ: 3 weeks ago, a police officer stopped me and my roommate and wanted to know where we were going. 2. Since I was driving, he asked me why. پاسخ: Since I was driving, he asked me why I was driving so fast. 3. I was so nervous that I began speaking in my native language, so he asked if. پاسخ: I was so nervous that I began speaking in my native language, so he asked if I were a foreigner. 4. I began to speak English and explained that پاسخ: I began to speak English and explained that I was in a hurry. 5. He wanted to know how long. پاسخ: He wanted to know how long we wanted to stay in the U.S. 6. He also wanted to know what. پاسخ: He also wanted to know what I had been doing before driving. 7. Then the officer asked to see my driver's license, but I didn't know where. پاسخ: Then the officer asked to see my driver's license, but I didn't know where I had put it. 8. My roommate, who was sitting quietly, couldn't believe what. پاسخ: My roommate, who was sitting quietly, couldn't believe what I told to the police officer. 9. The officer wanted to know whether blank or not. پاسخ: The officer wanted to know whether we were going to the university or not. 10. Finally, he gave me a ticket and said that پاسخ: Finally, he gave me a ticket and said that I had to pay fine. 11. As we drove away, my roommate promised me that پاسخ: As we drove away, my roommate promised me that he would help me with the gas payment. تمرین 5. جمله باره اسمی و عنوان مکمل صفت. جمله های زیر را به وسیله جمله باره اسمی برای تکمیل صفت متوجه به زمان و معنا کامل نمایید. مثال: Mona has been a good student all quarter, so she's confident. پاسخ: Mona has been a good student all quarter, so she's confident that she will pass this level. 1. The final exam in grammar will cover every lesson, so I am sure. پاسخ: The final exam in grammar will cover every lesson, so I am sure. نوار شماره 13. کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean. مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک. مترجم نادر محمدزاده. صفحه 155. 1. The final exam in grammar will cover every lesson, so I am sure. پاسخ: The final exam in grammar will cover every lesson, so I am sure I will get a high score on the test. 2. Because our grammar teacher has emphasized the tenses all quarter, I am positive. پاسخ: Because our grammar teacher has emphasized the tenses all quarter, I am positive that the test will have questions on tenses. 3. However, she may not give us a long exam. In fact, we are convinced. پاسخ: However, she may not give us a long exam. In fact, we are convinced that it will be a short exam. 4. I am really not worried about the exam. On the contrary, I am certain. پاسخ: I'm really not worried about the exam. On the contrary, I am certain that I will get a good mark on the test. 5. The clauses are important. Therefore, I am sure. پاسخ: The clauses are important. Therefore, I am sure that it will be a few questions on the clauses. 6. For some reason, Ryoji believes that our teacher doesn't like him, so he is convinced. پاسخ: For some reason, Ryoji believes that our teacher doesn't like him, so he is convinced that he will talk to the teacher. 7. Concerning the conversation final, I am positive. پاسخ: Concerning the conversation final, I am positive that I will cope with the conversation. 8. When I talked with the conversation teacher, he seemed certain. پاسخ: When I talked with the conversation teacher, he seemed certain that I will get a high score. 9. All of the students are confident. پاسخ: All of the students are confident that all of them will pass the test. 10. We are all sure. پاسخ: We are all sure that the questions will be short and easy. صفحه 156. به کار بردن بیشتر از یک جمله باره اسمی در جمله. انگلیسی زبانان غالباً با به کار بردن بیش از یک جمله باره اسمی در نقش‌های مختلف جواب می‌دهند. مثال: Is Maria dating Joe's? I don't know if she's dating him, but whether or not she is none of our business. توجه: در جمله بعد از but از فعل بی به عنوان فعل فاعل جمله باره اسمی و فعل اصلی جمله استفاده می شود. سوال: Why was Miracle in the director's office all day? جواب: I'm not sure why he was there all day. Besides, why he was is a private matter. صفحه 156. تغییر زمانها بعد از فعل مقدم. در جوابهای داده شده، افعالی که مفعولهای جمله باره اسمی را معرفی می کنند در زمان حال ساده هستند. Don't know. I'm not sure. بنابراین افعال جمله باره های اسمی تغییر نمی کنند. Why he was there any day? If she's dating him. با وجود این، اگر فعل مقدم در زمان گذشته که ساده باشد، مفعول جمله باره اسمی باید تغییر کند. سوال: Why was Mirko in the director's office all day? He didn't tell me why he had been there all day. Besides, why he was is a private matter. توجه کنید که فعل در فاعل جمله باره اسمی تغییر نمی کند. برای نشان دادن جمله باره اصلی به عنوان مفعول جمله یا مکمل صفت از عبارتهای زیر غالباً استفاده می شود. 1. I don't know. 2. He, she, they, Anna didn't say. 3. I didn't ask her, him, them. 4. He, she, they didn't explain. 5. I am not sure. I am not certain. 6. I have no idea why, when, where, etc. 7. I can't tell you if, what, why, etc. 8. He, she, they didn't tell me. 9. he, she, they hasn't or haven't told anyone. برای تکمیل فاعل جمله وارد اسمی از ترکیب فعل و مکمل استفاده کنید که برای موقعیت مورد بحث شما مناسب است. 1. Does not concern me, us, them. 2. Is none of his, our, her business. 3. Depends on several things. 4. Is up to him, her, them. 5. Is a private matter. 6. Has not worried me. تمرین 6. بیش از یک جمله باره اسمی را در جمله به کار ببرید. Student 1 ask the question. Student 2 answer the question as shown on page 154. 1. Why is Jamal returning to his country? پاسخ: I don't know why Jamal is returning to his country. Besides, why he is none of my business. 2. Did his parents tell him to go home? پاسخ: He didn't tell me if his parents had told him to go home, but whether or not they did doesn't concern me. 3. Is he going to return to finish his studies? پاسخ: I don't know if he's going to return to finish his studies, but whether or not he is a private matter. 4. How long will he stay? پاسخ: I don't know how long he will stay, but how long he will stay depends on several things. 5. Has he received an acceptance letter to university yet? پاسخ: I don't know if he has received an acceptance letter to university, but whether or not he has is none of my business. 6. Is his family having financial problems? پاسخ: I don't know if his family is having financial problems, but whether or not his family is having is a private matter. 7. Was he packing last night? پاسخ: I do not know if he was packing last night, but whether or not he was is none of my business. 8. What is he going to do with his new car? پاسخ: I don't know what he is going to do with his new car, but what he is going to do with is none of my business. 9. Will he work or continue to study at home? پاسخ: I didn't know if he would work or continue to study at home, but whether he will work or continue to study is none of my business. 10. When does he have to leave? پاسخ: I don't know when he has to leave, but when he has to leave is none of my business. 11. Had he been expecting this to happen? پاسخ: I don't know if he had been expecting this to happen, but whether or not he had been expecting is none of my business. 12. Are his cousins going home too? پاسخ: I don't know if his cousins are going home too, but whether or not they are is none of my business. 13. Why haven't they been to class? پاسخ: I don't know why they haven't been to class, but why they haven't been is a private matter. 14. What was Jamal telling the director about this situation? پاسخ: I don't know what Jamal was telling the director about the situation, but what he was telling is up to him. 15. What did the director say to him? پاسخ: I don't know what the director said to him, but what he said has not worried me. 16. Is he going to pay his phone bill before he leaves? پاسخ: I don't know if he's going to pay his phone bill before he leaves, but whether or not he is none of my business. صفحه 158 شکل ساده فعل در جمله‌واره اسمی. اگر بعضی فعل‌ها دارای یک جمله‌واره اسمی به عنوان مفعول مستقیم باشند، به شکل ساده فعل نیاز پیدا می‌کنند. شکل ساده بدون توجه به زمان فعل اصلی یا فاعل در جمله‌واره اسمی به کار می‌رود. استفاده از شکل ساده بر فوریت یا اهمیت جمله تاکید می‌کند. بعد از افعال زیر شکل ساده فعل به کار می‌رود. advise, command, demand, desire, insist, order, prefer, propose, recommend, request, require, suggest, urge. مثال: 1. The doctor advised that Bob remain in the hospital. جمله بعد از that مفعول جمله‌واره اسمی است. 2. The nurse had insisted that we leave this room. 3. She recommended that we return in the morning. 4. The doctor will require that Bob rest in the evenings. 5. Bob's wife desires that he get the best care. 6. I have suggested that we send him a card. 7. Bob requests that he be moved to a single room. 8. His surgeon demands that he have the operation soon. برای منفی کردن قبل از فعل در جمله‌واره اسمی از not استفاده می‌کنیم. The doctor advised that Bob not remain in the hospital. The nurse recommended that we not stay too long. در کاربرد غیر رسمی کمکی should گاهی اوقات با فعل جمله‌واره اسمی به کار می‌رود. اما should با فعل‌های امر و درخواست به کار نمی‌رود. The nurse recommended that we should return in the morning. The doctor advised that Bob should remain in the hospital. تمرین 7. از فعل‌های بالا برای معرفی جمله‌واره‌های اسمی حاوی اطلاعات زیر استفاده کنید. مثال: Speak to the director. The teacher advised that I speak to the director. 1. Move to another city. پاسخ: Our parents recommended that we should move to another city. 2. Buy a new car. پاسخ: My father suggested that we buy a new car. 3. Learn to type. پاسخ: The teacher advised that I learn to type. 4. Take only 3 courses. پاسخ: The advisor advised that Mary take only 3 courses this quarter. 5. Get married. پاسخ: Their father suggested that they get married soon. 6. Study in my own country. پاسخ: My mother desires that I study in my own country. 7. Be on time. پاسخ: The teacher insisted that I should be on time to classes. 8. Wear a suit. پاسخ: My mother suggested that she wear a suit. 9. Not come to class late. پاسخ: The teacher advised that I not come to class late. 10. Not write in pencil. پاسخ: The test takers recommended that we not write the answer sheet in pencil. 11. Not smoke in the hospital. پاسخ: The doctor demanded that I shouldn't smoke in the hospital. 12. Drive carefully. پاسخ: The police advised that I should drive carefully. 13. Not talk so loudly in the restaurant. پاسخ: The restaurant manager requests that we not talk so loudly in the restaurant. تمرین 8. در پاراگراف داده شده زیر جمله‌واره‌های اسمی خط بکشید و بگویید هر جمله‌واره اسمی را چطور به کار می‌برند. فاعل، مفعول، مفعول حرف اضافه و مکمل صفت. Why some very good students often fail exams was recently studied by a professor of psychology at New York University. Professor Iris Fodor conducted research on the anxiety of some students before taking exams. Professor Fodor stated that many students fail exams because they become extremely nervous and cannot think logically. Furthermore, although they have studied, they are afraid of whatever is on the exam. Extremely nervous students forget everything they have studied, and some even become sick before a test. Dr. Fodor says how a student feels before a test is very important. She worked with 50 students and taught them how they could reduce their test anxiety and perform well on their exams. She reported that the students in the program felt better able to cope with their anxieties. What she told them to do before a test was the following. 1. Breathe deeply and slowly to relax. 2. Speak to yourself about positive and happy subjects and get rid of any negative thinking. 3. Be realistic. Don't think your life will end if you fail. 4. Don't be too hard on yourself. If you know you have studied, do your best. By following these simple suggestions, Professor Fodor is certain that many unusually nervous students can perform better in test situations. پاسخ. 1. Why some good students often fail exams. Noun clause, object. 2. That many students fail exams. Noun clause, object. 3. Whatever is on the exam. Noun clause, object of preposition. 4. How a student feels before a test. Noun clause, object of preposition. 5. how they could reduce their test anxiety and perform well on their exams. Noun clause, object. 6. That the students in the program felt better, able to cope with their anxieties. Noun clause, object. 7. What she told them to do before a test was the following. Noun clause, subject. 8. That many unusually nervous students can perform better in test situations. Noun clause, adjective complement. تمرین 9. جمله‌واره‌های اسمی در برابر جمله‌واره‌های صفتی. زیر جمله‌واره‌ها را در این جمله‌ها خط بکشید و بگویید آیا آنها اسم یا صفت به کار می‌برند. به خاطر داشته باشید که جمله‌واره اسمی به دنبال فعل یا مفعول غیر مستقیم می‌آید. جمله‌واره صفتی به دنبال اسم قرار می‌گیرد. مثال: I like what you like. N. It means noun. Do you know the woman who speaks French? A. It means adjective. 1. The announcer reported whose name was mentioned as a possible candidate for the presidency. پاسخ: whose name was mentioned as a possible candidate for the presidency. N. 2. Ted Kennedy was the man whose name was given. پاسخ: whose name was given. A. 3. The TV announcer said that most Democrats were in favor of Senator Kennedy. پاسخ: that most Democrats were in favor of Senator Kennedy. N. 4. Can you recall what the reporter's name was? پاسخ: what the reporter's name was. N. 5. I believe Walter Cronkite was the reporter who made the announcement. پاسخ: who made the announcement. A. 6. He is a man whom many people admire. پاسخ: whom many people admire. A. 7. Do you know when Dr. Smith will give the next chemistry exam? پاسخ: when Dr. Smith will give the next chemistry exam. N. 8. No, I don't, but the exam will cover chapter 10, which is very difficult. پاسخ: which is very difficult. A. 9. Did he say how much time we would have for the exam? پاسخ: how much time we would have for the exam. N. 10. There is the building where most of my classes are. پاسخ: where most of my classes are. A. 11. Where the new chemistry lab will be has not been decided yet. پاسخ: where the new chemistry lab will be. N. 12. I heard that you received good grades on the last 2 exams. پاسخ: that you received good grades on the last 2 exams. N. 13. That they were fairly easy helped quite a bit. پاسخ: that they were fairly easy. N. 14. Why didn't you tell me the reason why you were upset with your last grade? پاسخ: Why you were upset with your last grade. N. 15. There is static canals with whom I study before every exam. پاسخ: With whom I study before every exam. A. 16. He is an excellent student who understands whatever the instructor says. پاسخ: Whatever the instructor says. N. 17. Isn't he from Libya, which is on the continent of Africa? پاسخ: Which is on the continent of Africa? A. 18. I don't know the answer to the question you asked. پاسخ: Which you asked or you asked. A. تمرین 10. مرور جمله‌واره ها. در این جمله ها زیر جمله‌واره ها خط بکشید. سپس هر جمله را شناسایی کنید. N مساوی است با اسم. ADV adverb مساوی است با قید. ADJ adjective مساوی است با صفت. 1. Yesterday, many students didn't understand what we were talking about. پاسخ: What we were talking about. N. 2. Yesterday, many students didn't understand the lesson, which was on clauses. پاسخ: Which was on clauses. Adjective. 3. Yesterday, many students didn't understand the lesson because it was on subordination. پاسخ: Because it was on subordination. Adverb. 4. Dr. Larson, who is our director, visited our class. پاسخ: Who is our director? Adjective. 5. When he came in, Behruz looked at him. پاسخ: When he came in. Adverb. 6. What Dr. Larson said about the class was very complimentary. پاسخ: What Dr. Larson said about the class. N. 7. Although Behruz had eaten a big breakfast, he was still hungry during the class. پاسخ: Although Behruz had eaten a big breakfast. Adverb. 18. Ahmed enjoyed what he had eaten for breakfast. پاسخ: What he had eaten for breakfast. N. 9. He had had a breakfast that was good and nutritious. صفحه 161. 9. He had a breakfast that was good and nutritious. پاسخ: That was good and nutritious. Adjective. 10. This class understood what the instructor had said about the past perfect. پاسخ: What the instructor had said about the past perfect. N. 11. When the instructor explained the past perfect, everyone understood. پاسخ: When the instructor explained the past perfect. Adverb. 12. The past perfect was one of the tenses that everyone understood. پاسخ: that everyone understood. Adjective. 13. Ali went to the library and asked for the book that was on reserve. پاسخ: that was on reserve. Adjective. 14. The librarian, however, didn't know which book he wanted. پاسخ: which book he wanted. N. 15. Before he could get the book, he had to show her the title of it. پاسخ: before he could get the book. Adverb. تمرین 11. مرور جمله باره ها. جمله های زیر را با جمله باره یا جمله باره های نشان داده شده به هم ربط دهید. مثال: We complete this chapter. We will have a test. The test will include everything in this lesson. پاسخ: When or after we complete this chapter, we will have a test, which will include everything in this lesson. When we complete this chapter, adverb clause, which will include everything in this lesson, adjective clause. 1. Yesterday, we had a review of clauses. Everyone understood the review. Adjective clause. پاسخ: Yesterday we had a review of clauses which everyone understood. 2. We had the review. Everyone told the teacher this. They felt much better about the clauses. Adverb clause, noun clause, object. پاسخ: After we had the review, everyone told the teacher that they felt much better about the clauses. 3. The class was finished. All the students looked happier. We had all done very well. Adverb clause, adverb clause. پاسخ: When the class was finished, all the students looked happier because we had all done very well. 4. Some students went into the lounge. They relaxed or did homework there. Adjective clause. پاسخ: Some students went into the lounge, which they relaxed or did homework. 5. The grammar teacher gave Mihoko copies of an additional exercise. She had forgotten to give the exercises to the students. They left the grammar class. Adjective clause, adverb clause. پاسخ: The grammar teacher who had forgotten to give the exercises to the students gave Mihoko copies of an additional exercise when they left the grammar class. 6. Mihoko had given everybody a copy of the exercise. They went to their reading class. Adverb clause. پاسخ: After Mihoko had given everybody a copy of the exercise, they went to their reading class. 7. The students felt more secure in using the clauses. This greatly pleased our teacher. Combine these sentences in 2 ways: adjective clause or noun clause subject. پاسخ: A. The students felt more secure in using the clauses which or that pleased our teacher. B. That student felt more secure in using the clauses pleased our teacher. 8. Every student understood the review. This made the teacher happy. Noun clause, subject. پاسخ: That every student understood the review made the teacher happy. 9. Jose said this. He had always had trouble with the clauses. He was studying in his country. Noun clause, object, adverb clause. پاسخ: Jose said that he had always had trouble with the clauses while he was studying in his country. 10. The teacher wanted to know this. What had been his problem? Noun clause, object. پاسخ: The teacher wanted to know what his problem had been. 11. Now Jose understands very well. This makes him feel more confident. Noun clause, subject. پاسخ: That now Jose understands very well makes him feel more confident. 12. Using the clauses correctly and spontaneously is not easy to do. Nevertheless, everyone did well on the review. Adverb clause. پاسخ: Although using the clauses correctly and spontaneously is not easy to do, nevertheless, everyone did well on the review. 13. I am not worried about this. How well will I do on a test on this chapter? Noun clause, object of preposition. پاسخ: I'm not worried about how well I will do on a test on this chapter. تمرین 12. مرور جمله واره ها. جمله های زیر را با استفاده از اسم، قید، صفت به هم ربط دهید. جملات خود را به پاراگراف نظم دهید. از حرف ربط های هماهنگ کننده و قیود ربط فصل 2 استفاده کنید. 1. The grammar final was difficult. I took it last quarter. 2. I entered the room. I was a little nervous. 3. I didn't feel very confident. I had studied diligently. 4. The teacher gave us some directions before the exam. Her directions were poor. 5. I asked her a question. She answered the question very poorly. 6. I was supposed to do something. I didn't understand what. 7. Her explanation was so poor, I didn't know what to do. 8. I do not like teachers. Their directions are not clear. 9. Everyone else had finished the exam. I completed it. 10. I went to her desk. She was correcting exams from an earlier class there. 11. She took my paper. She didn't even look up. 12. She didn't like me all quarter. I don't know why. 13. My grade will be high or low. I'm not certain. پاسخ: The grammar test which I took last quarter was difficult. Consequently, or therefore, when I entered the room, I was a little nervous. Although I had studied diligently, I did not feel very confident. The teacher, whose directions were poor, gave us some directions before the exam. Then I asked her a question which she answered very poorly. I was supposed to do something that I did not understand. Besides, her explanation was so poor that I did not know what to do. I don't like the teacher whose directions are not clear. Everyone else had finished the exam before I completed it. When I went to her desk, she was correcting exams from an earlier class there. Although she took my paper, she did not even look up. I don't know why she didn't like me all quarter, and also I'm not certain that my grade will be high or low. صفحه 163 درس 10 امتحان A. در این جمله ها زیر جمله باره های اسمی خط بکشید. A. Subject of the sentence. B. Object of the sentence. C. Adjective complement. D. Object of a preposition. 1. Although I'm going to be an engineering student, I have always been interested in how people learn languages. پاسخ: Although I'm going to be an engineering student. N. Object of preposition. 2. I don't know why this subject has always fascinated me. پاسخ: Why this subject has always fascinated me. N. Object. 3. That speaking a language always precedes writing it is obvious because children understand what their parents say before they learn to write. پاسخ: That speaking a language always precedes writing. Noun, subject, what their parents say, and object. 4. Nevertheless, I am always surprised at how many words a 1-year-old child knows. پاسخ: How many words a 1-year-old child knows. N. Object of preposition. 5. Language learning research reports that all languages have a lot in common. پاسخ: That all languages have a lot in common. N. Adjective. 6. For example, I am certain that every language has a way to express time. پاسخ: That every language has a way to express time. N. Adjective complement. 7. I really don't remember when I spoke my first word. پاسخ: When I spoke my first word. N. Object. 8. However, I am sure that I said something very interesting. پاسخ: That I said something very interesting. N. Adjective complement. B. با استفاده از جمله واره اسمی به عنوان فاعل جمله های زیر را بازنویسی کنید. 1. My first word as a child was probably mama. پاسخ: What I said as a child was probably mama. 2. The reason most children learn this word first is obvious. پاسخ: Why most children learn this word first is obvious. 3. The way most small children pronounce the words of their language is always amusing. پاسخ: How small children pronounce the words of their language is always amusing. 4. The age at which a child speaks his or her first words is very important. پاسخ: When a child speaks his or her first words is very important. 5. Einstein didn't speak until he was 3 years old. This surprises me. پاسخ: That Einstein didn't speak until he was 3 years old surprises me. C. سوالهای زیر را با فاعل جمله‌واره اسمی و مفعول جمله‌واره اسمی جواب دهید. 1. Why was our teacher's little boy in class yesterday? پاسخ: I don't know why our teacher's little boy was in class yesterday, but why he was is none of my business. 2. How long has she been married? پاسخ: I didn't know how long she had been married, but how long she has been married is a private matter. 3. Does her husband have a good job? پاسخ: I didn't know if her husband had a good job, but whether or not he has a good job is none of my business. 4. Is she going to have more children? پاسخ: I don't know if she's going to have more children, but whether or not she's going to have is a private matter. D. جمله های زیر را به صورت پاراگراف با استفاده از جمله‌واره های اسمی، صفتی و قیدی بازنویسی کنید. 1. Einstein didn't speak until he was 3 years old. This surprises everyone. He grew up to be a genius. 2. I know the reason. He hated school. 3. He had a rebellious attitude toward his teachers. This caused him to behave disrespectfully in class. 4. I have a little cousin. He also has poor behavior in school. 5. We hope this. He will grow up to be another Einstein. 6. His parents have always been certain of this. He has a high IQ. پاسخ: That Einstein did not speak until he was 3 years old surprises everyone, because he grew up to be a genius. I know why he hated school. He had a rebellious attitude toward his teachers, which caused him to behave disrespectfully in class. I have a little cousin who has poor behavior in school. We hope that he will grow up to be another Einstein. His parents have always been certain that he will grow up to be another Einstein because he has a high IQ, intelligence quotient. ای. جمله های زیر را با کلمات دارای ابر کامل کنید. 1. Blank, you decide to dress your children is up to you. پاسخ: Whatever you decide to dress your children is up to you. 2. However, they simply cannot wear blank they want to wear in most private schools. پاسخ: However, they simply cannot wear whatever they want to wear in most private schools. 3. Blank wants more information on public versus private schools, should visit each type of school. پاسخ: Whoever wants more information on public versus private schools should visit each type of school. 4. Blank type of school you choose, public or private, should provide your children with a good education. پاسخ: Whichever type of school you choose, public or private, should provide your children with a good education. 5. My parents moved a lot when I was a child, but I enjoyed blank I was. پاسخ: My parents moved a lot when I was a child, but I enjoyed wherever I was. 6. Furthermore, I made friends with blank I met. پاسخ: Furthermore, I made friends with whomever I met. صفحه 166 فصل 5 جملات مجهول. قبل از شروع فصل متن زیر را بخوانید. اصطلاح وایس نشان دهنده رابطه بین فعل یا عمل و فاعل مجهول است. در یک جمله معلوم فاعل را قبل از فعل قرار می دهیم چون که می خواهیم بر کننده کار تاکید ورزیم. به عبارت دیگر می خواهیم تاکید کنیم که چه کسی کار انجام داده است. اما در جمله مجهول بر خود عمل و آنچه که اتفاق افتاده است تاکید می کنیم، نه به کننده کار. در این فرمول فاعل را بعد از فعل قرار می دهیم یا آن را از جمله حذف می کنیم. مثال: معلوم: The mechanic discovered the problem. مجهول: The problem was discovered by the mechanic. معلوم: The mechanic repaired the brakes. مجهول: The brakes were repaired. هنگام مطالعه این فصل نکات زیر را به خاطر بسپارید. 1. همه فعل‌ها را نمی‌توان به مجهول تبدیل کرد. فقط فعل‌هایی به مجهول قابل تبدیلند که دارای مفعول باشند. برای مثال جمله‌های زیر را نمی‌توان به شکل مجهول نوشت زیرا فاقد مفعول هستند. مثال: She seems tired. He ate quickly. افعالی که بعد از آنها ضمایر انعکاسی می‌آیند قابل تبدیل به مجهول نیستند. مثل She picked herself up. 2. شکل مجهول در نوشته ها بیشتر از گفته ها به کار می رود و معمولاً در متون درسی، گزارشات علمی، اقتصادی، فنی، دولتی و روزنامه ها دیده می شود. با وجود این در انگلیسی گفتاری، در تلویزیون و رادیو، گزارشات بازرگانی بیشتر اوقات به کار برده می شود. 3. کننده کار در جمله مجهول غالباً ذکر نمی شود، لذا جمله مجهول اغلب غیر مشخص و مفعولی به نظر می رسد. 4. جمله ای که شکل مجهول دارد معمولاً بر جملات معلوم ترجیح داده می شود، زیرا جمله ای که فعل معلوم دارد کوتاه‌تر، قوی‌تر و مستقیم‌تر است. علیرغم نکات فنی، جمله مجهول در انگلیسی مهم است و چندین نمونه بسیار مهم زمانی که ما از آن استفاده می کنیم وجود دارند. اما نباید بیش از حد از آن استفاده کنید. باید همیشه دلیل ویژه‌ای برای استفاده از جمله مجهول داشته باشید. وقتی این فصل را مطالعه می کنید، به جمله مجهول در متن‌های دیگری که مورد استفاده قرار می دهید و نیز در مکالمات انگلیسی زبانان توجه کنید. به این ترتیب با این نکته گرامری بیشتر مانوس می شوید. صفحه 167 درس 11 ساخت جملات مجهول. فعل کمکی به علاوه بی به علاوه اسم مفعول یا بی به علاوه اسم مفعول. نمودار زیر را مطالعه کنید. توجه داشته باشید که شکل استمراری بی عبارت از being می باشند. برای زمانهای آینده و حال مصدر بی و برای زمانهای کامل بین است. ابتدا جمله معلوم و سپس جمله مجهول را خواهیم داشت. حال ساده. Many older citizens use the library. The library is used by many older citizens. گذشته ساده. Many children used the library last summer. The library was used by many children last summer. حال استمراری. Workmen are painting the third floor. The third floor is being painted. گذشته استمراری. Last week, they were painting the children's room. Last week, the children's room was being painted. آینده. The library will offer many new programs next year. Many new programs will be offered next year. A local author is going to organize a story hour for children. A story hour for children is going to be organized by a local author. حال کامل. The director has ordered a lot of new equipment. A lot of new equipment has been ordered. گذشته کامل. Workmen had already installed the new computer when I was there last week. The new computer had already been installed when I was there last week. آینده کامل. The library will have started the children's story hour by the end of next month. The children's story hour will have been started by the end of next month. مصدر حال. I have to renew my library card. My library card has to be renewed. توجه. حال کامل استمراری، گذشته کامل استمراری، آینده استمراری و آینده کامل استمراری به صورت مجهول به کار نمی روند. نکته. از فعل به علاوه فعل ناقص برای بی و بین نیز استفاده می شوند. مثال. You must finish this work before 2 o'clock today. This work must be finished before 2 o'clock today. You should have finished it 2 weeks ago. It should have been finished 2 weeks ago. تمرین شفاهی A. افعال معلوم زیر را به اشکال مجهول آنها تغییر دهید. مثال. Do is done. Did was done. Is doing is being done. 1. Tell. پاسخ is told. 2. Is telling. پاسخ is being told. 3. Told. پاسخ was told. 4. Was telling. پاسخ was being told. 5. Has told. پاسخ has been told. 6. Had told. پاسخ had been told. 7. Will tell. پاسخ will be told. 8. To tell. پاسخ to be told. 9. Will have told. پاسخ will have been told. 10. Must tell. پاسخ must be told. 11. Should write. پاسخ should be written. 12. To write. پاسخ to be written. 13. Will write. پاسخ will be written. 14. نوار شماره 14. کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean. مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک. مترجم نادر محمدزاده. صفحه 168. 12. To write. پاسخ. To be written. 13. Will write. پاسخ. Will be written. 14. Had written. پاسخ. Had been written. 15. Has written. پاسخ. Has been written. 16. Was writing. پاسخ. Was being written. 17. Wrote. پاسخ. Was written. 18. Is writing. پاسخ. Is being written. 19. Writes. پاسخ. Is written or are written. 20. Will have written. پاسخ. Will have been written. 21. Is fixing. پاسخ. Is being fixed. 22. Will finish. پاسخ. Will be finished. 23. Send. پاسخ. Was or were sent. 24. Is giving. پاسخ. Is being given. 25. Does. پاسخ. Is done. 26. Has seen. پاسخ. Has been seen. 27. Was correcting. پاسخ. Was being corrected. 28. Is taking. پاسخ. Is being taken. 29. Will have finished. پاسخ. Will have been finished. 30. Is going to fix. پاسخ. Is going to be fixed. صفحه 168. استفاده از جمله مجهول و بای. شکل مجهول در موارد زیر به کار می رود. 1. تأکید بر آنچه که اتفاق افتاده است جالبتر و مهمتر از کسی است که کار را انجام داده است. مثال: There was a terrible storm last night. Hundreds of houses were destroyed. در اینجا بای لازم نیست. 2. کننده کار نامعلوم است. فاعل‌های این گونه جملات در حالت معلوم کلماتی از قبیل someone، someday، they، people و غیره است. مثال: Someone stole my car last night. My car was stolen last night. از بای نمیتوان استفاده کرد چون کننده کار نامعلوم است. 3. کننده کار معلوم است اما گوینده یا نویسنده نمیخواهد نام شخصی را که چیزی گفته یا خطایی انجام داده است ذکر کند. مثال: The teacher ruined the top of this desk accidentally. The top of this desk was ruined accidentally. در اینجا بای لازم نیست. توجه: گاهی اوقات برای تکمیل معنای جمله ذکر کننده کار لازم است. مثال: The police officer is seen as an enemy by some, looked to for aid and protection by others, and taken for granted by most. فعل کمکی is فقط یک بار استفاده می شود. مثال: The holiday weekend traffic death toll climbed above the lower limit which was predicted by the National Safety Council. 4. کننده های کار گروه بزرگی از افراد مختلف هستند. مثال: A lot of coffee is grown in Brazil. 5. کننده کار مشخص است. مثال: This letter will be picked up after 1. The mailman will pick it up. Our tests have already been corrected. The teacher corrected them. در اینجا بای لازم نیست. توجه: بیشتر اوقات بای در جمله اول به کار می رود، نه در جمله هایی که به دنبال می آیند. زیرا کننده کار قبلا ذکر شده و مشخص است. مثال: Who gets a scholarship will be decided by the scholarship committee. Students are judged on a grade point average, community activities, and financial need. All scholarship recipients will have been announced by the time classes begin next quarter. بعد از are judged و will have been announced لازم نیست کننده کار یعنی کمیته بورس شناسایی شود. کمیته در جمله اول مشخص شد. تمرین شفاهی B. جمله های زیر را به مجهول تبدیل کنید. در کجاها از بای استفاده می شوند؟ گروه 1. 1. A hurricane destroyed the small town. پاسخ: A small town was destroyed by a hurricane. 2. The hurricane has left many people homeless. پاسخ: Many people have been left homeless by a hurricane. 3. The Red Cross is feeding the homeless victims. پاسخ: The homeless victims are being fed by the Red Cross. 4. The President is going to sign an emergency relief bill. پاسخ: An emergency relief bill is going to be signed by the President. 5. The citizens of the town have already organized cleanup crews. پاسخ: Cleanup crews have already been organized by the citizens of the town. گروه 2. 1. Someone broke the payphone on the third floor of my dormitory. پاسخ: The payphone on the third floor of my dormitory was broken. 2. The dorm director had to notify the phone company immediately. پاسخ: The phone company had to be notified immediately by the dorm director. 3. I hope the phone company will repair it soon. پاسخ: I hope it will be repaired soon. 4. Both the students on the second and the third floors use it. پاسخ: It is used by both the students on the second and the third floors. 5. Phone company officials were interviewing all the students last night. پاسخ: All the students were being interviewed by phone company officials last night. صفحه 170 جملات دارای مفعولهای مستقیم و غیر مستقیم. برخی جمله ها هر دو مفعول مستقیم و غیر مستقیم را دارند. مثال: Someone gave him $1,000. یا مفعول غیر مستقیم و هم مستقیم می توانند فاعل جمله مجهول باشند. مثال: He was given $1,000 or $1,000 were given to him. اگر مفعول مستقیم فاعل جمله مجهول بشود، گاهی اوقات جمله به یک حرف اضافه نیاز پیدا می کند تا طبیعی تر به نظر برسد. مثال: The sales clerk gave me a pen. A pen was given to me by the sales clerk. The waiter found us a table. A table was found for us by the waiter. تمرین شفاهی C. جمله ها را به دو روش مذکور به مجهول تبدیل کنید. مثال: The teacher gave Sue a perfect score on her composition. پاسخ: Sue was given a perfect score on her composition, or a perfect score was given to Sue on her composition. 1. A local art club recently awarded Steve a 4-year scholarship to study art. پاسخ: Steve was recently awarded a 4-year scholarship to study art by a local art club, or a 4-year scholarship to study art was recently awarded to him by a local art club. 2. Many different organizations have presented him awards for his artistic ability. پاسخ: He has been presented awards for his artistic ability, or awards for his artistic ability have been presented to him. 3. Steve will give a group of children art lessons next week. پاسخ: A group of children will be given art lessons next week, or art lessons will be given to a group of children next week. 4. The children's parents are paying him a lot of money. پاسخ: He is being paid a lot of money by the children's parents, or a lot of money is being paid for him by the children's parents. 5. They have already sent him their checks. پاسخ: He has already been sent their checks, or their checks have already been sent to him. 6. Steve is going to provide the children the necessary supplies. پاسخ: The children are going to be provided the necessary supplies by Steve, or the necessary supplies are going to be provided to the children by Steve. 7. Several department stores have offered him jobs. پاسخ: He has been offered jobs by several department stores, or jobs have been offered to him by several department stores. 8. Undoubtedly, some company will offer him a good job after graduation from art school. پاسخ: Undoubtedly, he will be offered a good job after graduation from art school, or undoubtedly, a good job will be offered to him after graduation from art school. توجه: به خاطر بسپارید که جمله واره اسمی میتواند مفعول مستقیم جمله باشد. قواعد برای تغییر صورتهای فعل یکسانند، اما وقتی قرار باشد فعل مقدم که جمله واره اسمی را معرفی می کند تغییر یابد، فعل جمله واره اسمی می تواند تغییر پیدا کند یا به شکل معلوم باقی بماند. مثال: معلوم: Everyone applauded what Bob said. What Bob said was applauded by everyone. یا What was said by Bob was applauded by everyone. صفحه 172. فعل همراه با ترکیبات حرف اضافه. اگر حرف اضافه به علاوه فعل به حالت مجهول درآیند، حرف اضافه بلافاصله پس از فعل باقی میماند. مثال: معلوم: We must put out the fire. The thief locked us in the closet. مجهول: The fire must be put out. We were locked in the closet. تمرین شفاهی دی. جمله ها را به مجهول تبدیل کنید. 1. In Professor Smith's political science class, you must write down everything. پاسخ: Everything must be written in Professor Smith's political science class. 2. Furthermore, you have to turn in every assignment on time. پاسخ: Furthermore, every assignment has to be turned in on time. 3. He turned down my request for a makeup exam. پاسخ: My request for a makeup exam was turned down. 4. He called me into his office for a conference. پاسخ: I was called into his office for a conference. 5. He pointed out all my mistakes on the exam. پاسخ: All my mistakes on the exam were pointed out. 6. For one thing, I had not filled in all the blanks on page 2 of the exam. پاسخ: For one thing, all the blanks on page 2 of the exam hadn't been filled in. 7. Nevertheless, he told me that I could not do it over. پاسخ: Nevertheless, I was told that it couldn't be done over. 8. Before you give him a paper, you should check it over carefully. پاسخ: Before you give him a paper, it should be checked over carefully. تمرین 1. تمرین شفاهی. جمله ها را به مجهول ببرید. در کجاها بای لازم است؟ همه وصف کننده ها را بعد از کلماتی که وصف می شوند قرار دهید. مثال: جمله باره های صفتی: The man who. عبارات حرف اضافه ای: The top of the desk. 1. The police have caught the man who broke into the office last night. پاسخ: The man who broke into the office last night has been caught by the police. 2. The thief had completely destroyed some very important files. پاسخ: Some very important files had completely been destroyed by the thief. 3. They are holding him in a city jail until he can contact his lawyer. پاسخ: He is being held in a city jail until his lawyer can be contacted. 4. They are going to schedule his trial for next month. پاسخ: His trial is going to be scheduled for next month. 5. Officer Smith, Chief of Security, is studying the report of the break-in. پاسخ: The report of the break-in is being studied by Officer Smith, Chief of Security. 6. Because of the incident, the president of the company cancelled the stockholders' meeting. پاسخ: Because of the incident, the stockholders' meeting was cancelled by the president of the company. 7. His secretary will send notices of the next meeting to everyone. پاسخ: Notices of the next meeting will be sent to everyone by his secretary. 8. She typed the notices yesterday afternoon. پاسخ: The notices were typed yesterday afternoon. 9. The company's security force is currently revising all security procedures. پاسخ: All security procedures are currently being revised by the company's security force. 10. The force is holding its meeting in room 432 at the moment. پاسخ: Its meeting is being held in room 432 at the moment. 11. The chief of security was making some recommendations a few minutes ago. پاسخ: Some recommendations were being made a few minutes ago by the chief of security. 12. By the end of next week, they will have revised all security procedures. پاسخ: By the end of next week, all security procedures will have been revised. 13. Since last year, people have burglarized the building 5 times. پاسخ: Since last year, the building has been burglarized 5 times. 14. 2 months ago, someone locked a secretary who had been working late in a closet for 8 hours. پاسخ: 2 months ago, a secretary who had been working late was locked in a closet for 8 hours. 15. They must maintain the safety of the employees working in the building. پاسخ: The safety of the employees working in the building must be maintained. 16. The security force will present the new plan before the end of next week. پاسخ: The new plan will be presented before the end of the next week. تمرین 2. جمله ها را به مجهول ببرید. در کجاها بای لازم است؟ 1. One of the hospital's top surgeons is operating on John at the moment. پاسخ: John is being operated on at the moment. 2. The hospital will send his wife the bill next week. پاسخ: His wife will be sent the bill next week. 3. Fortunately, their insurance company is going to pay 70% of the bill. پاسخ: Fortunately, 70% of the bill is going to be paid by their insurance company. 4. The hospital admits the visitors from 7 to 9 each evening. پاسخ: Visitors are admitted from 7 to 9 each evening. 5. However, you must notify the receptionist of your visit. پاسخ: However, the receptionist of your visit must be notified. 6. Last night, John had a slight fever, so the nurse had to take his temperature every hour. پاسخ: Last night, John had a slight fever, so his temperature had to be taken every hour. 7. A few minutes ago, someone was paging John's surgeon. I hope everything is all right. پاسخ: A few minutes ago, John's surgeon was being paged. I hope everything is all right. 8. The doctor will have released John from the hospital by the time his parents arrive in Denver. پاسخ: John will have been released from the hospital by the time his parents arrive in Denver. 9. This hospital staff has provided John with excellent care. پاسخ: John has been provided with excellent care. 10. John's wife had already packed his clothes when the doctor signed John's release papers. پاسخ: John's clothes had already been packed when the doctor signed John's release papers. صفحه 174. ساخت جملات مجهولی سوالی. ابتدا جمله معلوم و سپس جمله مجهول را خواهیم داشت. حال ساده. Do many older citizens use the library? Is the library used by many older citizens? گذشته ساده. Did many children use the library last summer? Was the library used by many children last summer? حال استمراری. Are workmen painting the third floor? Is the third floor being painted? گذشته استمراری. Were they painting the children's room last week? Was the children's room being painted last week? آینده. Will the library offer many new programs next year? Will many new programs be offered next year? Is a local author going to organize a children's story hour? Is a children's story hour going to be organized? حال کامل. Has the director ordered a lot of new equipment? Has a lot of new equipment been ordered? گذشته کامل. Had workmen already installed the new computer when you were there last week? Had the new computer already been installed when you were there last week? آینده کامل. Will the library have started the children's story hour by the end of next month? Will the children's story hour have been started by the end of next month? مصدر حال. Do you have to renew your library card? Does your library card have to be renewed? تمرین 3. تمرین شفاهی، پرسش و پاسخ به شکل مجهول. جمله های مجهول زیر را به پرسش های مجهول تبدیل کنید. مثال: This radio can be fixed. Can this radio be fixed? 1. The dean of studies was told about John's cheating. پاسخ: Was the dean of studies told about John's cheating? 2. All his test papers have been reviewed by his professors. پاسخ: Have all his test papers been reviewed by his professors? 3. His term papers were also reread. پاسخ: Were his term papers also reread? 4. Most of his term papers have been plagiarized. پاسخ: Had most of his term papers been plagiarized? 5. He has already been expelled from his psychology class. پاسخ: Has he already been expelled from his psychology class? 6. His parents were notified last night. پاسخ: Were his parents notified last night? 7. Cheating in any form is detested by all professors. پاسخ: Is cheating in any form detested by all professors? 8. Dishonest students are dealt with severely. پاسخ: Are dishonest students dealt with severely? 9. John will be dismissed from the university. پاسخ: Will John be dismissed from the university? 10. He is being consoled by his roommate. پاسخ: Is he being consoled by his roommate? صفحه 176 منفی جملات مجهول برای منفی فعل در جملات صفحه 176 منفی جملات مجهول برای منفی فعل در جملات مجهول not را بعد از فعل کمکی اول می‌گذاریم. is being painted is not being painted. has been painted has not been painted. is used is not used. مصدر حال برای منفی کردن از فعل کمکی که do استفاده می کند. I have to renew my library card. My library card does not have to be renewed. تمرین 4. به پرسش های yes no در حالت مجهول جواب دهید. اول مثبت و سپس منفی. مثال: Do many people use public transportation? Yes, it's used by the majority of the people. No, it isn't used by many people. گروه 1. 1. Had motorists reported over 20 accidents by 10 last night? پاسخ: Yes, they had been reported by the majority of motorists. No, they had not been reported by motorists. 2. Are the police recording all accident reports? پاسخ: Yes, they are being recorded by the police. No, they are not being recorded by the police. 3. Have the police given out many tickets? پاسخ: Yes, they have been given out by the police. No, they have not been given out by the police. 4. Did the police write over 350 tickets last year? پاسخ: Yes, they were written by the police. No, they were not written by the police. 5. When I saw you last night, was the police officer giving you a ticket? پاسخ: Yes, I was being given a ticket by the police officer. No, I was not being given a ticket by the police officer. Or, yes, a ticket was being given to me by the police officer. No, a ticket was not being given to me by the police officer. 6. Did a judge suspend your driver's license for 30 days last year? پاسخ: Yes, it was suspended for 30 days last year. No, it was not suspended for 30 days last year. 7. Does someone report every accident? پاسخ: Yes, it is reported. No, it is not reported. 8. Will intoxicated drivers kill many innocent people this year? پاسخ: Yes, they will be killed this year by intoxicated drivers. No, they will not be killed this year by intoxicated drivers. 9. Are the police going to punish careless drivers severely? پاسخ: Yes, they are going to be severely punished by police. No, they are not going to be severely punished. 10. Can anyone find good drivers? پاسخ: Yes, some good drivers can be found. No, not any good drivers can be found. 11. Will the garage have repaired your car by the time classes begin? پاسخ: Yes, it will have been repaired by the time classes begin. No, it will not have been repaired by the time classes begin. گروه 2. 1. Do many students use the university library? پاسخ: Yes, it is used by the majority of the students. No, it is not used by many students. 2. Did the university recently fire the director? پاسخ: Yes, he was recently fired by the university. No, he was not recently fired by the university. 3. Is the university concealing the reason why he was fired? پاسخ: Yes, the reason why he was fired is being concealed by the university. No, the reason why he was fired is not being concealed by the university. 4. Has the university found another director? پاسخ: Yes, he has been found by the university. No, he has not been found by the university. 5. Will the university hire a woman? پاسخ: Yes, she will be hired. No, she will not be hired. 6. Is the university going to hire an experienced person? پاسخ: Yes, she's going to be hired by the university. No, she's not going to be hired by the university. 7. Has the hiring committee received any applications from highly qualified individuals? پاسخ: Yes, they have been received from highly qualified individuals. No, they have not been received from highly qualified individuals. 8. Were they interviewing applicants yesterday afternoon? پاسخ: Yes, they were being interviewed yesterday afternoon. No, they were not being interviewed yesterday afternoon. 9. Had they chosen anyone when the interviews were finished? پاسخ: Yes, anyone had been chosen by them when the interviews were finished. No, anyone had not been chosen when the interviews were finished. تمرین 5. مرور کاربردهای مجهول و بای. کدام یک از جمله‌های زیر باید به شکل مجهول و کدام یک در حالت معلوم باشند؟ جمله‌ها را به شکل یک پاراگراف بنویسید. به خاطر بسپارید. همیشه باید دلیل ویژه‌ای برای استفاده از حالت مجهول داشته باشید. بیش از حد از آن استفاده نکنید. 1. This is Ed Scott, your reporter for the 6 News. 2. I'm at the airport waiting for the Denver Broncos football team to arrive. 3. Hundreds of fans meet the team's plane every time it returns to Denver. 4. Everyone knows that the fans in Denver are the most enthusiastic in the country. 5. Some TV sportscasters have been called them fanatics. 6. An unusually large number of people greeted the Broncos last weekend. 7. I see that their plane has just landed. 8. The police are pushing the crowd back. 9. Somebody has just lost a little boy in this mass of people. 10. I can hear his parents calling his name. 11. In the past, The pushing and shoving has hurt many people. 12. These fans must learn the rules of politeness and safety. 13. The Broncos have just gotten off their plane, and they're entering the airport now. 14. The ecstatic fans are shouting their congratulations. 15. The Broncos, as you know, defeated the mighty Dallas Cowboys last night. 16. They will play the championship team of Oakland next week. 17. After that important game, undoubtedly thousands will crowd the airport. پاسخ. This is Ed Scott, your reporter for the 6 News. I'm at the airport waiting for the Denver Broncos football team to arrive. The team's plane is met by hundreds of fans every time it returns to Denver. It is known that the fans in Denver are the most enthusiastic in the country, and they have even been called fanatics by some TV sportscasters. The Broncos was greeted last weekend by an unusually large number of people. I see that their plane has just landed, and the crowd is being pushed back by the police, and a little boy has just been lost in this mass of people. I can hear his name is being called by his parents. In the past, many people have been hurt by the pushing and shoving, so the rules of politeness and safety must be learned by these fans. The Broncos have just gotten off their plane, and they're entering the airport now. Their congratulations are being shouted by the ecstatic fans. As you know, the mighty Dallas Cowboys was defeated by the Broncos last night. They will play the championship team of Oakland next week. After that important game, undoubtedly, the airport will be crowded by thousands of people. تمرین 6. جمله های زیر را به صورت یک پاراگراف به هم ربط دهید. در صورت لزوم از مجهول استفاده کنید. در صورت امکان روش های هماهنگی و تبعی را به کار ببرید. Ray is standing in a phone booth on the corner of University Boulevard and Evans Street. He's talking to a friend and telling her about an accident that has just occurred. 1. A speeding car has just hit a student riding a bicycle. 2. The girl was crossing the street. 3. A large crowd is surrounding the car and the student. 4. A very tall police officer is inspecting the injured student. 5. A short police officer is ordering the crowd to move back. 6. I am certain that this officer will call an ambulance after he has inspected her. 7. He's calling for an ambulance on his car radio now. 8. I know that the officers are going to question the driver of the car. 9. I can see that the driver is extremely nervous. 10. The officers have asked a few people if they would testify in court. 11. About 10 people witnessed the accident. 12. The ambulance will be here in a minute. I can hear its siren. 13. The ambulance driver will probably give the student oxygen and cover her with a blanket. 14. Now the man who hit the student is getting into the police car. 15. The short officer is locking the driver's car doors. 16. They are undoubtedly going to take him to the police station. 17. The state legislature should pass stricter laws to punish careless drivers. 18. We must eliminate reckless driving. پاسخ. Ray is standing in a phone booth on a corner of University Boulevard and Evans Street. He's talking to a friend and telling her about an accident that has just occurred. Crossing the road, the girl student who was riding a bicycle has just been hit by a speeding car. While the police officer is inspecting the injured student, the car and the student are being surrounded by a large crowd, but a short police officer is ordering the crowd to move back. I'm certain that an ambulance will be called after she has been inspected by the police officer. The police officer is going to call an ambulance on his car radio, and it is known that the driver of the car is going to be questioned, and I can see that he is extremely nervous. A few people have been asked if they would testify in court, and the accident was witnessed by about 10 people. The ambulance will be here in a minute, since its siren can be heard. The student will probably be given oxygen and covered with a blanket by the ambulance driver. Now the man who hit the student is getting into the police car, and the driver's car doors are being locked by the short officer, and undoubtedly he is going to be taken to the police station. We believe that stricter laws should be passed by the state legislature to punish careless drivers, and reckless driving must be eliminated. صفحه 178 فصل 5 امتحان. درباره واقعیتی در زندگیتان بنویسید. اگر مناسب می‌دانید از شکل مجهول استفاده کنید. The following paragraphs were written during the winter quarter of 1979. Jabria A. Jassim, Iraq. On my wedding day, we had a small party at which our parents, relatives, and some of our friends were present, and from whom we received many presents. After the marriage ceremony, my husband and I decided to leave on our honeymoon to London. The tickets had been bought for us by his parents. Moreover, the journey had been arranged very well by my husband's friend, who drove us to the airport. We took the airplane from Baghdad to London. When we got on the plane, we were directed to our seats by the stewardess, and as the plane was ready to fly, all the passengers were asked to fasten their seat belts and to stop smoking. Furthermore, we were given some advice on what to do in case of an emergency. After that, we were served a delicious cocktail and shown an old English movie about the Second World War. Later on, dinner was served to all the passengers, while newspapers and magazines were being distributed. When the plane landed, we were met by some friends of my husband who drove us to a very nice hotel. Although we stayed in London for only 10 days, we lived very happily, and we felt as if we had just bought the whole world. Hence, we still remember those days. We returned home to our new home, parents, and friends, hoping to live happily forever. صفحه 180 فصل 6 افعال کمکی ناقص. قبل از خواندن این فصل متن زیر را بخوانید. زمان، معنا، وقت. در فصل 3 نقل قول غیر مستقیم آموختید که بعد از فعل مقدم در زمان گذشته، شکل زمان گذشته فعل ناقص باید در جمله استفاده گردد. مانند He said he could go. هنگام بیان جمله به شکل غیر مستقیم، در نظر گرفتن افعال ناقص که دارای صورتهای حال و گذشته هستند مفید خواهد بود. ابتدا حال و سپس گذشته. can, could, will, would, may, might shall should. با وجود این دانستن این که این اشکال زمان گذشته همیشه نشان دهنده زمان گذشته نیستند مهم است. گاهی اوقات اشکال گذشته زمان حال را نشان می دهند. We could leave right now. John might be upstairs. گاهی اوقات اشکال زمان گذشته زمان آینده را نشان می دهند. You should study before the exam next week. Would you like for me to study with you? در مورد زمان فقط افعال ناقص نیستند که زمان یک عمل را به ما نشان می دهند، بلکه عناصر دیگری نیز در جمله این نقش را ایفا می کنند. افعال ناقص غالباً زمان را نشان می دهند، اما کار اصلی آنها نمایاندن سایه های متفاوتی از معناست. به جمله های زیر نگاه کنید. ساخت گرامری هر جمله یکسان است. آیا معانی نیز یکسانند؟ I will go with you. I might go with you. I can go with you. I should go with you. I must go with you. به عنوان نویسنده یا فقط خودتان بر اساس موقعیتی که در نظر دارید، اطلاعاتی که از آن برخوردار هستید و احساساتی که نسبت به آن دارید، معنای جمله ای را که بیان می کنید می فهمید. به عنوان زبان آموزانی که می خواهید صحبت کردن به انگلیسی را بیاموزید، باید معانی بسیار مختلفی را که افعال ناقص بیان می کنند یاد بگیرید. در بعضی موارد تفاوت‌های معنایی به سادگی درک می‌شوند و در بعضی موارد معانی دارای تفاوت‌های بسیار ظریفی هستند. با وجود این برای شما مهم است که این معانی را یاد بگیرید، چون که شما را قادر می‌سازد اندیشه‌ها و احساسات خود را دقیقاً بیان کنید. همچنین به شما کمک می‌کند منظورتان را بفهمانید. صفحه 181 درس 12 can. معنای 1 توانایی am, is, are able to. مثال Bill can speak 5 languages fluently. مرجع‌های زمانی حال در هر زمان. معنای 2 احتمال قوی. در این کاربرد کن نشان می دهد که چیزی با احتمال بالا می تواند در نتیجه یک عمل دیگر اتفاق بیفتد. مثال Don't light a match in this chemical factory. The fire can cause an explosion. مرجع‌های زمانی در هر زمان حال. معنای 3 پیشنهاد. به خاطر بسپارید. پیشنهاد کردن یعنی ارائه ایده‌ای به شخص که بتواند درباره آن فکر کند و تصمیم به استفاده از آن بگیرد یا آن را فراموش کند. مثال Bob, I don't understand this physics problem. Sam, John's very good in physics. You can ask him to help you. مرجع‌های زمانی در هر زمان و حال. توجه، عبارت let's و why don't you به اضافه که 2 شکل ساده که فعل نیز می تواند بیان پیشنهاد بکند. Sam, why don't you ask John when he returns? He's good in physics. Sam, I'm not good in physics, but let's go ask John. He's in his room now. توجه کنید که let's همیشه معرف شخصی است که پیشنهاد می کند. Let us. معنای 4 اجازه. از can می توان برای هر دو درخواست و اجازه استفاده کرد. مثال Can I borrow your eraser for a minute? Sure, you can use it. مثال Can I use your car next Saturday? Of course, you can use it. مرجع زمانی آینده. صفحه 183 could. معنای 1 توانایی در گذشته was or were able to. برای بیان توانایی در گذشته could را می توان همراه با یک عبارت قیدی یا جمله واره گذشته به کار برد. مثال: 2 years ago I could play tennis like a professional. When my brother was in high school, he could beat anyone at chess. مرجع زمانی گذشته. معنای 2 توانایی بر اساس بعضی شرایط. مثال: We could leave now if we want to. I could be a good chess player if I wanted to, but I'm not that interested in the game. مرجع زمانی آینده و حال. معنای 3 احتمال قوی. توضیحات مربوط به کن یعنی معنای 2 را ملاحظه کنید. مثال: Don't drive so fast. We could have an accident. مرجع زمانی هر زمان و حال. معنای 4 اجازه. برای اجازه خواستن could مؤدبانه تر از کن است. مثال: Could I borrow your eraser for a minute? Could I use your car next Saturday? مرجع زمانی آینده و حال. معنای 5 درخواست مؤدبانه. مثال: Could you hold my books until I find my door key? مرجع زمانی present. مثال: Could you explain this to me again after class? مرجع زمانی future. توجه: هنگام درخواست اجازه گوینده می‌خواهد کاری انجام دهد. مثلا Could I close the window? هنگام درخواست کردن به گوینده می‌خواهد کس دیگری کاری انجام دهد. مثلا Could you close the window? معنای 6 پیشنهاد. این کاربرد مانند پیشنهاد با کن است. مثال: Tom, I don't have any money. Sue, you could call your father and ask him for some. Jim, you could borrow some from your roommate. Bob, you could stop giving parties every weekend. مرجع زمانی آینده و حال. به خاطر داشته باشید could گذشته کن در نقل قول غیر مستقیم could به علاوه have به علاوه اسم مفعول مساوی است با بیان زمان گذشته. ساخت فوق برای بیان موارد زیر است. Could plus have plus past participle is used to express A. توانایی که در گذشته استفاده نشده است. I could have gotten an A in grammar last quarter, but I didn't like the instructor. B. پیشنهادی که در موقعیتی در گذشته مورد نظر قرار نگرفته است. You could have asked the director to put you in a different grammar class, but you didn't. تمرین 1. به معلمتان که جمله های زیر را می‌خواند گوش کنید. کدام یک از معانی زیر بیان می‌شوند؟ A. توانایی گذشته. B. اجازه. C. پیشنهاد. D. درخواست مؤدبانه. E. احتمال شدید. F. توانایی بر اساس برخی شرایط. 1. Can I borrow your books on strange life forms on other planets? پاسخ: اجازه. 2. My books are outdated, but you could call the planetarium and ask for the titles of some recently published books. پاسخ: پیشنهاد. 3. When I was in high school, I could name all the planets from memory. پاسخ: توانایی در گذشته. 4. You could do it again if you reviewed them. پاسخ: توانایی بر اساس برخی شرایط. 5. Could you give me the number at the planetarium? پاسخ: درخواست مؤدبانه. 6. Instead of calling the planetarium, we can drive out there tomorrow. I haven't been there for a long time. پاسخ، پیشنهاد. 7. That's a good idea, but look at the sky. We could have a big snowstorm. پاسخ، احتمال قوی. 8. Could I turn on your television and watch the weather report? پاسخ، اجازه. 9. Sure, I was just thinking about my grandfather. When he was alive, he could predict the weather. پاسخ، توانایی گذشته. 10. Could he predict the weather accurately? پاسخ، توانایی گذشته. نوار شماره 15. کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean. مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک. مترجم نادر محمدزاده. صفحه 185. 10. Could he predict the weather accurately? پاسخ، توانایی گذشته. 11. He could do it when and if his big toe began to hurt. پاسخ، توانایی بر اساس شرایط. 12. I think something's wrong with your television. Everybody has green faces. Your picture tube could be loose. I'll check it. پاسخ، احتمال قوی. 13. Be careful. Don't touch anything inside the television with wet hands. You can get electrocuted. پاسخ، احتمال قوی. تمرین 2. تمرین شفاهی. can, could. پیشنهاد، مرجع زمانی آینده. به معلمتان که پاراگراف زیر را می‌خواند گوش دهید. Over the past few years, marriage ceremonies in the United States have become less and less traditional. Newspapers frequently report about couples who have said their marriage vows while riding motorcycles, deep sea diving, dancing, or jumping out of airplanes. Nevertheless, many marriages are still taking place in the more traditional settings of the church or the home. But there are still a few couples who prefer to be somewhere in between. They neither want to get married while under the sea, nor do they want a formal church ceremony. به یک دوست که جملات زیر راجع به ازدواج قریب الوقوع خود را اظهار کرده است چه پیشنهاداتی می‌دهید؟ 1. I don't want to get married in a formal church ceremony because large, expensive weddings are a waste of money. پاسخ، You can say your marriage vow informally. 2. My fiancé and I have decided not to send out expensive wedding invitations, but we want our friends and relatives to know that we are getting married. پاسخ، You can invite only your close friends and roommates. 3. We do not feel that it is necessary to go on an expensive honeymoon, but we would like to go somewhere and be alone for a week. We both enjoy the outdoors. پاسخ، You could go to the seaside for a week. 4. Neither my fiancé nor I want the word obey in our ceremony. Also, you could be free and do what you want. 5. We really do not want our friends and relatives to give us expensive gifts that we will never use. Also, you can offer them to buy the things you need. 6. My future wife doesn't want me to give her a diamond engagement ring. Also, you could give her the ring she likes. 7. We really do not know what to serve during the party after the wedding, but we want to keep the menu simple. Also, you can serve as simple and cheap as possible. 8. I think our parents are going to ignore our desires and plan a big wedding for us. Also, you could send them a telegraph informing them that you don't want an expensive wedding ceremony. 9. My fiancé's cousin wants to sing at our wedding, but she has a terrible voice. Also, you could ask her not to sing at the wedding. 10. I'm not really sure that I'm ready for marriage. Also, you can tell it to your fiancé. تمرین 3. could به علاوه 7 به علاوه اسم مفعولی. پیشنهاد. مرجع زمانی گذشته. متاسفانه ازدواج دوستتان فقط 6 ماه طول کشید. بعد از طلاق جملات زیر را به شما اظهار داشت. با استفاده از ساخت فوق به جملات او جواب دهید. مثال: My wife didn't want to live in a small apartment, but we couldn't afford to buy a house. پاسخ: You could have rented a house. 1. My wife didn't want me to spend so much time away from her with my single friends. I didn't know what to do because I wanted to be with her and them. پاسخ: You could have spent a little time with your single friends. 2. She complained about my snoring and talking in my sleep. پاسخ: You could have gone to the doctor. 3. She didn't like my coming home at 7:30 some evenings when she had dinner ready by 6. پاسخ: You could have come soon. 4. She was angry because only my name was on the checks. پاسخ: You could have talked to her about this. 5. I didn't like spending so much time on the phone because I often received business calls in the evenings. پاسخ: You could have told her to speak after the evening. 6. Because she had a full-time job too, she always complained about being too tired to do housework, so the apartment was always a mess. پاسخ: You could have cleaned the apartment yourself. 7. I didn't like the way she ironed my shirts. پاسخ: You could have ironed them yourself. 8. She didn't approve of my watching television in bed. پاسخ: You could have watched TV out of bed. 9. I didn't like the way she cooked. پاسخ: You could have cooked yourself. 10. I didn't like spending every weekend with your parents, although I like them. پاسخ: You could have told her your problem. صفحه 187. می. معنای یک: اجازه. بسیار رسمی تر از کن یا کود است و احترام به ادب به شخص را نشان می دهد. مثال: A. Jim to the police officer. May I use your pen? B. Jim to a stranger in a bank. Could I use your pen? C. Jim to roommate. Can I use your pen? مرجع زمانی: آینده و حال. معنای دو: احتمال ضعیف. A. اشاره به یک عمل آینده. مثال: It may snow tomorrow. It means I haven't listened to the weather report yet, but the air feels cold, and the sky looks the way it always looks before it snows. مرجع زمانی: آینده. B. اشاره به موقعیت حال حاضر. مثال: John may be sick. It means he didn't tell me he was sick, but his eyes looked strange. مرجع زمانی: حال. صفحه 188. might. معنای یک: احتمال ضعیف. A. اشاره به عمل آینده. B. اشاره به حال حاضر. توجه: در این کاربرد might مثل می است، اما بسیاری از گرامرشناسان معتقدند که در might احتمال بسیار ضعیفتر از می است. مثال: It might snow tomorrow, but probably won't. John might be sick, but probably isn't. به خاطر داشته باشید might به صورت گذشته می در نقل قول غیر مستقیم به کار برده می شود. John says, we may get married soon. He said they might get married soon. بیان زمان گذشته: may or might plus have plus اسم مفعول. این ساخت احتمال ضعیفی درباره کارها یا شرایط زمان گذشته بیان می کند. He may or might have passed the exam 2 days ago, but I doubt it. It may or might have snowed in the mountains last night. I see that there are snow clouds over the mountains, but the weathercaster didn't say anything about snow. John may or might have been sick yesterday. His eyes were red, although he didn't act sick. بیان احتمال: may and might در برابر could. may, might و could همگی احتمال را بیان می کنند. به خاطر داشته باشید که could در مقایسه با may یا might احتمال را با درجه قوی تری از یقین بیان می کند. جمله های زیر را مقایسه کنید. Student A. We could have a vocabulary quiz tomorrow. We have just finished a lesson, and we usually have a quiz after each lesson. Student B. We might have a vocabulary quiz tomorrow, but I don't think we will. might و could را میتوان در هر جمله ای که با اختلاف معنای بسیار ناچیزی اظهار شده باشد به کار برد. اما دانشجوی A به نظر میرسد یقین بیشتری دارد. دانشجوی A حتی چند دلیل برای حمایت از نظر ابراز شده اش ارائه میدهد. به خاطر داشته باشید درجه تعیین بر اساس موقعیت معنا و برداشت گوینده بستگی دارد. Are you fairly certain about something؟ از could استفاده شود. Are you less certain؟ از might استفاده شود. تمرین 4. could در برابر may and might یکی از دو مورد زیر را برای جمله ها انتخاب کنید. A. احتمال ضعیف. B. احتمال قوی. 1. جمال. This quarter is almost finished, and this could be the last time we will see each other since your family doesn't have enough money. پاسخ: احتمال قوی. 2. رضا. I might be able to continue my academic studies at this university if my father can convince the bank to give him a loan. پاسخ: احتمال ضعیف. 3. جمال. You have been an excellent student here in the English program. You could get a partial scholarship for academic work. پاسخ: احتمال قوی. 4. رضا. I asked our grammar instructor about it, and she said she would ask to the director of the foreign student aid department. There could be having some luck. She thinks I'm a good student. پاسخ: احتمال قوی. 5. جمال. You are a good student, but the amount of money in the scholarship fund might be very low. I saw our grammar teacher yesterday. She was walking across the campus with the director of the student aid department, and she looked a little depressed. She could have tried to get you a scholarship without any luck. پاسخ: احتمال ضعیف. 6. رضا. I read in the student newspaper that someone just gave the university $1 million for its student aid program, so you could be wrong. پاسخ: احتمال قوی. جمال. You may have a good point. پاسخ: احتمال ضعیف. 8. رضا. I might go to the student aid department tomorrow afternoon and ask about the availability of aid. پاسخ: احتمال ضعیف. 9. جمال. I passed their building yesterday and the place was full of painters, so their office could be closed tomorrow. پاسخ: احتمال قوی. 10. رضا. I know, but their office is small and the painters work quickly, so they could already have finished their work. پاسخ: احتمال قوی. صفحه 190. زمانهای فعل بعد از افعال ناقص. قبل از ادامه بحث افعال ناقص، اول مروری بر زمانهای مختلف فعل اصلی که به دنبال فعل ناقص میآیند داشته باشیم. 1. فعل ناقص به علاوه شکل ساده. could take. 2. فعل ناقص به علاوه have به علاوه اسم مفعول. could have taken. 3. فعل ناقص به علاوه be به علاوه اسم مفعول. could be taking. 4. فعل ناقص به علاوه have به علاوه been به علاوه اسم مفعول. could have been taking. 1. اشکال could take و could be taking به زمان حال یا آینده اشاره دارند. استفاده از واژه‌ها و عبارت‌های زمان به روش ساختن مرجع زمان کمک می‌کند. You could take your makeup test now if you're ready. You could take it tomorrow if you want to. I could be taking it now, but I'm not ready. I could be leaving for home tomorrow if I didn't have to take a makeup test. 2. اشکال could have taken و could have been taking به زمان گذشته اشاره می کند. I could have taken my makeup test yesterday, but I wasn't ready. I could have been getting ready to go home last night. Instead of doing this, I was studying for my makeup test. تمرین شفاهی سریع. زمانهای فعل بعد از فعل ناقص. A. پرسش‌های زیر را با جمله‌های کامل جواب دهید. 1. What are you doing right now? What could you be doing if you were not in class? پاسخ. I am listening to the teacher. I could be studying for my reading exam. 2. You went to a terrible movie last night. What could you have done instead? پاسخ. I could have studied for my grammar test. 3. This afternoon you have to study for tomorrow's grammar test. If you didn't have a test tomorrow, what could you be doing this afternoon? پاسخ. I could be listening to the music. 4. Which student could have been in class yesterday? Where was he? پاسخ. John could have been in class. He was in a dormitory room. 5. What could you have been doing last night if your television had not been in the repair shop? پاسخ. We could have been watching the film. 6. Could you take a test on this lesson tomorrow and pass it with a high grade? پاسخ. Yes, I could do so and pass it with a high grade. 7. Which mode of transportation could you have used to come to the United States instead of the airplane? پاسخ. I could have come by ship. B. جمله های زیر را به پرسش های نشان داده شده تبدیل کنید. 1. Mariah could save more money if she didn't make so many long-distance phone calls every night. A. Who subject? B. Yes/no question. C. What object? پاسخ. A. Who could save more money if she didn't make so many long-distance phone calls every night? B. Could Mariah save more money if she didn't make so many long-distance phone calls every night? C. What could Mariah save if she didn't make so many long-distance phone calls every night? 2. She could be talking to her family now. A. Whom object. B. What plus do. C. Yes/no question. پاسخ. Whom could she be talking to now? B. What could she be doing now? C. Could she be talking to her family now? 3. Her younger sister could have come here to study also, but she didn't want to. A. Who subject. B. where. C. Yes, no question. D. What plus do. پاسخ A. Who could have come here to study also, but she didn't want to. B. Where could her younger sister have come to study also, but she didn't want to. C. Could her younger sister have come here to study? D. What could her younger sister do here? 4. Mariah's parents could have been trying to convince her to come. A. Who subject. B. What plus do. C. Yes, no question. پاسخ A. Who could have been trying to convince her to come? B. What could Mariah's parents have been trying to do? C. Could Mariah's parents have been trying to convince her to come? به خاطر داشته باشید بعد از افعال ناقص می توان از ساخت مجهول نیز استفاده کرد. معلوم You can finish this assignment tomorrow. مجهول This assignment can be finished tomorrow. معلوم You should have written your composition last week. مجهول Your composition should have been written last week. تمرین 5 شکل افعال بعد از could. گفتگوی زیر را با شکل صحیح فعل بعد از could کامل کنید. Bob. Where is Pete? He wanted me to give him a ride home. Sue. I don't know for sure, but he wanted to talk to Professor Ray about his grades so far. So he, blank, talk to her right now. Bob. You're probably right. He's probably talking about his lateness too. Sue. I know. He doesn't have to come to class late every morning. He, blank, come to class on time if he tried. Bob. Why was he late this morning? Sue. Don't ask me. He, blank, stay up late last night to study. Bob. Or he, blank, go to a party. Sue. He has passed only one test so far this quarter. He, blank, fail this course if he doesn't get serious. Bob. Professor Ray, blank, tell him that right now. Sue. You're his best friend. You, blank, talk with him and see if he has any big problems. Bob. That's a good suggestion. He'd, blank, have trouble with his girlfriend this quarter. Sue. That's right. They, blank, have an argument last night. Bob. They, blank, plan to break up soon. Sue. They, blank, discussed this all last night. Bob. Well, whatever the problem is, I'll talk to him. Sue. Good. Who knows? Just your concern, blank, make him feel better. Bob. I, blank, say something to him earlier, but I have been so busy during the past few weeks. Sue. Well, better late than never. Pause. Bob. Where is Pete? He wanted me to give him a ride home. Sue. I don't know for sure, but he wanted to talk to Professor Ray about his grades so far, so he could be talking to her right now. Bob. You're probably right. He's probably talking about his lateness too. Sue. I know. He doesn't have to come to class late every morning. He could come to class on time if he tried. Bob, why was he late this morning? Sue, don't ask me. He could have stayed up late last night to study. Bob, or he could have gone to a party. Sue, he has passed only one test so far this quarter. He could fail this course if he doesn't get serious. Bob, Professor Ray could be telling him that right now. Sue, you are his best friend. You could talk with him and see if he has any big problems. Bob, that's a good suggestion. Pete could have had trouble with his girlfriend this quarter. Sue, that's right. They could have had an argument last night. Bob, they could plan to break up soon. Sue, they could have discussed this all last night. Bob, well, whatever the problem is, I'll talk to him. Sue, good. Who knows? Just your concern could make him feel better. Bob, I could have said something to him earlier, but I have been so busy during the past few weeks. Sue, well, better late than never. صفحه 192 شد. معنای 1 تعهد و الزام. منظور از تعهد وظایف و مسئولیت‌های یک شخص، سازمان و امثال آن است. مثال: A restaurant's kitchen should be clean at all times, but some aren't. A teacher should be well prepared for every class. صفحه 193. منظور از تعهد وظایف و مسئولیت‌های یک شخص، سازمان و امثال آن است. مثال: A restaurant's kitchen should be clean at all times, but some aren't. A teacher should be well prepared for every class, but some aren't. A student shouldn't waste his parents' money, but many do. مرجع زمانی همه زمانها. معنای 2 توقع و انتظار. انتظار یا توقع به عملی اشاره دارد که مطمئن هستیم به خاطر آشنایی ما با موقعیت، شخص و غیره اتفاق خواهد افتاد. مثال: We should reach the airport in about 20 minutes. It means the traffic is not heavy, the streets are dry, I only live 8 miles from the airport. I've made this trip many times. Ali should get an A in grammar. It means he has received high grades on all his tests, attends all classes, and completes all homework assignments thoroughly. مرجع زمانی آینده. توقع می تواند به شرایطی نیز اشاره کند که مطمئن هستیم درست است. مثال: Bob should be sick tomorrow. It means he ate 4 big pizzas and drank 2 6-packs of beer before going to bed. مرجع زمانی آینده. توقع می تواند به زمان حال نیز اشاره داشته باشد. My roommate should be home now. معنای 3 نصیحت و اندرز. در مقام نصیحت گوینده نظرش را بر انجام یا عدم انجام کاری ابراز می کند. مثال: You should study more. You should study tonight. You should be working now. You shouldn't drink alcohol. مرجع زمانی هر زمان، آینده و حال. به خاطر داشته باشید در نقل قول مستقیم should عوض نمی شود. تعهد. She says all eligible citizens should vote. She said that all eligible citizens should vote. توقع. He says We should arrive at the airport in 20 minutes. He told me that we should arrive at the airport in 20 minutes. نصیحت. She says you should study more. She told me that I should study more. بیان زمان گذشته با should plus have plus اسم مفعول. تعهد. You should have voted in the election. توقع. We should have arrived at the airport 20 minutes ago. نصیحت. You should have studied harder last semester. تمرین شفاهی سریع. جمله های زیر را به پرسش های نشان داده شده تغییر دهید. 1. My roommate should be in the library now. A. Who subject? B. Where? C. Yes, no question. پاسخ. A. Who should be in the library now? B. Where should he be now? C. Should he be in the library now? 2. He should be studying vocabulary words because he has a quiz tomorrow. A. What plus do? B. What object? C. Why? D. Yes, no question. پاسخ. A. What should he be doing? B. What should he be studying? C. Why should he be studying vocabulary words? D. Should he be studying vocabulary words? 3. He should have gotten an A on the quiz last week, since he really studied for it. A. Yes, no question. B. What object? C. Why? پاسخ. A. Should he have gotten an A on the quiz last week? B. What should he have gotten? C. Why should he have gotten an A on the quiz last week? 4. I should have been helping him all quarter because he has a lot of trouble learning vocabulary words. A. Who subject? B. Yes, no question. C. Why? D. When? پاسخ. A. Who should have been helping him all quarter? B. Should I have been helping him all quarter? C. Why should I have been helping him all quarter? D. When should I have been helping him? تمرین 6. should. تعهد در برابر نصیحت. این دو معنای should گاهی با هم اشتباه می شوند. اما تشخیص آنها چنانچه درباره معنی آینده مورد نظرتان فکر کنید مشکل نخواهد بود. مثال: A father is obligated to send his children to school in the United States, but he is not obligated to send them to Disneyland every summer. جمله های زیر کدام یک را نشان می دهند؟ نصیحت A یا تعهد O. 1. A father should take care of his family. پاسخ. تعهد. Mr. Smith, you should buy your son a new bicycle. پاسخ. نصیحت. 2. Parents should teach their children right from wrong. پاسخ. تعهد. Bob, you should ask your father to help you with your problem. پاسخ. نصیحت. 3. A student should be on time for class. پاسخ. تعهد. Tom was late for every class last quarter. He should have bought an alarm clock. پاسخ. نصیحت. 4. You really should stop driving so fast. پاسخ: نصیحت. Every driver should obey the traffic laws. پاسخ: نصیحت. 5. Jim, you should call your grandfather tonight. پاسخ: نصیحت. Every society should take care of its senior citizens. پاسخ: تعهد. 6. You should have told your doctor about the pain in your back. پاسخ: نصیحت. Hospitals should hire only well-qualified doctors and nurses. پاسخ: تعهد. 7. A used car dealer should give customers correct information about every car. پاسخ: تعهد. I should not have bought such an expensive car. پاسخ: تعهد. 8. A teacher should treat all students equally. پاسخ: تعهد. You should think about becoming a teacher. You're good with children. پاسخ: نصیحت. 9. Should we report our loud neighbors to the police? پاسخ: نصیحت. The apartment manager should make sure that all residents respect the rights of others. پاسخ: تعهد. 10. All citizens should pay their taxes. پاسخ: تعهد. You should ask someone to help you fill out your tax forms. پاسخ: نصیحت. 11. A newspaper should report the truth. پاسخ: تعهد. You should read the New York Times. پاسخ: نصیحت. تمرین 7. شد. نصیحت در برابر توقع یا انتظار. کدام یک از جمله هایی که زیرشان خط کشیده شده است نصیحت A و کدام یک توقع E هستند؟ 1. Get my cigarettes for me. They should be on my dresser in the bedroom. Should be is underlined. پاسخ: توقع. 2. Your cough is getting worse. You really should stop smoking. Should stop is underlined. پاسخ: نصیحت. 3. Your doctor should be able to tell you about the current research on cancer. Should be able is underlined. پاسخ: انتظار. 4. Because of your cough, you should have made an appointment with your doctor weeks ago. Should have made is underlined. پاسخ: توقع. 5. You should be discussing the dangers of smoking with your children. Should be discussing is underlined. پاسخ: نصیحت. 6. They are in junior high school now, so they should understand what you say. Should understand is underlined. پاسخ: انتظار. 7. When you stop smoking, you should be able to save money. should be able is underlined. پاسخ: انتظار. 8. Cigarette prices have risen in the past and they should be going up again. Should be going up is underlined. پاسخ: انتظار. 9. You really should heed the warning on the pack and at least cut down a little. Should heed is underlined. پاسخ: نصیحت. 10. If you can stop completely, you should use a filter. Should use is underlined. پاسخ: نصیحت. 11. A filter shouldn't cost too much. Shouldn't cost is underlined. پاسخ: انتظار. 12. Shouldn't you seriously be considering all that I have said? Shouldn't be considering is underlined. پاسخ: نصیحت. 13. Your cough should cease if you think about what I've been saying. Should cease is underlined. پاسخ: انتظار. 14. You should have your lungs checked as soon as possible. Should have is underlined. پاسخ: نصیحت. 15. Your doctor should have the necessary equipment in his office. Should have is underlined. پاسخ: انتظار. تکلیف: یک موقعیت یا موضوع بحث را انتخاب کنید و با 5 جمله اندرزی و 5 جمله انتظاری یک پاراگراف بنویسید. معنای 1. لزوم have to. مثال: A soldier must obey army regulations. He has no choice. مرجع زمانی future at any time. مثال: Teacher, the time is up. You must give me your papers. Student, I haven't finished part 3 yet. Teacher, I'm sorry. You must stop. Your paper, please. مرجع زمانی حال. بیان لزوم در گذشته had to. had to و نه must ضرورت را در گذشته بیان می کند. When I was in the army, we had to obey all regulations. We had no choice. Student, I had not finished part 2 of the exam, but I had to turn in my test. توجه: have to رد ضرورت را نیز بیان می کند. Mother, you must go to bed now. Child, I don't have to go now. Daddy said I could stay up late tonight. معنای 2. فرض. در این کاربرد must یک اعتقاد قوی را به حقیقت چیزی بر اساس واقعیت‌های موجود بیان می‌کند. اما این واقعیت‌ها ممکن است کامل نباشد. مثال: She must have the flu. She has a fever and a runny nose. They must live close to the university. They walk to class every day. بیان فرض در گذشته must plus have plus اسم مفعول. She must have had the flu. That's why she had a fever and a runny nose. They must have lived close to the university last quarter. That's why they walked every day. معنای 3. من و نهی. من و نهی دستور یا قانون علیه انجام چیزی است. در این کاربرد معمولاً از شکل منفی ماست استفاده می کنند. مثال: You must not walk on the grass. You must not smoke in class. مرجع زمانی at any time. تمرین 8 must. فرض. از must همراه با شکل ساده فعل must plus be به علاوه اسم مفعول یا must plus have به علاوه اسم مفعول برای تکمیل جمله های زیر استفاده کنید. مثال John looked depressed after the exam. It be difficult. پاسخ John looked depressed after the exam. It must have been difficult. 1. Richard Nixon was the second American president to have been threatened with impeachment. Today he regrets some of the decisions he had made. پاسخ Richard Nixon was the second American president to have been threatened with impeachment. Today, he must regret some of the decisions he had made. 2. At the time he made those decisions, however, he believed that he was right. پاسخ At the time he made those decisions, however, he must have believed that he was right. 3. Since he left the presidency, he has been isolated from political life. Today, he blank feel very lonely. پاسخ Since he left the presidency, he has been isolated from political life. Today, he must feel very lonely. 4. Some people say that he be power-hungry to have permitted such activities on the part of his staff. پاسخ Some people say that he must be power-hungry to have permitted such activities on the part of his staff. 5. During the Senate investigations, many of his staff members lied. They think that the American people would never learn the truth. پاسخ During the Senate investigations, many of his staff members lied. They must have thought that the American people would never learn the truth. 6. So far, Nixon has refused to let his presidential papers be made public. The papers contain damaging evidence. پاسخ So far, Nixon has refused to let his presidential papers be made public. The papers must contain damaging evidence. 7. During the Watergate investigations in 1972, Nixon criticized the press severely. Many people still feel that he tried to cover up any evidence that would have harmed him. پاسخ During the Watergate investigations in 1972, Nixon criticized the press severely. Many people still feel that he must have tried to cover up any evidence that would have harmed him. 8. The members of his family still be sad about the turn of events in their lives. پاسخ The members of his family must still be sad about the turn of events in their lives. 9. When Nixon had to leave the White House, he felt disgraced. پاسخ When Nixon had to leave the White House, He must have felt disgraced. He knew that he could not get away with his activities. پاسخ: He must have known that he could not get away with his activities. 11. It be terrible to know that the entire world knows about your disgrace. پاسخ: It must be terrible to know that the entire world knows about your disgrace. 12. I am certain that every newspaper in the world print the news of his downfall. پاسخ: I am certain that every newspaper in the world must have printed the news of his downfall. تمرین 9 must فرض، حال و گذشته. قواعد گرامر به ما میگوید چگونه گذشته و حال افعال ناقص را درست کنیم، اما نشان نمیدهند کدام زمان باید استفاده شود. این انتخاب با گوینده و چیزی که میخواهد بگوید است. مثال: گوینده 1: My brother was a star soccer player in high school. گوینده 2: He must still be a good player. Present. گوینده 3: He must have started playing when he was very young. Past. به جمله های زیر به صورتی که نشان داده شده است پاسخ دهید. 1. 2 747 airplanes crashed last week and 200 people died. Present. Their families blank. Past. The pilots blank. پاسخ: Their families must still be sad about them. The pilots must have controlled the airplanes. 2. The men in the controller's tower were responsible for the crash. Present. Today, those men blank. Past. At the time of the accident, they blank. پاسخ: Today, those men must explain the reason for the crash. At the time of the accident, they must have warned the pilots. 3. My friend's parents were aboard the plane, but they survived. Present. Today they blank. Past. When the accident occurred, they blank. پاسخ: Today they must be in the hospital. When the accident occurred, they must have been afraid of crashing. 4. My sister, who is a stewardess, was supposed to work that flight, but she was sick, so another flight attendant substituted for her. Present. Your sister blank. Past. When your sister heard about the crash blank. پاسخ: Your sister must be happy now. When your sister heard about the crash, she must have thanked God. 5. The two captains were not aware of each other on their radar screens. Nevertheless, both of them survived the crash. Present. Now every time they fly, they blank. Past. Their equipment blank. پاسخ: Now every time they fly, they must be aware of each other on their radar screen. Their equipment must have been defective. تمرین 10 must لزوم در برابر فرض. جمله هایی که زیرشان خط کشیده ایم نشان دهنده ضرورت هستند یا فرض. مثال: The instructor looks very tired. She must have stayed up late last night correcting our compositions. Must have stayed up is underlined. پاسخ: assumption فرض. 1. The city of Denver does not have a good system of public transportation. A visitor from New York must be surprised by having to wait for an hour to catch a bus. Must be surprised is underlined. پاسخ: فرض و گمان. 2. To cut down on the amount of pollution, the city must improve the public transportation system so that fewer people will drive their cars. Must improve is underlined. پاسخ: ضرورت. 3. In fact, something has already been started. During the morning and afternoon rush hours, cars must avoid driving in especially marked bus lanes. Must avoid is underlined. پاسخ: ضرورت. 4. My friend Al, who returned to Denver after this law was passed, must have been very surprised when he received a ticket for having been driving in a bus lane. Must have been is underlined. پاسخ: فرض و گمان. 5. When people receive citations for traffic violations, however, they must pay them immediately or appear in court and defend themselves. Must pay is underlined. پاسخ: ضرورت. 6. The police officer who gave Al the ticket must have gotten angry when Al adamantly informed him that he would not pay the fine. Must have gotten is underlined. پاسخ: فرض. نوار شماره 16. کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean. مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک. مترجم نادر محمدزاده. صفحه 200. 6. The police officer who gave Al the ticket must have gotten angry when Al adamantly informed him that he would not pay the fine. Must have gotten is underlined. پاسخ: فرض و گمان. 7. Al is generally a calm person, but he must have really been angry to have spoken to a police officer that way. Must have been is underlined. پاسخ: فرض و گمان. 8. Nevertheless, he must obey the traffic laws like everyone else. Must obey is underlined. پاسخ: ضرورت. 9. Right after the bus lane law was passed, the police must have written hundreds of tickets a day. Must have written is underlined. پاسخ: فرض و گمان. 10. This is only one law, but when driving the motorist must be aware of every law. Must be is underlined. پاسخ: ضرورت. 11. If one does not know the traffic laws, one must learn them. Ignorance of the laws is no excuse. Must learn is underlined. پاسخ، ضرورت. صفحه 201 شد برای توقع در برابر ماست برای فرض. زمان حال و گذشته. 1. هر دو مستلزم حدسی هوشمندانه هستند. 2. در جملاتی که به زمان حال یا گذشته یا موقعیت حال یا گذشته اشاره دارند می توان از هر کدام استفاده کرد. اما ماست از درجه تعیین بیشتری برخوردار است. My wallet should be on the dresser. It means I usually put it there. My wallet must be on the dresser. It means I always put it there. My wallet should have been on the dresser. It means I usually put it there. My wallet must have been on the dresser. It means did you look carefully? به خاطر داشته باشید. قواعد گرامری زبان به شما نمیگوید چه فکر کنید یا چه بگویید. آنها میگویند چگونه ایده های شخصیتان و واکنش هایتان در برابر موقعیت ها را ابراز و بیان کنید. در جمله هایی که ماست برای فرض و شد برای توقع یا انتظار امکان پذیر است، انتخاب هر کدام از آنها به درجه تعیین که میخواهید ابراز کنید بستگی دارد. در جمله های زیر کدام یک امکان پذیرند؟ must یا should. 1. گوینده 1. My roommate left Denver for Colorado Springs at 6. It's 7 now, and it only takes 1 hour to drive from Denver to Colorado Springs. گوینده 2. He should be in Colorado Springs now. گوینده 3. He must be in Colorado Springs now. Jim studied for 6 straight hours last night. That's a long time to study without a break. He must have been tired when he went to bed. He should have been tired when he went to bed. During the summer months, it gets dark after 8:30 p.m. It should be around 9 now because it's almost dark outside. It must be around 9 now because it is dark outside. The telephone is ringing. My parents said they would call me tonight around 8, and it's 8:10 now, so I'll get the phone because it must be or it should be my parents calling. Bob studied in France for 3 years. He has always enjoyed learning languages, and he learns them easily. He must speak French very well. He should speak French very well. صفحه 202 زمان آینده. 1. هنگام حدس هوشمندانه درباره آینده فقط should میتوان به کار برد. 2. must چنانچه به زمان آینده اشاره کند معنای متفاوتی دارد. ضرورت. The check from my parents must arrive tomorrow. It means I really need some money. در جمله های زیر به مرجع های زمانی که بیان شده دقت کنید. همچنین واکنش های مختلف هر گوینده را زیر نظر داشته باشید. این واکنش ها هر گوینده ای را وادار به ارائه توضیحات متفاوتی در برابر موقعیت بیان شده به وسیله گوینده اول می کنند. Bob has already drunk 6 beers and eaten 5 hamburgers and 4 pieces of cherry pie. Reaction. Nobody can eat and drink that much without getting sick. Response. He should be sick tomorrow morning. Reaction. Nobody eats like that unless they haven't eaten for a while and they are really hungry. Response. He must be very hungry, or he must not have eaten for a couple of days. Reaction. He has eaten and drunk a lot, but after all he is a big man. Response. He must need a lot of food. به خاطر داشته باشید. پاسخ شما به یک موقعیت واکنشی را که شما در ذهن دارید منعکس می کند. شما می توانید واکنش خود را بر زبان بیاورید یا نیاورید. تمرین 11 شد انتظار در برابر ماست. فرض جمله ها را با شد یا ماست کامل کنید. واکنش هر گوینده در پاسخ مندرج است. مرجع‌های زمانی را در نظر داشته باشید. 1. Speaker 1. I haven't eaten any sweets for 2 weeks. Speaker 2. You, blank, be on a diet, or you would not be giving up sweets. Speaker 3. You, blank, lose a lot of weight because sweets contain many calories. پاسخ I haven't eaten any sweets for 2 weeks. You must be on a diet, or you would not be giving up sweets. You should lose a lot of weight because sweets contain many calories. 2. Speaker 1. I took 2 aspirins a half hour ago. Speaker 2. Then your headache, blank, go away soon because that brand of aspirin is very effective. Speaker 3. A half hour later. You, blank, need something else beside aspirin because you're still in pain. پاسخ I took 2 aspirins a half hour ago. Then your headache should go away soon because that brand of aspirin is very effective. A half hour later. You must need something else beside aspirin because you're still in pain. 3. Speaker 1. Look at the sky tonight. It's full of stars. Speaker 2. We, blank, have a beautiful day tomorrow because it's clear tonight. پاسخ Look at the sky tonight. It's full of stars. We should have a beautiful day tomorrow because it's clear tonight. 4. Speaker 1. Mansoor is trying to sell his Trans Am. Speaker 2. He, blank, get a lot of money for it because it's in excellent condition. Speaker 3. It, blank, be giving him a lot of trouble. Speaker 4. He, blank, seen another car that he liked better than the Trans Am. پاسخ Mansoor is trying to sell his Trans Am. He should get a lot of money for it because it's in excellent condition. It must be giving him a lot of trouble. He must have seen another car that he liked better than the Trans Am. 5. Speaker 1. Pierre was elected president of the International Students Organization. Speaker 2. He, blank, know a lot of people at the university because he received the largest number of votes. Speaker 3. He, blank, make a good president because he's very intelligent. Also, he understands the concerns of foreign students. Speaker 4. He, blank, be an excellent student too because you have to have an A average to enter the election. پاسخ Pierre was elected president of the International Students Organization. He must know a lot of people at the university because he received the largest number of votes. He should make a good president because he's very intelligent. Also, he understands the concerns of foreign students. He must be an excellent student too because you have to have an A average to enter the election. 6. Speaker 1. I haven't received my parents' check for next quarter's tuition. Speaker 2. Don't worry. It, blank, arrives soon. Your parents have never been late with your tuition money. Speaker 3. Your parents, blank, have a lot of money. My parents don't, so I have to work and pay my own tuition. پاسخ: I haven't received my parents' check for next quarter's tuition. Don't worry, it should arrive soon. Your parents have never been late with your tuition money. Your parents must have a lot of money. My parents don't, so I have to work and pay my own tuition. 7. Speaker 1. I have been trying to solve the statistics problem for 4 hours. Speaker 2. It, blank, be very complicated. Otherwise, it would not take so long to solve. Speaker 3. The answer, blank, be in the back of the book. Some statistics books contain the answers to the exercises. Speaker 4. It, blank, be in the back of the book. All statistics books contain the answers to the exercises. پاسخ: I've been trying to solve the statistics problem for 4 hours. It must be very complicated, otherwise it would not take so long to solve. The answer should be in the back of the book. Some statistics books contain the answers to the exercises. It must be in the back of the book. All statistics books contain the answers to the exercises. 8. Speaker 1. Ali's best friend is a German student who doesn't speak English or Arabic, and Ali doesn't speak German. Speaker 2. You're kidding. Then both of them, blank, speak another language. Otherwise, they couldn't communicate with one another. پاسخ: Ali's best friend is a German student who doesn't speak English or Arabic, and Ali doesn't speak German. You're kidding. Then both of them should speak another language. Otherwise, they couldn't communicate with one another. تمرین 12. با ماست یا شد جمله های زیر را کامل کنید. در برخی جمله ها هر دو قابل استفاده است. A. 1. We have only 2 more weeks of classes. The students, blank, be very happy. پاسخ: We have only 2 more weeks of classes. The students must or should be very happy. 2. We will have a 2-hour grammar final. The final, blank, be difficult. پاسخ: We will have a 2-hour grammar final. The final should be difficult. 3. A few students failed the grammar test last quarter, so that final, blank, being difficult. پاسخ: A few students failed the grammar test last quarter, so that final should have been difficult. 4. Our teacher has already written the final, but she wouldn't leave it at school, so she, blank, taken it home. پاسخ: Our teacher has already written the final, but she wouldn't leave it at school, so she must have taken it home. 5. Part 1 of the test is true-false, so it, blank, be very easy. پاسخ: Part 1 of the test is true-false, so it should be very easy. 6. Mariah has gotten an A on every test so far. She, blank, get an A on the final. پاسخ: Mariah has gotten an A on every test so far. She must or should get an A on the final. 7. All the students understand adjective clauses now. Therefore, everyone, blank, do well on that part of the test. پاسخ: All the students understand adjective clauses now. Therefore, everyone should or must do well on that part of the text. 8. Our teacher likes long tests, so our final, blank, be at least 5 pages long. پاسخ: Our teacher likes long tests, so our final should be at least 5 pages long. B. Speaker 1. It is 9:20 and our teacher has not arrived yet. Speaker 2. I'm a little worried. She's never late. She, blank, have had an accident. Speaker 3. Stop worrying. She, blank, be here in a few minutes. Speaker 4. She was sick yesterday afternoon, so she, blank, have decided to stay home today. پاسخ: It is 9:20 and our teacher has not arrived yet. I'm a little worried. She's never late. She must have had an accident. Stop worrying. She should be here in a few minutes. She was sick yesterday afternoon, so she must have decided to stay home today. C. Speaker 1. A fire engine is stopping in front of our building. Speaker 2. I smell smoke. There, blank, be a fire somewhere in the building. Speaker 3. Don't worry. These firefighters are experienced. They, blank, have everything under control in a little while. Speaker 4. The smoke is coming from the 3rd floor. The fire, blank, have started there. Speaker 5. Our grammar teacher, blank, be worried about our model test. She put the test papers in her desk this morning. پاسخ: A fire engine is stopping in front of our building. I smell smoke. There must be a fire somewhere in the building. Don't worry, these firefighters are experienced. They should have everything under control in a little while. The smoke is coming from the 3rd floor. The fire must have started there. Our grammar teacher should be worried about our model test. She put the test papers in her desk this morning. صفحه 205 will. معنای 1. آینده ساده. مثال: The meeting will begin at 8 o'clock. مرجع زمانی آینده. معنای 2. قول. مثال: Don't worry, I'll be at the meeting on time. مرجع زمانی آینده. معنای 3. تصمیم. مثال: At the meeting, we will solve our financial problems if it takes all night. مرجع زمانی آینده. توجه: لحن گوینده در تفکیک آینده ساده از 2 معنای دیگر بسیار مهم است. از معلمتان بخواهید 3 جمله داده شده را بخواند. صفحه 205 شل. متداول‌ترین کاربرد شل در انگلیسی امریکایی زمانی است که پیشنهاد انجام کاری را از کسی بخواهیم. Shall I put these papers on your desk? It means, do you want me to put these papers? Shall is sometimes used in first-person questions, asking for agreement. Shall we leave now? صفحه 206 would. معنای 1 درخواست مؤدبانه. مثال: Would you please close the door? مرجع زمانی حال. مثال: Would you complete this assignment for Tuesday? مرجع زمانی آینده. معنای 2 پرسجو درباره تمایل کسی به چیزی. مثال: Would you help me review for the chemistry exam? Sure, I would be happy to help you review for it. مرجع زمانی آینده و حال. معنای 3 کارهای عادتی در گذشته. مثال: When I was in elementary school, we would sing every afternoon, and I would sing as loudly as I could. مرجع زمانی گذشته. معنای 4 گذشته will در نقل گذشته غیر مستقیم. مثال: Tim says, I will see you later. Tim said he would see us later. معنای 5 نتیجه یک شرط. would نتیجه یک شرط را در جملات شرطی بیان می کند. مثال: ابتدا شرط و سپس نتیجه را خواهیم داشت. If I were rich, I would take a long vacation. If I had had enough money, I would have taken a long vacation. این نوع کاربرد would در فصل 7 تحت عنوان جملات شرطی مطالعه می شود. صفحه 207 دیگر عبارتهای افعال ناقص. ابتدا فعل کمکی، سپس معنا و بعد از آن مثال را خواهیم داشت. 1. Would rather, would sooner. معنا preference. مثال: I would rather stay home than go out tonight. 2. Had better. معنا consequence. مثال: She had better stop speeding or risk losing her license. 3. Have to or must. معنا necessity. مثال: I have to go now. I'm already an hour late for my appointment. 4. Used to or would. معنا past habitual action. I used to eat a lot of candy. 5. Ought to or should. معنا A. Obligation. You ought to work harder. B. Expectations. The instructor ought to be in her office now. C. Advice. You ought to leave that job. It's making you nervous. 1. Would rather انتخاب یا ترجیح را بیان می کند. I would rather go to a movie instead of going bowling. Sue would rather go bowling instead of going to a movie. would sooner ترجیح را بیان می کند و می توان از آن به جای would rather استفاده کرد. I would sooner eat beef than pork. He would rather eat beef too. بیان ترجیح در گذشته. would rather به علاوه have و علاوه اسم مفعول. I would rather have gone to a movie, but we went bowling. بیان ترجیح در گذشته. would sooner به علاوه have و علاوه اسم مفعول. We would sooner have eaten beef, but they didn't have any. 2. Had better indicates that a consequence, usually bad, will follow if something is not done. You had better hurry or you will miss your flight. You'd better not talk during the final or the instructor will give you a 0. 3. Have to, like must, expresses necessity. Have to requires an auxiliary verb, do, does, did, to form the interrogative and the negative. Do you have to leave right now? No, I don't have to. I can stay a little longer. 4. Used to, like would, expresses habitual action in the past. I used to smoke 2 packs of cigarettes every day. توجه. used to در سوالی و منفی به used to بدون دی تبدیل می شود. Did you used to drink also? She didn't used to bother me, but now she does. 5. ought to مانند should موارد زیر را بیان می کند. تعهد. You ought to help your grandfather. He is an old man. توقع. The check from my parents ought to arrive today. نصیحت. You are gaining weight. You ought to exercise more. اشاره به زمان گذشته. ought to به علاوه حرف به علاوه اسم مفعول. Now your grandfather is in the hospital. You ought to have helped him with the heavy work around the house. I'm really worried. The check from my parents ought to have arrived 2 days ago. Now you have to go on a strict diet. You ought to have exercised more. صفحه 209 درس 12 مورد تمرینات. A. معنای بیان شده به وسیله افعال ناقص در جمله های زیر را نشان دهید. A. Advice B. Expectation C. Suggestion D. Promise E. Assumption F. Necessity G. Prohibition H. Strong possibility I. Willingness J. Presentability K. Preference 1. You should dress warmly when it's cold. پاسخ نصیحت 2. You must dress warmly if you want to stay well. پاسخ لزوم 3. Your eyes are red. You must be catching a cold. پاسخ فرض و گمان 4. You could put some drops in your eyes to get out the redness. صفحه 209 3. Your eyes are red. You must be catching a cold. پاسخ فرض و گمان 4. You could put some drops in your eyes to get out the redness. پاسخ پیشنهاد 5. Your eyes should be clearer in a little while. پاسخ انتظار 6. Your voice sounds funny. You must have a sore throat. پاسخ فرض 7. You really look sick. You must call a doctor now. پاسخ ضرورت 8. My doctor should not be very busy today. Call him. پاسخ انتظار 9. If he's busy, you can call the health center. پاسخ پیشنهاد 10. You really should see a doctor soon. پاسخ نصیحت 11. Your forehead is wet too. You must have a fever. پاسخ، فرض و گمان. 12. That does it. You must leave the class immediately. پاسخ، ضرورت. 13. In fact, you should go home. پاسخ، اندرز. 14. Since you have to wait for your ride home, you could go into the student lounge and lie down. پاسخ، پیشنهاد. 15. Because you have a slight fever, the doctor could put you in the hospital overnight. پاسخ، احتمال قوی. 16. I know you would rather be at home now instead of at school. پاسخ، ترجیح. 17. You really should have stayed in bed today. پاسخ، نصیحت. 18. You must have felt bad last night. پاسخ، فرض و گمان. 19. If you felt bad, you could have called me. پاسخ، پیشنهاد. 20. I would have been happy to come over and stay with you. پاسخ، میل. 21. I don't know why your friend is late. I'm finished for today. I can drive you home. پاسخ، پیشنهاد. 22. Go to bed when you get home. You could feel better by tomorrow. پاسخ، احتمال قوی. 23. I will do all I can for you. Don't worry. پاسخ، قول. 24. You must not go anywhere tonight. Stay in bed and rest. پاسخ، منع. 25. I would be glad to come over to your apartment and fix dinner for you. پاسخ، میل. 26. You could get worse if you do not take it easy. پاسخ، احتمال قوی. B. به جمله های زیر بر اساس معنای نشان داده شده پاسخ دهید. مثال: The sky is very dark. State a weak possibility about a future action. It might rain this afternoon. Give some advice. You should roll up your car windows. Make a suggestion. We could go to the museum instead of the park. 1. The director doesn't seem to be in a good mood this morning. A. State a strong possibility. B. Make an assumption about the past. C. Give another student some advice. پاسخ: State a strong possibility. He could be sick. Make an assumption about the past. He could have heard bad news. Give another student some advice. You should give the report tomorrow. 2. The leader of any country has many responsibilities. A. State an obligation. B. State a necessity. C. Make an assumption. پاسخ: State an obligation. The leader should select the best people as ministers. State a necessity. He must be aware of international affairs. Make an assumption. He must change the political parties. 3. Tetsu is over 6 feet tall. A. Make an assumption about Tetsu when he was in high school. B. Give Tetsu some advice. C. State a weak possibility about his future. D. State an ability based on certain conditions. پاسخ: Make an assumption about Tetsu when he was in high school. When he was in high school, he must have been a good basketball player. Give Tetsu some advice. He should try to exercise every morning. State a weak possibility about his future. He might play basketball. State an ability based on certain conditions. He could be a good player if he exercises. 4. Rosa's brother has just entered the army for 3 years. A. State an obligation. B. State an expectation. C. Make an assumption. D. Give some advice for Rosa's brother. پاسخ: State an obligation. He should obey the army's regulations. State an expectation. He should be an obedient member of the army. Make an assumption. He must live in another city. Give some advice for Rosa's brother. You should get up early in the morning, polish your shoes, and iron your clothes. 5. Bob suddenly decided not to finish his master's degree. A. State a weak possibility about a present condition. B. State a weak possibility about a future action. C. State an expectation. D. Make an assumption. پاسخ: State a weak possibility about a present condition. He might hate to continue his studies. State a weak possibility about a future action. He might find a job in a company. State an expectation. He should work hard to be known. Make an assumption. He must marry soon. C. در یک پاراگراف درباره تصمیم درستی که در گذشته گرفته اید صحبت کنید. چیزهایی را که می توانسته اید انجام بدهید مطرح کنید و دلیل انجام ندادن آنها را ذکر کنید. در یک پاراگراف جداگانه درباره تصمیمی که در گذشته گرفته اید ولی حالا پشیمان هستید حرف بزنید. بگویید که به جای آن چه کاری می بایستی انجام می دادید. قبل از شروع پاراگراف زیر را بخوانید. 1. In 1969, I graduated from high school. I decided to register at the College of Engineering. I could have registered at the medical college, but I like the subjects that depend on mathematics. The first 2 years I took general engineering courses. In the beginning of the 3rd year, I could have studied electrical engineering, but I preferred mechanical engineering because I like thermodynamics and the strength of material subjects. In the summer of 1972, I worked with the Royal Saudi Air Force, and I could have worked there the next summer, but I worked with an oil company to get different knowledge. After graduation, I could have worked at a research center in Saudi Arabia, but I worked at the University of Riyadh, because they give students a chance to continue studying after graduation. I could have gone to England for my master's and PhD, but I preferred American universities because they are on the accredited course system. I could have gone to Oklahoma to study English, but I came to Denver because it is a nice place. 2. Last Friday night, I went to the movies with my friend. I think we should have gone to the movies in the afternoon instead of at night. Because neither I nor my friend had a car, we had to take a bus to go to and return from the theater. After we had waited 20 minutes, the bus came. We should have known the bus schedule before we left. When we reached the theater, the movie had started. We should have had time to spare. The movie was over at 11:30 and it was snowing outside. It was too cold to stand at the bus stop, so we dropped into a coffee shop and drank a cup of coffee. We should not have taken that break. After we had waited 30 minutes, we started to walk home. It took about 30 minutes and I caught a cold. Now my friend and I are talking about last Friday. We agree that we should not have gone to the movies at night, and we should have known the bus schedule before we left. D. اشکال فعل بعد از افعال ناقص. گفتگوی زیرا با شکل مناسب فعل اصلی بعد از افعال ناقص تکمیل کنید. فعل ناقص به علاوه شکل ساده، فعل ناقص به علاوه بی به علاوه اسم مفعول، فعل ناقص به علاوه حرف به علاوه اسم مفعول، فعل ناقص به علاوه حرف به علاوه بین به علاوه وصفه حال. Ray. This quarter is almost finished and I'm really disgusted with myself. Linda. Why do you say that? Ray. I could study much harder than I did. Linda. I agree. You really should pass the last 2 tests. Ray. I don't know what happened to me this quarter. I just could study negative. Linda. You must feel very bad right now about all the time you wasted. Ray. I do feel bad. I should look forward to the break right now like everyone else. Instead, I'm worrying about my grades. Linda. Don't give up yet. Who knows? You might pass all your courses. All the professors will give reviews in their classes all next week. Ray. I should attend all the review classes. Linda. Should? You must attend all the review lectures. That's your only hope. Ray. You would review chemistry with me this afternoon? Linda. I can this afternoon. I'll be busy, but I will study with my roommate tonight from 6 to 12. You're welcome to study with us. Ray. That's impossible tonight. I have a date. Linda. You have a what? You must be crazy. Ray. Why do you say that? Linda. You should think about negative dates right now. You should plan to use your time for studying. Ray. I would get better grades on the last 2 tests if the chemistry professor liked me. Linda. That's a poor excuse. You were always late and you never studied before a test. For example, 3 weeks ago, you must be crazy to come to the test 35 minutes late. Ray, I'll tell you what happened on that day. Linda, don't bother. I'm going to the library now. See you later. پاسخ: This quarter is almost finished and I'm really disgusted with myself. Why do you say that? I could have studied much harder than I did. I agree. You really should have passed the last 2 tests. I don't know what happened to me this quarter. I just couldn't study. You must feel very bad right now about all the time you wasted. I do feel bad. I should be looking forward to the break right now like everyone else. Instead, I'm worrying about my grades. Don't give up yet. Who knows? You might pass all your courses. All the professors will be giving reviews in their classes all next week. I should attend all the review classes. Should? You must attend all the review lectures. That's your only hope. You would review chemistry with me this afternoon? I can't this afternoon. I'll be busy. I will be studying with my roommate tonight from 6 to 12. You're welcome to study with us. That's impossible tonight. I have a date. You have a what? You must be crazy. Why do you say that? You shouldn't think about dates right now. You should plan to use your time for studying. I would have gotten better grades on the last 2 tests if the chemistry professor liked me. That's a poor excuse. You were always late and you never studied before a test. For example, 3 weeks ago, you must have been crazy to come to the test 35 minutes late. I'll tell you what happened on that day. Don't bother. I'm going to the library now. See you later. صفحه 213 نمودار افعال کمکی ناقص. ابتدا افعال ناقص، سپس معانی و سپس مثال ها را داریم. 1. Can. معانی. A. توانایی. Bob can ski very well. B. احتمال قوی. Don't stop your car suddenly. You can cause an accident. C. پیشنهاد. Sue. My roommate is a nuisance. Bob. You can get a single room. D. اجازه. Jim. Can I see you again? Pat. Yes, I would like that. 2. Could. معانی. A. توانایی در گذشته. When I was 10 years old, I could pat my head and rub my stomach all the same time. B. توانایی بر اساس برخی شرایط. You could be a good pianist if you practiced more. C. احتمال قوی. Be careful with those matches. You could start a fire. D. اجازه. Could I use your eraser? E. درخواست مؤدبانه. Could you please be quiet? F. پیشنهاد. You could get your father a pen for his birthday. G. گذشته کن در نقل قول غیر مستقیم. Gail said she could drive us to the airport. 3. May. معانی. A. اجازه. Dr. Smith, may I borrow your lecture notes? B. احتمال ضعیف. 1. درباره یک عمل در آینده. I may go home during the next break. 2. درباره وضعیت کنونی. Jim may be homesick. He has been very depressed for 2 weeks. 4. Might. A. احتمال ضعیف. 1. درباره عملی در آینده. I might go home during the next break. 2. درباره موقعیت کنونی. Jim might be homesick. B. گذشته که نقل قول غیر مستقیم. He said he might go home before the break is over. 5. should. معانی. A. تعهد. A teacher should have patience. B. توقع یا انتظار. That police officer should know where the downtown area is. C. نصیحت. You really should read more. 6. must. معانی. A. ضرورت. You must get to work on time. B. فرض و گمان. He must be a good writer because he has won so many awards. C. ممنوعیت. You must not smoke in this section of the hospital. 7. will. معانی. A. آینده ساده. I'll see you tomorrow. B. قول و وعده. I will be there on time. Intonation distinguishes between a future tense and a promise. C. تصمیم. I will get an A in this course if it kills me. Intonation distinguishes between a future tense and determination. 8. shall. A. پیشنهاد انجام چیزی برای کسی. Shall I put these papers on your desk? B. سوال اول شخص برای جلب نظر. Shall we leave now? It means are you ready to leave now? 9. would. معانی. A. درخواست مؤدبانه. Would you hold my books for a moment? B. میل به انجام چیزی. Would you like to eat out tonight? C. عادت در گذشته. My last roommate would play the stereo until 3 in the morning. D. گذشته will در نقل قول غیر مستقیم. She said Bob would help me. E. نتیجه یک شرط. If I had time, I would meet with you. صفحه 215 درس 12 امتحان. بخش 1. مافعل‌های ناقص مناسب گفتگوی زیر را کامل کنید. پسر. Dad. blank. I use the car tonight. پدر. I don't know. I blank let you use it. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it for a minute. Last week the police gave you a ticket for speeding. پسر. I blank drive more carefully this time. I promise. I realize now that I blank driven more carefully last week. پدر. Last week you blank drive carefully every week, every day and every minute. A car is not a toy. Do you understand? پسر. Yes sir, I do. پدر. All right, you blank use the car tonight. But if anything happens, you blank walk until you blank buy your own car. Now leave before I change my mind. پسر. Thanks, Dad. Oh, excuse me, Dad. Blank, you please give me the car keys and some money for gas. پدر. I don't have my wallet with me. It's blank be in the bedroom on the dresser. Get it and bring it to me. پسر. Here it is. پدر. Here is $10. I expect you to pay me back next week. پسر. But Dad, I lost my part-time job, so I blank be able to pay you back next week. پدر. Then take a bus tonight instead of the car. It's a beautiful evening. The stars, blank, look like diamonds. پسر: My date, blank, be angry if I tell her that we, blank, ride the bus tonight. پدر: That's not my problem. You, blank, thought about that before you lost your job. A car doesn't run on soda pop, you know. It uses gas, and gas costs money. پاسخ: Dad, can I use the car tonight? I don't know. I may let you use it. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about it for a minute. Last week, the police gave you a ticket for speeding. I will drive more carefully this time, I promise. I realize now that I should have driven more carefully last week. Last week? You must drive carefully every week, every day, and every minute. A car is not a toy, do you understand? Yes, sir, I do. All right, you can use the car tonight, but if anything happens, you ought to walk until you can buy your own car. Now leave before I change my mind. Thanks, Dad. Oh, excuse me, Dad. Would you please give me the car keys and some money for gas? I don't have my wallet with me. It must be in the bedroom on the dresser. Get it and bring it to me. Here it is. Here is $10. I expect you to pay me back next week. But Dad, I lost my part-time job, so I won't be able to pay you back next week. Then take a bus tonight instead of the car. It's a beautiful evening. The stars should look like diamonds. My date will be angry if I tell her that we must ride the bus tonight. That's not my problem. You should have thought about that before you lost your job. A car doesn't run on soda pop, you know. It uses gas, and gas costs money. بخش دو، معنای بیان شده به وسیله افعال ناقص را در جمله های زیر نشان دهید. A. Necessity. B. Suggestion. C. Advice. D. Assumption. E. Expectation. F. Preference. G. Weak possibility. 1. You should have put snow tires on your car last week. پاسخ: نصیحت. 2. Snow tires aren't cheap, but they shouldn't be very expensive. پاسخ: انتظار. 3. If new tires are very expensive and you don't have enough money, you could buy a set of used tires. پاسخ: پیشنهاد. 4. I saw several accidents on the freeway yesterday. Many people must not have had snow tires on their cars. پاسخ: فرض و نوار شماره 17. کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean. مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک. مترجم نادر محمدزاده. صفحه 216. 4. I saw several accidents on the freeway yesterday. Many people must not have had snow tires on their cars. پاسخ: فرض و گمان. 5. My next door neighbor is coming over in a few minutes to help me put on my new snow tires. Someone's at the door now. It must be my neighbor. پاسخ: فرض و گمان. 6. Driving in the snow is very dangerous. You must get some new snow tires before the next storm. پاسخ: لزوم. 7. You should buy your tires at the discount store. It has good tires that are not very expensive. پاسخ: نصیحت. 8. That store might be having sale on tires now. پاسخ: احتمال ضعیف. 9. You could call to see if it is having a sale. پاسخ: پیشنهاد. 10. I would rather see you spend money on tires instead of on a hospital bill. پاسخ: ترجیح. بخش 3. به موقعیت زیر به صورتی که برای هر جمله نشان داده شده است جواب دهید. Student 1. Our teacher is 25 minutes late this morning. Student 2. Make a statement of assumption about the past. پاسخ: He must have had an accident. Student 3. Make a statement of expectation. پاسخ: He should come in a few minutes. Student 4. Make a statement of strong possibility about the past. پاسخ: He must have had an argument with the manager. Student 5. Make a polite request to the director. پاسخ: Would you let us go home? Student 6. Make a suggestion to the other students. پاسخ: If it doesn't come in a few minutes, we can go out and play football in the yard. صفحه 218 فصل 7 جملات شرطی. قبل از مطالعه فصل متن زیر را بخوانید. انگلیسی زبانان از جمله‌های شرطی برای مقاصد بسیار متفاوتی استفاده می‌کنند. در اینجا چند مورد از آنها ذکر می‌شود. 1. پیش بینی کردن. منظور اظهاراتی هستند که ما بر اساس فعالیت‌ها یا شرایط معتقدیم که در آینده رخ خواهند داد. If I study hard this quarter, I will get A's in every class. 2. صحبت درباره اشتباهات گذشته. If I had studied more last quarter, I would not have failed reading. 3. بیان آرزوها. I wish I had $1,000,000. I wish my parents were rich. If I were rich, I would travel around the world. 4. اندرز دادن. If I were you, I would save money instead of wasting it. If I were you, I would not take the TOEFL test this quarter. 5. عذرخواهی. If I had known you were waiting for a call, I would not have stayed on the phone so long. I'm sorry. به عنوان زبان آموزان پیشرفته می‌دانید که برای بیان احساسات راه‌های مختلفی وجود دارد. در این فصل جملات شرطی را تمرین خواهید کرد که روش دیگری است برای بیان و ابراز منظور خودتان. صفحه 219 درس 13 جمله‌های شرطی دارای 2 جمله‌واره هستند. جمله‌واره وابسته یا تبعی و جمله‌واره مستقل یا اصلی. If I have any free time, I will meet with you. If I had any free time, I would meet with you. If I had had any free time, I would have met with you. همانگونه که از مثال‌ها ملاحظه می‌شوند، 3 نوع جمله شرطی داریم و هر کدام بیانگر موارد زیر هستند. 1. معنای متفاوت. 2. اشاره به زمان متفاوت. 3. استفاده از ترکیب زمانهای مختلف. صفحه 219. حال واقعی. نوع 1. حال واقعی یا آینده ممکن. معنا: به موقعیتی اشاره می کند که می تواند در آینده اتفاق بیفتد یا نیفتد. I may have some free time, but I'm not sure. However, if I have any, I will meet with you. مرجع زمانی آینده. ترکیب‌های زمانی: ابتدا جمله‌واره وابسته یا تبعی و سپس جمله‌واره مستقل یا اصلی را خواهیم داشت. حال ساده، حال استمراری، حال کامل، حال کامل استمراری، به علاوه will, can, should, may, might, ought to. افعال ناقص can, have to, must, should، به علاوه فعل اصلی. If John studies, he will pass the test. If John is studying, he can pass the test. If John has studied, he should pass the test. If John has been studying, he might pass the test. If John can study, he ought to pass the test. توجه: انتخاب زمان به لحظه ویژه‌ای که به آن اشاره دارید بستگی دارد. If he is studying right now. If he has been studying since the last exam. انتخاب فعل ناقص به معنی که مورد نظر شما بستگی دارد. He will pass the test. It means there is no doubt in my mind. He might pass the test. It means I'm not sure, but I think he will. He should pass the test. It means I expect him to do very well on the test. حال غیر واقعی. نوع 2. حال غیر واقعی. معنا: به موقعیتی اشاره می کند که در حال حاضر موجود نیست، یعنی واقعی نیست. I'm sorry, I do not have any free time, but if I had any, I would meet with you. مرجع زمانی حال. ترکیب‌های زمانی: جمله‌واره وابسته could, had to و would plus. جمله‌واره مستقل یا اصلی would, could, might, should plus main verb. If John studied, he would pass the test. If John were studying, he might pass the test. If John could study, he could pass the test. If John would study, he could pass the test. نکته: از will یا would چنانچه منظور زمان آینده باشد نمیتوان در جمله‌واره if استفاده کرد. فقط در صورتی در جمله‌واره if کاربرد دارند که به معنای don't mind باشند. If you will have a seat, it means if you don't mind sitting down. درست. If you will have a seat, I'll see if the doctor is ready for you. If you would take time to study, you could be an excellent student. نادرست. If you will go next week, I'll go with you. در این نوع جمله شرطی وجه شرطی where برای کلیه اشخاص به کار می رود. If I were rich, I would. If he were, if they were. توجه: چندین زمان گذشته در جمله‌واره if به کار می روند، اما مرجع زمان آنها حال است. صفحه 221 نقطه گذاری. هنگام نگارش یک کاما به دنبال جمله‌واره if قرار می‌گیرد در صورتی که در ابتدای جمله باشد. اگر جمله‌واره if به دنبال جمله‌واره مستقل بیاید، از کاما استفاده نکنید. If I had any free time, I would meet with you. I would meet with you if I had any free time. بسیاری از زبان آموزان در استفاده از جملات شرطی نوع 2 دچار اشکال می شوند. به خاطر داشته باشید که این نوع جمله شرطی به زمان حال و وقایع فعلی اشاره دارد. اگرچه افعال جمله‌واره if مستقل در زمان گذشته و افعال ناقص جمله‌واره مستقل به شکل نقل قول غیر مستقیم هستند. جملات زیر را مقایسه کنید. ابتدا وقایع فعلی یا واقعیت‌ها و سپس جمله شرطی نوع 2 را خواهیم داشت. 1. I don't have right now any money, so I am not able to lend you any. If I had some money right now, I could lend you a few dollars. 2. My roommate isn't here now, so you can talk with her. If she were here now, you could talk with her. 3. I'm not concentrating at the moment, so this page is difficult to understand. If I were concentrating at the moment, I would understand this page. 4. I don't like beer, so I'm really not enjoying this party. If I like beer, or if I did, I might be enjoying this party. 5. Bob can't pass the driver's examination, so he will not have his license anytime soon. If he could, he would have his license now. 6. I have a cold, so I can't go out tonight. If I didn't have a cold, I could go out. توجه. جمله های 1، 2، 3 و 4 و 5 سمت چپ همگی منفی هستند، ولی جمله های شرطی آنها در سمت راست مثبت می باشند. جمله 6 مثبت و جمله شرطی آن منفی می باشند. 1. Don't have, had. 2. Isn't, were. 3. I'm not concentrating, were concentrating. 4. Don't like, liked. 5. Can't pass, could pass. 6. Have, didn't have. اگرچه انگلیسی زبانان معمولاً الگوی مذکور را دنبال می کنند، اما همیشه لازم نیست. مهمترین نکته حفظ معنی جمله است و این امر با مثبت و منفی کردن جمله امکان پذیر است. جمله های زیر را مقایسه کنید. 1. I am not hungry. مثبت. If I were hungry. منفی. If I weren't so full. 2. Bob isn't home. مثبت. If he were home. منفی. If he weren't out. 3. I am afraid. مثبت. If I were brave. منفی. If I had more courage. Negative. If I weren't afraid. تمرین 1. جمله های زیر را به صورت شرطی نوع 2 بازنویسی کنید. گروه 1. 1. The weather is terrible today, so we can't have the party in the park. پاسخ. If the weather were good, we could have the party in the park. 2. It is raining, so the grass in the park is wet. پاسخ. If it were sunny, we could sit on the grass. 3. We can't have the party in my apartment because it is too small. پاسخ. If my apartment were big, we could have the party there. 4. The university will not permit us to have the party in the dorm. Otherwise, we could have it downstairs in the recreation room. پاسخ. If the university permitted us to have the party in the dorm, we could have it downstairs in the recreation room. 5. None of our friends is renting a house this quarter. Let's forget about the party. پاسخ: If any of our friends rented a house this quarter, we could have a party. گروه 2. 1. I don't know how to ski, so I'm not going to go to Colorado during the break. پاسخ: If I knew how to ski, I would go to Colorado during the break. 2. You aren't an experienced skier, so you are not able to teach me. پاسخ: If you were an experienced skier, you could teach me. 3. Besides, I don't have any money, so I can't go. پاسخ: If I had some money, I could go. 4. I have to finish a term paper during the break, so I won't have a real vacation anyway. پاسخ: If I didn't have to finish a term paper during the break, I would have a real vacation. 5. My roommate is gone, so I will have plenty of peace and quiet. پاسخ: If my roommate were here, I couldn't have plenty of peace and quiet. صفحه 223. نوع 3. گذشته غیر واقعی. معنا: به موقعیتی اشاره می‌ورزد که رخ نداده است. I'm sorry that I did not have any free time to talk with you. If I had had any free time, I would gladly have met with you. مرجع زمانی: گذشته. ابتدا جمله‌واره وابسته یا تبعی و سپس جمله‌واره مستقل یا اصلی را داریم. گذشته کامل، گذشته کامل استمراری و در حالت مجهول had plus been plus اسم مفعول، سپس would, could, might, should و علاوه have و علاوه اسم مفعول را خواهیم داشت. If John had studied, he would have passed the exam. If John had been studying, he could have passed the exam. If John had been told about the exam, he might have studied for it. نکات اضافی: حذف if. اگر بعد از if یک فعل کمکی مثل were، had، should بیاید، میتوان آن را حذف کرد. به هنگام حذف if به محل فعل کمکی توجه شود. If I should see him today, I'll tell him to call you. Should I see him today, I'll tell him to call you. If he were home now, you could call him. Were he home now, you could call him. If I had known you wanted to talk with him, I would have told him yesterday. Had I known you wanted to talk with him, I would have told him yesterday. صفحه 224. wish. wish نشان دهنده موقعیتی غیر حقیقی است و همیشه به دنبال آن زمان گذشته می آید. در این صورت زمان حال یعنی نوع 2 را نشان می دهد و اگر به دنبال آن گذشته کامل بیاید زمان گذشته را نشان می دهد یعنی نوع 3. I wish I knew how to drive, but I don't. زمان حال. I wish I had learned when I was in high school, but I didn't. زمان گذشته. تمرین 2. جمله های زیر را کامل کنید. نوع 1. حال واقعی. 1. If it snows. پاسخ: If it snows, I will put on my warm clothes. 2. If the streets are icy. پاسخ: If the streets are icy, I will not use my own car. 3. If I have to wait for the bus in the cold weather. پاسخ: If I have to wait for the bus in the cold weather, I may catch a cold. 4. If we can drive tomorrow. پاسخ: If we can drive tomorrow, I will come with you. 5. If it has stopped snowing by morning. پاسخ: If it has stopped snowing by morning, I will not use my umbrella. 6. If the highway department is sanding the roads now. پاسخ: If the highway department is sanding the roads now, we can change our way to home. 7. If the landlord doesn't turn on the heat in my apartment. پاسخ: If the landlord doesn't turn on the heat in my apartment, I will not be able to stay there at nights. 8. If he has already turned the heat on. پاسخ: If he has already turned the heat on, it will be very hot there. 9. If it is snowing when our class is over this afternoon. پاسخ: If it is snowing when our class is over this afternoon, I will call a teletaxi. 10. If I wear my boots tomorrow. پاسخ: If I wear my boots tomorrow, I will punish them. B. نوع 2 حال غیر واقعی. 1. If I could drive. پاسخ: If I could drive, I would buy a new car. 2. If I had a car. پاسخ: If I had a car, I could drive it each afternoon. 3. If I were rich. پاسخ: If I were rich, I could buy an expensive house. 4. If I knew where to buy a good used car. پاسخ: If I know where to buy a good used car, I would go there to buy a good one. 5. If my parents were here. پاسخ: If my parents were here, they could give me some money. 6. If my roommate had a car. پاسخ: If my roommate had a car, I could sometimes use it. 7. If this city had a good system of public transportation. پاسخ: If this city had a good system of public transportation, we could go to the university on time. 8. If I lived closer to the university. پاسخ: If I lived closer to the university, I didn't have to pay for taxi. 9. If I didn't live so far from the university. پاسخ: If I didn't live so far from the university, I could go to the university on foot. 10. If I could get a single room in the dorm. پاسخ: If I could get a single room in the dorm, I could study more and more for final exams. C. نوع 3 گذشته غیر واقعی. 1. If Bob had studied. پاسخ: If Bob had studied, he could have passed the exam. 2. If he had known all the answers to part 3. پاسخ: If he had known all the answers to part 3, he could have written the answers. 3. If the instructor had given us more time. پاسخ: If the instructor had given us more time, we could have answered more questions. 4. If I had not been late for the exam. پاسخ: If I had not been late for the exam, I could have answered all of the questions. 5. If the test had been easier. پاسخ: If the test had been easier, we would have got good grades. 6. If Tom had not missed so many classes before the test. پاسخ: If Tom had not missed so many classes before the test, he could have written more answers correctly. 7. If I had remembered to wear my eyeglasses. پاسخ: If I had remembered to wear my eyeglasses, I would have been easy in the exam. 8. If you had not talked to me during the test. پاسخ: If you had not talked to me during the test, the teacher wouldn't have given us a 0. 9. If the instructor had believed me when I said I had not been talking. پاسخ: If the instructor had believed me when I said I had not been talking, he wouldn't have signed my paper. 10. If I had gone to bed earlier on the night before the test. پاسخ: If I had gone to bed earlier on the night before the test, I would have waken up earlier. تمرین 3. معنا. A. برای توضیح معنای جمله‌های زیر یک توضیح اضافه کنید. مثال: If he has time, he'll meet with you. Maybe he will and maybe he won't have time. I'm not sure. If he had time, he could meet with you. I'm sorry, he doesn't have any time, so he can't meet with you. If he had had time, he could have met with you. But he didn't have any free time, so he could not meet with you. 1. If I see your roommate, I tell him to buy a 6-pack of soda. پاسخ: Maybe I will and maybe I won't see him. I'm not sure. 2. Had I known you wanted some soda, I could have bought it for you. پاسخ: But I didn't know you wanted soda, so I couldn't buy it. 3. If you lived closer to the supermarket, you could walk there and get a 6-pack yourself. پاسخ: I'm sorry, you don't live near the supermarket, so you can walk there and get a 6-pack yourself. 4. If the price of gas goes down, I'll buy a bigger car. پاسخ: Maybe it will and maybe it won't go down. I'm not sure. 5. My father would have sold his large car if he had believed that gas would be so expensive. پاسخ: My father didn't believe that gas will be so expensive, so he wouldn't sell his large car. 6. If someone wants to buy my car in a few weeks, I'll sell it. پاسخ: Maybe someone wants and may. صفحه 227. 6. If someone wants to buy my car in a few weeks, I'll sell it. پاسخ: Maybe someone wants and maybe doesn't want. I'm not sure. 7. If my parents come to the States this summer, I'll have a party for them. پاسخ: Maybe they come and maybe they don't come. I'm not sure. 8. They could come sooner if my mother were not afraid to fly. پاسخ: I'm sorry, my mother is always afraid to fly. 9. If they decide to come by ship, the trip will take 3 weeks. پاسخ: Maybe they will and maybe they won't come by ship. 10. She might have agreed to fly last year if there had not been so many airplane accidents. پاسخ: But she didn't agree to fly because of so many airplane accidents. B. جمله های زیر را با استفاده از ساخت if بازنویسی کنید. مثال: I did not hear the phone, so I didn't answer it. If I had heard it, I would have answered it. I do not know her number, so I can't give it to you. If I knew it, I would give it to you. I don't think I will have time to call you tomorrow. But if I have time, I'll call you. 1. I didn't take a vacation last summer because I didn't have enough money. پاسخ: If I had had enough money, I could have taken a vacation last summer. 2. I hope I'll have enough money to take a vacation next summer. پاسخ: If I have enough money, I will take a vacation next summer. 3. I don't even have enough money to go home next month during the spring break. پاسخ: If I had enough money, I would go home during the spring break. 4. I didn't know you were going to visit Colorado, so I didn't invite you to stay at my house. پاسخ: If I had known you were going to visit Colorado, I would have invited you to stay at my house. 5. I won't get an opportunity to take a vacation next year, so you're welcome to stay with me instead of in a hotel. پاسخ: If I get an opportunity to take a vacation next year, you will be welcome to stay with me instead of in a hotel. 6. I don't have a very big house, so your friends will have to stay in a hotel. I'm sorry. پاسخ: If I had a very big house, your friends wouldn't have to stay in a hotel. 7. Another friend might come to Colorado next year, and I think she'll like it very much. پاسخ: If another friend came to Colorado, she would like it very much. 8. My roommate's cousin was in Denver last year, but he didn't write and tell us he was coming, so when he arrived, we were out of town. پاسخ: If he had written to us, we wouldn't have been out of town. 9. We learned later that he had lost our address and telephone number, so he couldn't notify us of his visit. پاسخ: If he hadn't lost our address and telephone number, He could have notified us of his visit. 10. I don't know his last name, so I can't tell you what it is. پاسخ: If I knew his last name, I would tell you. 11. I don't think I have time to help you with your statistics problems tonight. پاسخ: If I had time, I would help you with your statistics problems tonight. تمرین 4. اشکال صحیح افعال داخل پرانتزها را بنویسید. 1. If the final exam blank be easy, I might get an A in grammar. پاسخ: If the final exam were easy, I might get an A in grammar. 2. I will certainly get a B if I blank review all the lessons. پاسخ: I will certainly get a B if I review all the lessons. 3. Of course, if I blank have a quiet roommate, I could study more. پاسخ: Of course, if I had a quiet roommate, I could study more. 4. During finals, I'll go to the library if my roommate blank continue to make a lot of noise. پاسخ: During finals, I'll go to the library if my roommate continues to make a lot of noise. 5. If I blank can move to a single room, I would. پاسخ: If I could move to a single room, I would. 6. I blank apply to Harvard University for the fall quarter if I get a score of 600 on the TOEFL exam. پاسخ: I will apply to Harvard University for the fall quarter if I get a score of 600 on the TOEFL exam. 7. I might have worked harder at the beginning of this quarter if I blank not be so homesick. پاسخ: I might have worked harder at the beginning of this quarter if I hadn't been so homesick. 8. If I had received more money from home, I blank get an apartment. پاسخ: If I had received more money from home, I would have got an apartment. 9. After this quarter ends, I'm going to go to Canada if I blank have enough money for a ticket. پاسخ: After this quarter ends, I'm going to go to Canada if I have enough money for a ticket. 10. I would drive to Canada if I blank own a car. پاسخ: I would drive to Canada if I owned a car. 11. I wish I blank have a car. پاسخ: I wish I had a car. 12. If I had saved my money last year, I blank buy a new car at the beginning of this quarter. پاسخ: If I had saved my money last year, I could have bought a new car at the beginning of this quarter. 13. I would buy a used car if I blank trust used cars. پاسخ: I would buy a used car if I trusted used cars. 14. If my parents blank be rich, I wouldn't be worrying about all of this. پاسخ: If my parents were rich, I wouldn't be worrying about all of this. 15. My roommate has a car, so if he decides to go to Canada, I blank not have any problems. پاسخ: My roommate has a car, so if he decides to go to Canada, I won't have any problems. صفحه 228 جایگزینی if. به جای که if میتوان کلمات زیر را نوشت. 1. Unless. Unless به علاوه فعل مثبت مساوی است با if به علاوه فعل منفی. Unless you hurry, we're going to miss the movie. If you don't hurry, we're going to miss the movie. 2. Provided یا provided that. در صورتی به جای if قرار می گیرد که ایده محدودیت بسیار قوی باشد. I will lend you $50 provided that you repay me as soon as your check arrives. I will lend you $50 if you promise to repay me as soon as your check arrives. 3. Suppose or supposing. Suppose or supposing equals what will or would happen if, or what would have happened if. Suppose you failed a final exam. It means what will happen if you failed the final exam? Supposing you had failed the final exam, it means what would have happened if you had failed the final exam? 4. In case. معمولاً در جملات شرطی نوع 1 ظاهر می شود. In case it snows, we'll have the picnic inside. Or, if it snows, we'll have the picnic inside. I'll plan to drive in case you have trouble with your car. Or, I'll plan to drive if you have trouble with your car. تمرین 5. جمله های زیر را با suppose, provided that, unless یا in case بازنویسی کنید. 1. The energy shortage will get worse if everyone doesn't begin to conserve fuel. پاسخ: The energy shortage will get worse until everyone begins to conserve fuel. 2. I'll be happy to drive you to Mexico if you promise to help me pay for gas. پاسخ: I'll be happy to drive you to Mexico provided that you help me pay for gas. 3. What will happen if we run out of fuel in the middle of the desert? پاسخ: Suppose we run out of fuel in the middle of the desert. 4. Don't worry. If we run out of fuel, I'll have some extra gas in the trunk of my car. پاسخ: Don't worry. In case we run out of fuel, I will have some extra gas in the trunk of my car. 5. If you don't remember to put an extra can of gas in the trunk, we could be stranded in the middle of nowhere. پاسخ: Unless you remember to put an extra can of gas in the trunk, we could be stranded in the middle of nowhere. 6. Stop worrying. If that happens, we can call for help on my CB radio. پاسخ: Stop worrying. In case that happens, we can call for help on my CB radio. 7. That's a good idea if someone is around to hear our call. پاسخ: That's a good idea, provided that someone is around to hear our call. 8. What would have happened if we had not had the CB last year on our way to Alaska? پاسخ: Supposing we hadn't had the CB last year on our way to Alaska. 9. If you don't stop worrying, I'll cancel the whole trip. پاسخ: Unless you stop worrying, I'll cancel the whole trip. 10. All right, but if you discover that your car can't make such a long trip, I'm going to find out about the bus schedule. پاسخ: All right, but in case you discover that your car can't make such a long trip, I'm going to find out about the bus schedule. 11. If Tom decides to go with us, we should agree on what to charge him for gas. پاسخ: In case Tom decides to go with us, we should agree on what to charge him for gas. 12. He can go with us if he promises to leave his dog at home. پاسخ: He can go with us, provided that he leaves his dog at home. 13. You know that he won't leave his dog if he can't find a responsible person to take care of him. پاسخ: You know that he won't leave his dog unless he can find a responsible person to take care of him. 14. That's not our problem. We will simply tell him that he can't go with us if he insists on taking his dog. پاسخ: That's not our problem. We will simply tell him that he can't go with us in case he insists on taking his dog. صفحه 230. ساخت مجهول در جملات شرطی. می توان ساخت مجهول را در جمله واره‌های مستقل if یا وابسته به کار برد. If I had mailed my application on time, I could have taken the TOEFL test last week. Or, if my application had been mailed on time, I could have taken the TOEFL test last week. تمرین 6. افعالی را که زیر آنها خط کشیده شده است به مجهول تبدیل کنید. تغییرات لازم را در جمله به وجود آورید. در صورت لزوم از by استفاده کنید. 1. If the garage had repaired my car correctly, I would not be taking the bus everywhere. Had repaired is underlined. پاسخ: If my car had correctly been repaired by the garage, I wouldn't be taking the bus everywhere. 2. Bob would not be riding the bus either if someone had not stolen his car. Had not stolen is underlined. پاسخ: Bob wouldn't be riding the bus either if his car hadn't been stolen. 3. If Bob had reported the theft right after it happened, the police might have found his car. Had reported and might have found are underlined. پاسخ: If the theft had been reported by Bob right after it happened, his car might have been found. 4. The thief might not have taken the car if Bob had locked it. Might not have taken and had locked are underlined. پاسخ: The car might not have been taken by the thief if it had been locked by Bob. 5. If someone had seen the thief, he might not have gotten away. Had seen is underlined. پاسخ: If the thief had been seen, he might not have gotten away. 6. Bob still might get his car back if some garage is not painting it a different color. Is not painting is underlined. پاسخ: Bob still might get his car back if it is not being painted by some garage a different color. 7. If the police can catch the thief, he will certainly spend time in jail. Can catch is underlined. پاسخ: If the thief can be caught by the police, he will certainly spend time in jail. 8. If every citizen reported car thefts promptly, we could solve this problem. Reported and could solve are underlined. پاسخ: If car thefts were reported by every citizen promptly, this problem could be solved. 9. We would discourage many criminals if some people were not afraid to report crimes. Would discourage is underlined. پاسخ: Many criminals would be discouraged if some people were not afraid to report crimes. 10. If the police patrolled more neighborhoods regularly, we would see less crimes. Would see is underlined. پاسخ: If the police patrolled more neighborhoods regularly, less crimes would be seen. 11. If Bob has to buy a new car, I believe that his insurance company will pay for it. Will pay is underlined. پاسخ: If Bob has to buy a new car, I believe that it will be paid by his insurance company. 12. If I ever see anyone doing anything illegal, I will make a report immediately. Will make a report is underlined. پاسخ: If I ever see anyone doing anything illegal, a report will be made immediately. صفحه 230 بیان افکار ترکیب انواع جملات شرطی. به خاطر داشته باشید که دستور زبان میگوید چگونه چیزی را به نحو صحیح بیان کنید و نمیگوید چه چیز را بیان کنید. در پاسخ به جمله‌ای که در یک موقعیت مکالمه‌ای ابراز شده است یا به جمله‌ای که در نگارش آمده است میتوان به روش‌های مختلف عمل کرد. مثلا بعضی‌ها از شرطی نوع 1، بعضی‌ها از شرطی نوع 2 و دیگران از شرطی نوع 3 استفاده می‌کنند. به علاوه بعضی ممکن است نوع 2 و 3 را با هم ترکیب کنند. پاسخ کدام یک از آنها صحیح است؟ همه، چون که آنها افکار خودشان را می‌خواهند منتقل کنند و می‌خواهند منظور خودشان را بفهمانند. مثال زیر را مطالعه کنید. پنجشنبه شب است و 6 دوست درباره برنامه‌هایشان برای آخر هفته مشغول گفتگو هستند. به طرز پاسخ دادن 5 نفر از آنها در برابر اظهارات گوینده توجه کنید. جیم: Last night, Wednesday, the weatherman said that the temperature was going to be in the 90s this coming weekend. Bob: نوع 1. If it is that hot, I'll spend Sunday afternoon in the park. Sue: نوع 2. I would go to the mountains this weekend if I didn't have an exam on Monday. But she has an exam, so she can't go to the mountains. Gail: نوع 3. If I had heard the weather report last night or Wednesday, I would not have promised last night to help my roommate with her chemistry assignment on Saturday. But she didn't hear the weather report, so she promised to help her roommate. Tom: نوع 2 و نوع 3. Jim: I would plan to play soccer with you in the park this weekend if I had already completed my composition, which is due on Monday. Rita: نوع 2 و نوع 3. I don't believe everything the weatherman says anymore. If I had not listened to him last weekend, I would not have this terrible cold now. تمرین 7. با استفاده از انواع مختلف جمله‌های شرطی به موقعیت‌های زیر پاسخ دهید. به معنا و مرجع زمانی دقت کنید. در بعضی موارد فقط یک نوع جمله شرطی امکان پذیر است. 1. You have a friend who wants to work in Spain next year, but he doesn't speak Spanish. What would you say to him? پاسخ: If he spoke Spanish, he could communicate very easily with the people there. 2. Your alarm didn't go off, so you got up late and missed your final exam in grammar. What would you say to your teacher? پاسخ: If it had gone off, I would not have missed the grammar exam. 3. You were invited to Ali's party, but you stayed home. 3 days later, a friend tells you that it was really a good party. What would you say to him? پاسخ: If I had gone there, I would have had a good time. 4. You're going to go to a party with a friend next Saturday night. He wants you to introduce him to some girls when you get there. However, you do not know for certain if you will see anybody you know. What would you tell him? پاسخ: If I see some girls, I'll introduce you to them. You arrive at a party and you discover that you don't know anyone at the party, but your friend is still begging you to introduce him to some of the girls. What would you tell him? پاسخ: If I knew any girls, I would introduce you to them. The party is over. You are on your way home. Your friend is angry with you because you did not introduce him to any girls. What would you tell him? پاسخ: If I had known any girls, I would have introduced you to them. 5. The dealer. نوار شماره 18 کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک مترجم نادر محمدزاده صفحه 232 The party is over. You are on your way home. Your friend is angry with you because you did not introduce him to any girls. What would you tell him? پاسخ: If I had known any girls, I would have introduced you to them. 5. The dealer who sold you your used car was not honest, so you went back to the used car lot to tell the salesperson that you were going to make a report to the police, but the salesperson had quit. What would you say? پاسخ: If I had found him, I would have reported him to the police. 6. Two of your friends were driving at 85 miles per hour and had a terrible accident. They are now in the hospital. What would you say? پاسخ: If you hadn't driven so fast, you wouldn't have had such a terrible accident. 7. The tuition at the university you're attending has risen 3 times in the last year. What would you say? پاسخ: If the tuition hadn't risen, I could have continued to study here. 8. You need a book to use as a resource material for your master's thesis. But A. You can't afford to buy the book right now. B. The book is difficult to find. C. You found a copy of the book, but it is written in a language you don't know. پاسخ: A. If my parents send me some money soon, I will buy this book. B. If I could find it easily, I would use it as a source material for my master's thesis. C. If it were written in my own language, I wouldn't need any translation of that book. صفحه 232 درس 13 امتحان بخش 1 جمله های زیر را کامل کنید. 1. If the airline pilots go on strike, پاسخ: If the airline pilots go on strike, the company will ask other companies to carry the passengers. 2. If the airplanes had more modern equipment, پاسخ: If the airplanes had more modern equipment, they could have more safe flights. 3. If I had known they were planning to strike at this time, پاسخ: If I had known they were planning to strike at this time, I would have gone earlier. 4. If the pilots get the changes they are asking for, پاسخ: If the pilots get the changes they are asking for, they will fly soon. 5. Had the public been notified of the possibility of a strike, پاسخ: Had the public been notified of the possibility of a strike, they would have asked the government to solve the problem. 6. If the trains were dependable, پاسخ: If the trains were dependable, the public could travel by train. بخش 2. جمله‌های زیر را با ساخت شرطی بازنویسی کنید. مثال: I really don't understand economics, so I can't explain why inflation is so high. If I could understand, or if I understood economics, I could explain, or I would be able to explain why inflation is so high. 1. Saleh didn't get to the cleaners before it closed, so he couldn't pick up his suit. پاسخ: If he had gotten to the cleaners on time, he could have picked up his suit. 2. I don't think I will have time this afternoon to help you review the work that you missed yesterday, but I might. پاسخ: If I had time, I would help you review the work you missed. 3. I won't have time to help you review the work you missed. I'm sorry. پاسخ: If I had time, I would help you review the work you missed. 4. Raphael has not been taking the medicine his doctor prescribed, so he's going to have to spend a few days in the hospital. پاسخ: If he had been taking the medicine his doctor prescribed, he would not have had to spend a few days in the hospital. 5. You were speeding again, so naturally the police officer gave you a ticket. پاسخ: If you hadn't sped again, the police officer wouldn't have given you a ticket. 6. I might have a party next weekend, but I'm not sure. My roommate hasn't agreed to the idea yet. پاسخ: If he had agreed with me, I would have had a party. بخش 3. جمله‌های زیر را با suppose, provided that, unless و یا in case بازنویسی کنید. 1. If the cost of new houses doesn't go down, we'll have to stay in our apartment. پاسخ: Unless the cost of new houses goes down, we will have to stay in our apartment. 2. We might be able to buy a house if we can get a large down payment. پاسخ: We might be able to buy a house in case we can get a large down payment. 3. What will happen if the landlord raises our rent? پاسخ: Suppose the landlord raises our rent. 4. We'll start looking for a smaller apartment if that happens. پاسخ: We will start looking for a smaller apartment in case that happens. 5. If I get a good raise next year, we might be able to afford a small house. پاسخ: Provided that I get a good raise next year, we might be able to afford a small house. 6. However, we had better start saving more money if I don't get a large enough raise. پاسخ: However, we had better start saving more money unless I get a large enough raise. بخش 4. موقعیت زیر را بخوانید و نوع پاسخ شرطی که نشان داده شده برای هر گوینده را بنویسید. All the students are sitting in class waiting for the grammar teacher to arrive with the test. However, the director walks in and announces that the teacher is very sick and will not be able to come to class and give the test. He tells the students that they cannot leave the class, but they may use the time for additional study before their next class begins. Student 1. پاسخ نوع 2. If I know how to write the exercises, I will write on the blackboard. Student 2. پاسخ نوع 2. If I knew he didn't come, I wouldn't waste my time here. Student 3. پاسخ نوع 3. If I had known this, I wouldn't have written all of the exercises late last night. Student 4. پاسخ نوع 2 و 3 با هم. If I knew this, I would have gone to see him at home, but our friends said that we would go to visit him if Mr. Taban permitted us. صفحه 235 فصل 8 فعلواره ها. قبل از مطالعه فصل متن زیر را بخوانید. در زبان انگلیسی گاهی اوقات شکلی از فعل به عنوان جزئی از گفتار در جمله عمل می کند. اشکال فاعل که به عنوان اجزای دیگری از گفتار مورد استفاده قرار می گیرند موسوم به فعلواره یا همان وربال می باشند. اشکال مصدری و اسم مصدر فعل 2 نمونه از فعلواره به شمار می روند. به جمله های زیر نگاه کنید. A. To smoke is bad for your health. B. Smoking is bad for your health. C. Some people really like to smoke. D. Some people really enjoy smoking. در جمله های مذکور مصدر و اسم مصدرها به عنوان اسم به کار می روند. در جمله A مصدر فاعل جمله است. در جمله B اسم مصدر فاعل جمله است. و در جمله C و D اشکال مصدری و اسم مصدر به عنوان مفعولهای مستقیم جمله ها استفاده شدند. مصدر علاوه بر انجام وظیفه به عنوان اسم می تواند به عنوان صفت یا قید نیز به کار رود. در این فصل به مطالعه ساخت‌های مصدر و اسم مصدر و طرز استفاده از آنها می پردازیم. صفحه 235 درس 14 مصدر مصدر ساده to به علاوه شکل ساده فعل. Most people want to work. We stopped our work to rest. To succeed is difficult. بعد از افعال help, let, make و افعال حسی مثل feel, see, hear اسم و ضمایر مفعولی و شکل ساده فعل بدون to قرار می گیرند. The instructor helped us organize our outlines, but he had the students write the compositions in class. He let us use our dictionaries. He saw me open my dictionary several times. I made myself write as neatly as I could. صفحه 236 عبارت مصدری. البته مصدر می تواند از خود دارای فاعل یا مفعول و یا هر دو باشد. My father wants me to succeed. می فاعل مصدر. I have always liked to study business. Business مفعول مصدر. He advised my brother to take economics. My brother and economics مفعول مصدر. علاوه بر فاعل و مفعول مصدر می تواند شامل وصف کننده نیز باشد. Many people like to live dangerously. مصدر to live با dangerously وصف می شود. Professor Smith is the person to see about student scholarship. مصدر to see با about student scholarship وصف می شود. اگر مصدر با فاعل، مفعول و وصف کننده های خود باشد به آن عبارت مصدری می گویند. در یک جمله مصدر یا عبارت مصدری می توانند به عنوان اسم، صفت، متمم صفت یا قید عمل کنند. صفحه 236 اسم فاعل جمله To study takes a lot of time. To learn another language is not easy. To be a student is a difficult job. متمم فاعل منظور از متمم فاعل اشاره به فاعل جمله است. My goal is to get good grades. His desire has been to enter graduate school. Her job last summer was to answer the phone. مفعول فعل I like to travel. I have always liked to study languages. They are planning to live in Europe next year. صفت modifies the noun work. I have a lot of work to do. Modifies the noun problems. Dr. Ray gave us 5 problems to solve. Modifies the noun assignment. The assignment to do for tonight is on page 83. Modifies the noun time. I won't have time to go anywhere tonight. متمم صفت مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به عنوان متمم صفت معنای شروع شده به وسیله صفت را تکمیل می کند. This problem is difficult to do. Difficult متمم های صفت I'm glad to see you in class today. Glad. We were eager to hear about this trip. Eager. قید صفت و عبارت صفتی به عنوان قید فعل یا تمام جمله را وصف می کند. We came here to work modifies the verb came. I'm leaving now to get to class on time. Modifies the verb am leaving. To keep warm at night, you should buy an electric blanket. Modifies the verb should buy. To be honest, I hate the cold weather. Modifies the entire sentence. To tell the truth, I miss the beautiful weather in my country. Modifies the entire sentence. To be frank, snow has never excited me. Modifies the entire sentence. صفحه 238 منفی کردن مصدر دو جمله که زیر را بخوانید. در جمله A فعل منفی و در جمله B مصدر منفی است. به تفاوت معنایی توجه کنید. A. Bob did not agree to help me. B. Bob agreed not to help me. در جمله A باب موافقت نمی کند. فعل اصلی یعنی agree منفی است. در جمله B باب موافقت می کند اما موافقت برای کمک نکردن و مصدر منفی است. در بعضی جمله ها معنا یکسان است. I didn't want to take the test. I wanted not to take the test. برای منفی کردن مصدر not را بلافاصله قبل از مصدر می نویسند. اما همه که مصدرها منفی نمی شوند و این به معنای فعل بستگی دارد که قبل از مصدر می آید. تمرین 1 دانش آموز 1 سوال را با عبارت مصدری به علاوه نات کامل می کند. دانش آموز 2. سوال را با عبارت مصدری به علاوه نات جواب می دهد. Student 1. Complete the question with not plus infinitive phrase. Student 2. Answer the question with not plus infinitive phrase. 1. Because of the bad weather, did you decide? پاسخ: Because of the bad weather, did you decide not to go on a picnic? Yes, I decided not to go on a picnic. 2. After your car accident last week, have you promised yourself? پاسخ: After your car accident last week, have you promised yourself not to drive so fast? Yes, I have promised myself not to drive so fast. 3. Has your little boy finally learned? پاسخ: Has your little boy finally learned not to disturb your work? Yes, he learned not to disturb my work. 4. In the face of danger, do you usually pretend? پاسخ: In the face of danger, do you usually pretend not to be afraid of danger? Yes, I usually pretend not to be afraid of danger. 5. Please, in class, will you try? پاسخ: Please, in class, will you try not to speak so loudly? I will try not to speak so loudly. 6. Since you apologized to your landlord for the loud party last night, has he been persuaded? پاسخ: Since you apologized to your landlord for the loud party last night, has he been persuaded not to prevent you from the next week party? Yes, he has been persuaded not to prevent us from the next week party. 7. Because airline tickets are so expensive, have you chosen? پاسخ: Because airline tickets are so expensive, have you chosen not to travel by airplane? Yes, I have chosen not to travel by airplane. 8. You haven't turned in any assignments for 2 weeks. Are you going to continue? پاسخ: You haven't turned in any assignments for 2 weeks. Are you going to continue not to deliver them in 2 weeks? Yes, I am going to continue not to deliver them in 2 weeks. 9. Since the grades on the last test were so low, has the teacher agreed? پاسخ: Since the grades on the last test were so low, has the teacher agreed not to correct it? Yes, he has agreed not to correct it. 10. Did our conversation teacher tell you? پاسخ: Did our conversation teacher tell you not to cheat? Yes, he told us not to cheat. صفحه 239. مصدر و عبارت مصدری به عنوان فاعل. مصدر یا عبارت مصدری را میتوان به عنوان فاعل جمله به کار برد. اما زبان انگلیسی غالباً 1. از it به عنوان فاعل کاذب جمله استفاده می کند و 2. فاعل واقعی را بعد از فعل قرار می دهد. به جمله های زیر نگاه کنید. فاعل های واقعی آنهایی هستند که زیرشان خط کشیده شده است. A. To save is not easy, or it is not easy to save. To save is underlined. B. To read is fun, or it is fun to read. To read is underlined. C. To read a good mystery story is fun, or it is fun to read a good mystery story. To read a good mystery story is underlined. در این مثال ساختارهای مصدری به دنبال صفت میآیند. البته میتوانند بعد از اسم نیز قرار بگیرند. D. To buy a house takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of money to buy a house. To buy a house is underlined. E. To furnish our new home took a lot of time. It took a lot of time to furnish our new home. To furnish our new home is underlined. تمرین 2. به سوالهایی که بعد از it به عنوان فاعل کاذب جمله میآیند جواب دهید. مثال: When someone is studying for a driver's license, what usually takes a lot of time? It usually takes a lot of time to learn the rules in the driver's manual. 1. When a person is taking the road test, what is sometimes difficult? پاسخ: It is sometimes difficult to remember the learned rules. 2. After you had been driving for a while, what was easy? پاسخ: It was easy to drive any kind of car. 3. When driving, what is against the law? پاسخ: It is against the law to drive with a high speed. 4. Before taking a long trip by car, what is important? پاسخ: It is important to check all parts of the car. 5. If you were on a long trip by yourself, what would be necessary? پاسخ: It would be necessary to have the needed equipment. 6. When taking a long trip by car, what is enjoyable? پاسخ: It is enjoyable to listen to the radio. 7. If a traffic light is yellow, what can be dangerous? پاسخ: It can be dangerous to pass with a high speed. 8. If you are behind an experienced driver, what is very frustrating? پاسخ: It is very frustrating to see how he drives. 9. Before turning a corner, what is necessary? پاسخ: It is necessary to reduce speed. 10. When driving in an unfamiliar city, what takes a lot of time? پاسخ: It takes a lot of time to find the road. 11. Concerning the care of a car, what is essential? پاسخ: It is essential to check the tires. 12. Before buying a new car, what is advisable? پاسخ: It is advisable to know the price. صفحه 240. مصدر به علاوه ضمیر یا for به علاوه اسم. گاهی اوقات بعد از فاعل کاذب it، for به علاوه ضمیر اسم به علاوه مصدر می آید. به جمله های زیر نگاه کنید. زیر فاعل های واقعی خط کشیده ایم. A. For me to learn a second language is difficult. Or, it is difficult for me to learn a second language. For me to learn a second language is underlined. B. For Anna to pass this class will be easy, or it will be easy for Anna to pass this class. For Anna to pass this class is underlined. تمرین 3. Student 1. Complete each question with for plus noun or pronoun plus infinitive or infinitive phrase. Student 2. صفحه 240. تمرین 3. Student 1. Complete each question with for plus noun or pronoun plus infinitive or infinitive phrase. Student 2. Answer each question in a complete sentence. مکان. Student 1. Yuko, when you first came to the States, was it difficult for you to make new friends? Student 2. Yes, it was difficult for me to make new friends when I first came here, or no, it wasn't difficult for me to make new friends when I first came here. 1. When you were at home in your country, was it fun? پاسخ. When you were at home in your country, was it fun for you to watch TV all the time? Yes, it was fun for me to watch TV all the time. 2. When you were in high school, did it take much time? پاسخ. When you were in high school, did it take much time for you to learn a second language? No, it didn't take much time for me to learn a second language when I was in high school. 3. On the weekends, is it relaxing? پاسخ. On the weekends, is it relaxing for you to go to the seaside? Yes, it was relaxing for me to go to the seaside on the weekends. 4. Before the next test, will it be necessary? پاسخ. Before the next test, will it be necessary for you to review the book? Yes, it will be necessary for me to review the book before the next test. 5. Concerning the international party next weekend, is it taking a lot of time? پاسخ. Concerning the international party next weekend, is it taking a lot of time for you to go there? Yes, it is taking a lot of time to go there. 6. I would like to go to Mexico during the break. Would it cost much money? پاسخ. I would like to go to Mexico during the break. Would it cost much money for you to go there? Yes, it would cost much money for me to go to Mexico during the break. 7. Since your cousin has been visiting you, has it been exciting? پاسخ. Since your cousin has been visiting you, has it been exciting for you to visit him? Yes, it has been exciting for me to visit him. 8. When you go to a restaurant for the first time, is it difficult? پاسخ. When you go to a restaurant for the first time, is it difficult for you to order the food you want? Yes, it is difficult for me to order the food I want when I go to a restaurant for the first time. 9. When you're watching American television, is it sometimes hard? پاسخ: When you're watching American television, is it sometimes hard for you to understand what they say? Yes, it is sometimes hard for me to understand what they say when I am watching American television. 10. Because you're living with a roommate this quarter, has it been almost impossible? پاسخ: Because you're living with a roommate this quarter, has it been almost impossible for you to study late each night? Yes, it has been almost impossible for me to study late each night because I am living with a roommate this quarter. صفحه 241. آو به علاوه اسم، ضمیر به علاوه مصدر، عبارت مصدری. در جمله هایی که از ات به عنوان فاعل کاذب استفاده شده است، به دنبال بعضی صفتها حرف اضافه، ساخت مصدری به علاوه ضمیر یا اسم به علاوه آو قرار می گیرند. It was nice of you to visit me in the hospital. It was foolish of me to ski without any lessons. It was considerate of the class to send me flowers. در بعضی صفات for نیز ممکن است. It was foolish for me to ski without any lessons. تمرین 4. جمله های زیر را با آف مانند مثال کامل کنید. 1. It was really foolish. پاسخ: It was really foolish of me to waste my time. 2. It was very smart. پاسخ: It was very smart of him to learn mathematics soon. 3. It is generous. پاسخ: It is generous of him to help the needy. 4. It was very kind. پاسخ: It was very kind of us to help small children. 5. It was extremely disrespectful. پاسخ: It was extremely disrespectful of us to insult the teachers. 6. It is rude. پاسخ: It is rude of us to enter the class before the teacher. 7. Actually, it was stupid. پاسخ: Actually, it was stupid of him to laugh at the boy. 8. It is very impolite. پاسخ: It is very impolite of him to speak so much. 9. It was friendly. پاسخ: It was friendly of me to write a letter to him. 10. It is deceitful. پاسخ: It was deceitful of him to hide the money. 11. It is wise. پاسخ: It is wise of me to study hard. 12. It was intelligent. پاسخ: It was intelligent of you to answer the questions quickly. 13. It is very nice. پاسخ: It is very nice of you to invite me to the party. 14. It was wrong. پاسخ: It was wrong of you to leave your family. 15. It is inconsiderate. پاسخ: It is inconsiderate of you not to accept my apology. صفحه 242. مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به عنوان متمم فاعل. تمرین 5. هر یک از جمله های زیر را با یک عبارت مصدری که گویای فاعل های مشخص شده، یعنی آنهایی که زیرشان خط کشیده شده است هستند، کامل کنید. مثال: My goal is to be a lawyer. Goal is underlined. 1. When I graduated from high school, my ambition was... Ambition is underlined. پاسخ: When I graduated from high school, my ambition was to go abroad. 2. Before I return to my country, my plan is... Plan is underlined. پاسخ: Before I return to my country, my plan is to get a PhD degree. 3. A medical doctor's highest purpose should be... Purpose is underlined. پاسخ: A medical doctor's highest purpose should be to help the sick people. 4. In every country in the world, the police officer's main job is... Main job is underlined. پاسخ: In every country in the world, the police officer's main job is to keep order in the society. 5. My father believes that his responsibility has always been... Responsibility is underlined. پاسخ: My father believes that his responsibility has always been to do his job well. 6. Before I can pass this level, my problem will be... Problem is underlined. پاسخ: Before I can pass this level, my problem will be to learn a second language. 7. Our grammar teacher's main goal is... Goal is underlined. پاسخ: Our grammar teacher's main goal is to teach us grammar inductively. 8. Before Anna gets married, her one desire is... Desire is underlined. پاسخ: Before Anna gets married, her one desire is to marry a handsome boy. 9. In the library, the information clerk's duty is... Duty is underlined. پاسخ: In the library, the information clerk's duty is to guide the students. 10. When I was a child, my dream was... Dream is underlined. پاسخ: When I was a child, my dream was to be a pilot. 11. The reading teacher said that the assignment for tomorrow was... Assignment is underlined. پاسخ: The reading teacher said that the assignment for tomorrow was to practice essential sentence patterns. 12. Since my brother was a small child, his hobby has always been... Hobby is underlined. پاسخ: Since my brother was a small child, his hobby has always been to collect foreign stamps. 13. The purpose of this exercise has been... Purpose is underlined. پاسخ: The purpose of this exercise has been to make you familiar with the infinitive construction. صفحه 242 مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به عنوان مفعول مستقیم. گروه 1 افعالی بلافاصله پس از آنها مصدر یا عبارت مصدری می آید. ابتدا فاعل، سپس فعل و سپس عبارت مصدری را داریم. مثال: I hesitated to answer the question. افعال: afford, agree, appear, arrange, be, am, is, are, care, choose or prefer, claim, come, consent, decide, demand, deserve, endeavor, fail, forget, happen, hesitate, hope, intend, learn, manage, mean, neglect, offer, plan, prepare, pretend, proceed, prove, refuse, regret, remember, seem, struggle, swear, tend, threaten, volunteer, wait. فعل afford همیشه با شکل can یا be able to به کار می رود. They aren't able to afford to get a new car too. فعل plan وقتی به صورت زمان حال ساده به کار رفته باشد زمان آینده را نشان می دهد. برای افزودن اطلاعات جدید چند واژه می توانند فعل اصلی و مصدر را جدا کنند اما نه مصدر را. درست to work carefully، نادرست to carefully work. Additional information: I did not come to this country as a student to waste time. To this country as a student اطلاعات اضافی. To waste مصدر. come main verb. جمله های زیر را که عبارت مصدری در آنها مفعول فعل است مطالعه کنید. 1. I must get a roommate. Otherwise, I can't afford to rent an apartment. 2. My cousin has agreed to live with me. 3. She appears to be happy about our decision. 4. We have arranged to share the cooking and the cleaning. 5. I am to be the one who will cook. 6. I don't mind cooking, but I don't care to clean. 7. My cousin and I are hoping to have a really nice apartment. 8. My parents decided to visit us last year. 9. Before they came, our landlord consented, after much begging, to paint the bathroom. توجه کنید که افعال اصلی جملات مذکور در زمانهای مختلف ارائه شدند. تمرین 6. جمله های زیر را با مصدر یا عبارت مصدری کامل کنید به طوری که معنای جمله به نحو مناسب تکمیل شود. در بعضی جمله ها بیش از یک جواب صحیح می توان ارائه داد. 1. Although the hitchhiker seemed blank, cold and tired, we hesitated blank, so we pretended not blank him. Before we began our trip, we had decided not blank any strangers along the road. پاسخ: Although the hitchhiker seemed to be cold and tired, we hesitated to give him a ride, so we pretended not to see him. Before we began our trip, we had decided not to pick up any strangers along the road. 2. There are good universities in every part of the world. However, many students choose blank in another country because they hope blank another language in addition to studying in their particular major. After I complete my studies, I am preparing blank to my country where I intend blank. پاسخ: There are good universities in every part of the world. However, many students choose to study in another country because they hope to learn another language in addition to studying in their particular major. After I complete my studies, I am preparing to come back to my country where I intend to work. 3. My roommate Anna and I had forgotten blank our door before we left our apartment, so when we returned, the door was open and we heard noises inside. Anna, who is afraid of everything, hesitated blank the apartment first, and I agreed blank. I was pretending not blank afraid, but I was very nervous. Finally, I volunteered blank the apartment. Turning on the hall light, I looked around but saw no one. Whoever was there refused blank, so I quickly returned outside into the hall where Anna was waiting blank what had happened. We heard a loud noise which came from the living room, and both of us proceeded blank down the hall as quickly as we could to the manager's office. We endeavored blank to him why we were knocking so loudly on his door, but we weren't speaking very calmly. Finally, he consented blank to our apartment with us. As we entered the apartment, the lights came on, and 20 of our friends shouted, "Happy birthday, Anna!" پاسخ: My roommate Anna and I had forgotten to lock our door before we left our apartment, so when we returned, the door was open and we heard noises inside. Anna, who is afraid of everything, hesitated to enter the apartment first, and I agreed to enter first. I was pretending not to be afraid, but I was very nervous. Finally, I volunteered to enter the apartment. Turning on the hall light, I looked around but saw no one. Whoever was there refused to show himself, so I quickly returned outside into the hall, where Anna was waiting to know what had happened. We heard a loud noise which came from the living room, and both of us proceeded to go down the hall as quickly as we could to the manager's office. We endeavored to explain to him why we were knocking so loudly on his door, but we weren't speaking very calmly. Finally, he consented to come to our apartment with us. As we entered the apartment, the lights came on and 20 of our friends shouted, "Happy birthday, Anna!" 4. Advisor. You were an excellent undergraduate student. Do you intend blank graduate school? Student. My parents blank afford blank. Advisor. I have been aware of your financial troubles, so I managed blank you a scholarship for the entire 4 years of study. Student. I don't know how to thank you. Advisor. Don't worry about it. You have proven yourself blank a serious young man, so you deserve blank some help. Student. I don't mean blank a problem, but how will I pay for books and other supplies? Advisor. Don't worry about that either. The department has arranged for you blank as a lab assistant 3 days a week. Student. Thank you, but will I make enough to pay for an apartment? Advisor. I failed blank you that my wife and I would like you to live with us. We have plenty of room. Student. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. پاسخ. Advisor. You were an excellent undergraduate student. Do you intend to enter graduate school? Student. My parents can't afford to provide money for my tuition. Advisor. I have been aware of your financial troubles, so I managed to give you a scholarship for the entire 4 years of study. Student. I don't know how to thank you. Advisor. Don't worry about it. You have proven yourself to be a serious young man, so you deserve to receive some help. Student. I don't mean to solve the problem, but how will I pay for books and other supplies? Advisor. Don't worry about that either. The department has arranged for you to work as a lab assistant 3 days a week. Student. Thank you, but will I make enough to pay for an apartment? Advisor. I failed to tell you that my wife and I would like you to live with us. We have plenty of room. Student. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. صفحه 245 مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به عنوان مفعول مستقیم. گروه 2 افعالی که پس از آنها اسم یا ضمیر به همراه می‌آیند. الگو فاعل به علاوه فعل به علاوه مفعول به علاوه عبارت مصدری. The doctor advised Bill to take a long vacation. Or the doctor advised me to take a long vacation. بعد از افعال زیر باید مفعول سپس مصدر بیاید. این فعل‌ها هرگز با مصدر تنها استفاده نمی‌شوند، به جز موقعی که فعل اصلی در حالت مجهول باشد. Bill and I were advised to take a long vacation. Advise, allow, appoint, cause, caution, challenge, command, compel, convince, direct, enable, encourage, forbid, force, get, help, hire, implore, instruct, invite, motivate, oblige, order, permit, persuade, remind, request, require, show, how, teach, tell, tempt, urge, warn. بعد از فعل help اسم یا ضمایر مفعولی و شکل ساده فعل بدون to می آید. ساخت زیر را یعنی فعل به علاوه مفعول به علاوه ترکیب عبارتهای مصدری مطالعه کنید. 1. The doctor advised me to stop smoking. 2. This hospital does not allow patients to smoke in their rooms. 3. The hospital director appointed Nurse Smith to report any smoker. 4. Smoke causes my sister to cough. 5. Anti-cigarette ads cannot compel anyone to stop smoking. 6. The hospital commanded its staff to give up cigarettes. 7. The people who smoke encouraged each other to protest this command. 8. The director forbids anyone to ignore this regulation. 9. My doctor finally got me to think about the dangers of smoking. نوار شماره 19 کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک مترجم نادر محمدزاده صفحه 245 8. The director forbids anyone to ignore this regulation. 9. My doctor finally got me to think about the dangers of smoking. تمرین 7. جمله های زیر را با مفعول به علاوه مصدر کامل کنید. ترکیب های مفعول به علاوه مصدر را مناسب با معنی جمله ها انتخاب کنید. در بعضی جمله ها بیش از یک جواب می تواند درست باشد. 1. On the airplane, the hijacker forced مفعول مصدر in their seats. پاسخ On the airplane, the hijacker forced the passengers to sit in their seats. 2. The man beside me helped مفعول مصدر calm. پاسخ The man beside me helped me to keep calm. 3. Our stewardess instructed مفعول مصدر the hijacker's commands. پاسخ Our stewardess instructed us to obey the hijacker's commands. 4. A little boy was crying, so I invited مفعول مصدر with me. پاسخ A little boy was crying, so I invited him to sit with me. 5. The hijacker commanded مفعول مصدر talking. پاسخ The hijacker commanded the passengers to stop talking. 6. His accomplice ordered مفعول عبارت مصدری. پاسخ His accomplice ordered us to do what he said. 7. They didn't permit مفعول عبارت مصدری. پاسخ They didn't permit the passengers to leave their seats. 8. Our captain finally persuaded مفعول مصدر the women and children. پاسخ: Our captain finally persuaded the hijacker to release the women and children. The captain warned مفعول مصدر all the passengers with care. پاسخ: The captain warned the hijacker to behave all the passengers with care. 10. The airlines should hire مفعول مصدر every flight. پاسخ: The airlines should hire some armed guards to accompany every flight. تمرین 8. پرسش‌های زیر را با جمله‌های کامل جواب دهید. در اکثر موارد چندین پاسخ امکان پذیر است. 1. What did your parents advise you to do before you left home for the first time? پاسخ: They advised me to be careful of my money. 2. When you were a child, what are some of the things your father did not allow you to do? پاسخ: He didn't allow me to go to the cinema, to play in the park, etc. 3. What did your father show you how to do when you were a child? پاسخ: He showed me how to write a good handwriting. 4. What have your parents always encouraged you to be? پاسخ: They have always encouraged me to be an honest person. 5. What are some of the adjustments a new culture has forced you to make? پاسخ: It has forced me to listen to pop music and dance like them. 6. Have you been able to help another student adjust to a new culture? پاسخ: Yes, I have been able to help a student to adjust a new culture. 7. What did the director of your English program get the teachers to do? پاسخ: They got the teachers to choose the appropriate teaching method. 8. If you were the director, what would you require the teachers to do? پاسخ: I would require them to teach as better as possible. 9. On an airplane, what won't the stewardesses permit the passengers to do? پاسخ: They won't permit the passengers to walk inside the plane. 10. If a burglar broke into your apartment, what would you persuade him to do? پاسخ: I would persuade him to leave my apartment as soon as possible. 11. What do you have to remind your roommate, husband or wife to do before tomorrow? پاسخ: I remind my wife to cook macaroni for lunch. 12. Has a friend ever challenged you to do anything risky? What? پاسخ: Yes, once a friend challenged me to swim in cold water. 13. Have you ever urged anyone to do anything silly just for fun? What? پاسخ: Yes, I urged my friend to run in front of a car. 14. What would $1 million tempt you to do? پاسخ: It would tempt me to buy a new Oldsmobile. صفحه 247. مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به عنوان مفعول مستقیم. گروه 3. افعالی که بعد از آنها ساخت مفعول به علاوه مصدر یا فقط ساخت مصدر می آیند. الگو: فاعل به علاوه فعل به علاوه مفعول به علاوه عبارت مصدری. مثال: I want you to help him. بعد از افعال زیر اسم یا مفعول یا ضمیر همراه با عبارت مصدری یا فقط عبارت مصدری می آیند. اما توجه کنید که معنای هر الگو متفاوت است. تفاوت جمله های مثال را بررسی کنید. ask, beg, choose, dare, expect, like, need, prefer, promise, want, wish. در جمله های سوالی و منفی dare بدون تو می آید، چنانچه مفعول به دنبال فعل نیاید. Do you dare jump off that building? No, I don't dare do that. Do you dare me to jump off that building? توجه، فقط فعل promise در هر دو الگو معنای یکسان دارد. He promised to be on time. He promised us to be on time. افعال wish, want, promise, need, hope و expect ممکن است زمان آینده را نشان دهند اگرچه به صورت زمان حال ساده نوشته می شوند. مثال: ابتدا الگوی فعل به علاوه مصدر و سپس الگوی فعل به علاوه مفعول به علاوه مصدر را خواهیم داشت. 1. I have asked to see the doctor. I have asked my husband to see the doctor. 2. The little boy begged to go home. The little boy begged his friend to go home. 3. The committee chose to investigate the hospital. The committee chose Jim to investigate the hospital. 4. I expected to be in the hospital for a week. I expected my best friend to be in the hospital for a week. 5. I promised to take better care of myself in the future. I promised my mother to take better care of myself in the future. 6. Most people don't like to be in the hospital. Most people don't like the members of their family to be in the hospital. 7. My brother dared to leave the hospital without our doctor's permission. My brother dared me to leave the hospital without our doctor's permission. 8. I prefer to have an older doctor. I prefer you to have an older doctor. 9. I want to get a checkup next week. I want you to get a checkup next week. تمرین 9. جمله های زیر را با مصدر، عبارت مصدری یا با مفعول به اضافه مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به صورت نشان داده شده تکمیل کنید. به معنا توجه داشته باشید. 1. Yesterday, I spent 3 hours in the ladies' department of the store. I was trying to find a birthday present for my mother. Finally, I asked مفعول عبارت مصدری because I looked frustrated, the clerk asked مصدر me. پاسخ: Yesterday I spent 3 hours in the ladies' department of the store. I was trying to find a birthday present for my mother. Finally, I asked the clerk to give me some suggestions. Because I looked frustrated, the clerk asked to help me. 2. Our grammar teacher puts a check by our incorrect answers, but she never gives the correction. She expects مفعول مصدر the corrections. I completed yesterday's grammar assignment very carefully, so I expect عبارت مصدری. پاسخ: Our grammar teacher puts a check by our incorrect answers, but she never gives the correction. She expects us to do the corrections. I completed yesterday's grammar assignment very carefully, so I expect to give answers correctly. 3. When Sue took her 2 little brothers to the zoo, the older brother dared مفعول مصدر close to the lion's cage. The younger boy, however, didn't dare مصدر بدون تو it. پاسخ: When Sue took her 2 little brothers to the zoo, the older brother dared them to go close to the lion's cage. The younger boy, however, didn't dare touch it. 4. When the dentist entered the room, my son begged مصدر home. The dentist begged مفعول not مصدر while he was trying to pull his teeth. پاسخ: When the dentist entered the room, my son begged to go home. The dentist begged him not to cry while he was trying to pull his teeth. 5. My father has always worked hard to save money so that I could study at a university. Because of his hard work, I promised عبارت مصدری. I promised مفعول مصدر. پاسخ: My father has always worked hard to save money so that I could study at a university. Because of his hard work, I promised to spend as little as possible. I promised him to do my best. 6. After my sister married, she and her husband chose مصدر the small economy car. They couldn't decide on the color they wanted, so they chose مفعول مصدر them. پاسخ: After my sister married, she and her husband chose to buy a small economy car. They couldn't decide on the color they wanted, so they chose a dealer to help them. 7. I missed the last week of classes because I was sick. Before the next test, I really need مفعول مصدر with me. I especially need مصدر the chapters I missed. پاسخ: I missed the last week of classes because I was sick. Before the next test, I really need someone to study with me. Especially need to learn the chapters I missed. 8. I'll help you review since I would like مفعول مصدر a good grade. Thanks a lot. I like مصدر with you. پاسخ: I'll help you review since I would like you to get a good grade. Thanks a lot. I'd like to study with you. 9. Yuko expects مصدر well on the next test. The teacher expects مفعول مصدر all sections of the test carefully. پاسخ Yuko expects to do well on the next test. The teacher expects the students to answer all sections of the test carefully. 10. Jose met with the director last week because he wanted مفعول مصدر him permission to take his finals 1 week early. His parents are coming to the States, and Jose wants مصدر around America with them. پاسخ Jose met with the director last week because he wanted him to give him permission to take his finals 1 week early. His parents are coming to the States, and Jose wants to travel around America with them. 11. They prefer مصدر by car. His mother prefers مفعول مصدر by car so that they can stop whenever they wish. پاسخ They prefer to travel by car. His mother prefers them to travel by car so that they can stop whenever they wish. 12. Excuse me, I wish مصدر with the manager. پاسخ Excuse me, I wish to meet or to speak with the manager. صفحه 250 مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به عنوان صفت. تمرین 10 جمله ها را با مصدر ساده یعنی بدون تو کامل کنید و معنای هر جمله را تکمیل نمایید. مثال The best place blank is Wilson's Lake. پاسخ The best place to fish is Wilson's Lake. 1. In 1979, the top movie blank was Star Wars. پاسخ In 1979, the top movie to show was Star Wars. 2. When we entered the theater, the only places blank were in the front row. پاسخ When we entered the theater, the only places to sit were in the front row. 3. The first 10 people blank the theater received free Star Wars t-shirts. پاسخ The first 10 people to enter the theater received free Star Wars t-shirts. 4. If a person is being unnecessarily loud in a theater, the person blank is the manager of the theater. پاسخ If a person is being unnecessarily loud in a theater, the person to complain is the manager of the theater. 5. In case of a fire, the safest place blank is near an exit sign. پاسخ In case of a fire, the safest place to stand is near an exit sign. 6. Today, food at a theater is very expensive, so the thing blank is take your own snacks in a bag. پاسخ Today, food at a theater is very expensive, So the thing to do is take your own snacks in a bag. 7. The first time we went to see Star Wars, the line blank tickets was all the way around the theater. پاسخ: The first time we went to see Star Wars, the line to buy tickets was all the way around the theater. 8. Because of the long line, we made the decision blank and see it on a weekday. پاسخ: Because of the long line, we made the decision to come back and see it on a weekday. 9. The best time blank to a movie is during the week when there aren't large crowds. پاسخ: The best time to go to a movie is during the week when there aren't large crowds. 10. Our sons desire blank every Star Wars record, book, poster, and toy was unbelievable. پاسخ: Our sons desire to provide every Star Wars record, book, posters, and toy was unbelievable. 11. He tried to learn the words in every book, but he had a lot of words blank. پاسخ: He tried to learn the words in every book, but he had a lot of words to learn. 12. He was so interested in learning the words that he didn't have time blank with his friends. پاسخ: He was so interested in learning the words that he didn't have time to play with his friends. 13. My husband couldn't go to the movies with us because he had a report blank for the following day. پاسخ: My husband couldn't go to the movies with us because he had a report to write for the following day. صفحه 251. مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به عنوان متمم صفت. مصدر یا عبارت مصدری معنای شروع شده به وسیله صفت را به عنوان متمم صفت تکمیل می کند. I am glad to have you here. I will be sorry to see you leave. به عنوان متمم، مصدر یا عبارت مصدری معمولاً بعد از صفات بیان کننده احساسات مانند زیر به کار می رود. Amazed, angry, anxious, shamed, astonished, delighted, disappointed, disgusted, disturbed, eager, glad, happy, horrified, pleased, proud, relieved, sad, shocked, sorry, surprised, upset, and so on. تمرین 11. جمله های زیر را با عبارت مصدری کامل کنید. 1. When my mother called last night, I was sad. پاسخ: When my mother called last night, I was sad to speak with her. 2. When I finished talking to her, I was extremely anxious. پاسخ: When I finished talking to her, I was extremely anxious to study my subjects. 3. At her high school graduation ceremonies, Gail was proud. پاسخ: At her high school graduation ceremonies, Gail was proud to explain her education program. 4. While watching the news on television, I was disgusted. پاسخ: While watching the news on television, I was disgusted to hear the bad news. 5. When I read the newspaper last night, I was shocked. پاسخ: When I read the newspaper last night, I was shocked to read the government's decision. 6. Although our last reading test was difficult, our reading teacher said that he was pleased. پاسخ: Although our last reading test was difficult, our reading teacher said that he was pleased to see so many good grades. 7. When I looked at my reading test, however, I was disappointed. پاسخ: When I looked at my reading test, however, I was disappointed to continue this course. 8. Even though I was disappointed with my grade, I was relieved. پاسخ: Even though I was disappointed with my grade, I was relieved to study more for the final exam. B. جملات زیر را مانند مثال تغییر دهید. مثال: I was surprised when I saw an A on my last composition. I was surprised to see an A on my last composition. 1. The students in the Section 1 grammar class were glad when they learned they would not have a grammar final. صفحه 252. B. جملات زیر را مانند مثال تغییر دهید. مثال: I was surprised when I saw an A on my last composition. I was surprised to see an A on my last composition. 1. The students in the Section 1 grammar class were glad when they learned they would not have a grammar final. پاسخ: The students in the Section 1 grammar class were glad to learn not to have a grammar final. 2. The students had done so well all quarter that their instructor was happy that he did not have to give the class a final. پاسخ: The students had done so well all quarter that their instructor was happy not to have to give the class a final. 3. The director, however, was disturbed when he heard about this decision. پاسخ: The director, however, was disturbed to hear about this decision. 4. The students in Section 2 were angry when they found out about this. پاسخ: The students in Section 2 were angry to find out about this. 5. In fact, they were shocked when they discovered it. پاسخ: In fact, they were shocked to discover it. 6. Don't be surprised if you see them protest this decision. پاسخ: Don't be surprised to see them protest this decision. 7. The grammar teacher for Section 1 said that he would be delighted if he had a class like Section 1 every quarter. پاسخ: The grammar teacher for Section 1 said that who would be delighted to have a class like Section 1 every quarter. 8. I really don't blame the students in Section 2 for getting angry. I'd be eager if I could forget about taking a final 2. پاسخ: I really don't blame the students in Section 2 for getting angry. I'd be eager to forget about taking a final 2. صفحه 252. مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به عنوان قید. به عنوان قیدی که فعل را وصل می کند، مصدر یا عبارت مصدری منظور را بیان می نماید و به پرسش why جواب می دهد. اگر ساخت مصدری به عنوان قید برای توصیف فعل به کار رود، معمولاً جانشینی برای عبارت حرف اضافه‌ای است که با in order شروع شود. He's going to Spain to study. He's going to Spain in order to study. Why is he going to Spain? He's going there to study. Sue quit her job to get a better one. Why did she quit her job? She quit it to get a better one. تمرین 12. با مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به سوال‌های زیر جواب دهید. 1. Why did Mr. Turner make an appointment with his banker? پاسخ: He made an appointment with him to get some money. 2. Why is he planning to borrow $5,000? پاسخ: He's planning to borrow it to open his own business. 3. Why does he want to open his own business? پاسخ: He wants to open his own business to be independent. 4. Why has he been talking to real estate brokers? پاسخ: He has been talking to him to get some information. 5. Why do many people keep their money in saving accounts? پاسخ: They keep their money in saving accounts to use it when it is necessary. 6. Why do other people invest in the stock market? پاسخ: They invest in the stock market to earn more money. 7. Why have you decided to major in economics? پاسخ: I have decided to major in economics to solve my country's economic problems. 8. Why did you choose to study in another country? پاسخ: I chose to study in another country to learn another language. 9. Why are you returning home next quarter? پاسخ: I am returning home next quarter to see my parents. 10. Why did you call your parents last night? پاسخ: I called them to ask them send me some money. صفحه 253. جایگزینی عبارت مصدری با جمله‌واره‌های قیدی. عبارت‌های مصدری معمولاً جانشین انواع جمله‌واره‌های قیدی زیر می‌شوند. 1. Adverb clauses beginning with so that. 2. Adverb clauses beginning with if. 3. Adverb clauses beginning with because. مثال‌های زیر را بخوانید. فاعل‌های هر دو جمله‌واره وابسته و مستقل یکسانند. A. We arrived at the ticket office early so that we could be sure to get tickets. We arrived at the ticket office early to be sure to get tickets. B. Basketball fans must often stand in line for long hours if they want to get good seats. Basketball fans must often stand in line for long hours to get good seats. C. I took my camera to the last game because I wanted to take pictures of my favorite players. I took my camera to the last game to take pictures of my favorite players. تمرین 13. جمله واره‌های قیدی را که زیر آنها خط کشیده شده است با عبارت‌های مصدری عوض کنید. 1. In the United States, candidates for the presidency campaign so that they can present their views to the public. So that they can present their views to the public is underlined. پاسخ. In the U.S., candidates for the presidency campaign to present their views to the public. 2. Most candidates buy TV time because they can reach a large number of people at one time. Because they can reach a large number of people at one time is underlined. پاسخ. Most candidates buy TV time to reach a large number of people at one time. 3. All candidates ask for money so that they can pay for campaign expenses. So that they can pay for campaign expenses is underlined. پاسخ. All candidates ask for money to pay for campaign expenses. 4. Many private citizens must make financial contributions to their favorite candidate if they want to keep their candidate in the race. If they want to keep their candidate in the race is underlined. پاسخ. Many private citizens must make financial contributions to their favorite candidate to keep their candidate in the race. 5. A candidate has to study national and international issues if he wants to address the voters knowledgeably. If he wants to address the voters knowledgeably is underlined. پاسخ. A candidate has to study national and international issues to address the voters knowledgeably. 6. All presidential hopefuls hire campaign workers in each state because they want to have good publicity on the local level. Because they want to have good publicity on the local level is underlined. پاسخ. All presidential hopefuls hire campaign workers in each state to have good publicity on the local level. 7. These workers have to hold many meetings if they expect to establish a good local organization. If they expect to establish a good local organization is underlined. پاسخ. These workers have to hold many meetings to establish a good local organization. 8. Campaign volunteers often go from door to door in their cities so that they can tell voters about their candidates. So that they can tell voters about their candidates is underlined. پاسخ. Campaign volunteers often go from door to door in their cities to tell voters about their candidates. 9. These people must work hard if they want to get the people to vote for their candidate. if they want to get the people to vote for their candidate is underlined. پاسخ: These people must work hard to get people to vote for their candidate. 10. Voters should listen to all the individuals running for office if they want to be able to make intelligent decisions. If they want to be able to make intelligent decisions is underlined. پاسخ: Voters should listen to all the individuals running for office to be able to make intelligent decisions. 11. One year I read 3 different newspapers every day so that I could learn the candidates' views on various issues. So that I could learn the candidates' views on various issues is underlined. پاسخ: One year I read 3 different newspapers every day to learn the candidates' views on various issues. 12. During an election, TV stations cancel their regular shows because they present the election results to the public. Because they present the election results to the public is underlined. پاسخ: During an election, TV stations cancel their regular shows to present the election results to the public. 13. At this time, many people listen to the radio because they can get relief from the many hours of election reporting. Because they can get relief from the many hours of election reporting is underlined. پاسخ: At this time, many people listen to the radio to get relief from the many hours of election reporting. 14. Most people would be surprised if they knew how much money many presidential hopefuls spend to get elected. If they knew how much money many presidential hopefuls spend to get elected is underlined. پاسخ: Most people would be surprised to know how much money many presidential hopefuls spend to get elected. صفحه 254 جایگزینی عبارت مصدری با جمله‌واره‌های اسمی. عبارت‌های مصدری غالباً جایگزین آن دسته از جمله‌واره‌های اسمی می‌شوند که با واژه‌های who, what, where, when, which, how, how often, how much و how long شروع شده باشند. مثال‌های زیر را بخوانید. A. Sue asked me which store she should stop in for inexpensive but good clothes. Sue asked me which store to shop in for inexpensive but good clothes. B. She was thinking about how much money she ought to spend on a new coat. She was thinking about how much money to spend on a new coat. C. I finally decided where I would take her. I finally decided where to take her. D. In the store, a friendly clerk explained when we should look for certain clothing items. In the store, a friendly clerk explained when to look for certain clothing items. تمرین 14. جمله‌واره‌های اسمی را که زیرشان خط کشیده شده است به عبارت‌های مصدری تغییر دهید. گروه 1. 1. While Sue and I were talking with the clerk, we discovered how we could find good bargains. How we could find good bargains is underlined. پاسخ: While Sue and I were talking with the clerk, we discovered how to find good bargains. 2. During our discussion, we also learned when we should check the newspapers for sales. When we should check the newspapers for sales is underlined. پاسخ: During our discussion, we also learned when to check the newspapers for sales. 3. The clerk also told us how anyone can tell good shoes from poorly made ones. How anyone can tell good shoes from poorly made ones is underlined. پاسخ: The clerk also told us how to tell good shoes from poorly made ones. 4. Now I know what I have to do before I make a purchase. What I have to do before I make a purchase is underlined. پاسخ: Now I know what to do before I make a purchase. 5. I am wondering whom I can talk to about getting a part-time job in a department store. Whom I can talk to about getting a part-time job in a department store is underlined. پاسخ: I am wondering whom to talk to about getting a part-time job in a department store. گروه 2. 1. I'm going to ask my doctor what I can give my son for his cold. What I can give my son for his cold is underlined. پاسخ: I'm going to ask my doctor what to give my son for his cold. 2. It's difficult to know which cough syrup I should buy. Which cough syrup I should buy is underlined. پاسخ: It's difficult to know which cough syrup to buy. 3. I can never remember when I have to take medicine. When I have to take medicine is underlined. پاسخ: I can never remember when to have to take medicine. 4. Everyone would love to discover how he could avoid catching a cold. How he could avoid catching a cold is underlined. پاسخ: Everyone would love to discover how to avoid catching a cold. 5. Most people don't really know how long they should stay in bed. How long they should stay in bed is underlined. پاسخ: Most people don't really know how long to stay in bed. تمرین 15. Student 1. Read one of the following sentences and ask the question that follows. Student 2. Answer the question using the words in parentheses followed by an infinitive phrase. مثال: Student 1. You look very worried. What are you thinking about? How? Student 2. I'm thinking about how to earn some extra money. 1. The next vacation begins in 2 weeks. What are many students considering? Where? پاسخ: They are considering where to spend their vacation. 2. Most students know all the tenses in English. However, what don't they often understand? When? پاسخ: They don't understand when to use verbals. 3. Anna will complete her English studies this quarter. Concerning next quarter, what must she decide? Which? پاسخ: She must decide which books to read next quarter. 4. Some professors in university classes speak very quickly. What must students learn? How? پاسخ: They must learn how to understand them. 5. While you were making spaghetti sauce last night, what were you wondering? How much? پاسخ: I was wondering how much salt to add to it. 6. After the counselor's lecture on immigration services, what do you know? Who? پاسخ: I know who to talk to. 7. When you bought your new car, you received an operating manual. What is one of the things it tells the driver? How often? پاسخ: It tells the driver how often to check the engine. 8. We will soon have final exams. What are most of us worrying about? How many? پاسخ: Most of us are worrying about how many hours to study. 9. You're going away for 2 weeks, and you don't want to leave your dog alone. What are you wondering? What? پاسخ: I'm wondering what to do with it. 10. Since Yuko has been taking a course in public speaking, what has she learned? How? پاسخ: She has learned how to do in public speaking. 11. Your roommate wants to have a party, and your apartment is small, but he or she has a lot of friends. What must he or she decide? Whom? پاسخ: She must decide whom to invite to the party. 12. You are responsible for the refreshments for the party. What have you been trying to figure out? How much? پاسخ: I have been trying to figure out how much money to spend. صفحه 256 جایگزینی عبارت مصدری با جمله‌واره‌های صفتی. ساخت مصدری معمولاً به جای جمله‌واره صفتی به کار می‌رود. مثال‌های زیر را بخوانید. A. I have a lot of dirty clothes that I must wash. I have a lot of dirty clothes to wash. B. Carlos is the person whom you can trust. Carlos is the person to trust. C. Can you lend me a good book which I can read on the plane? Can you lend me a good book to read on the plane? ساخت مصدری بعد از the first, the second, the last و the only نیز به جای جمله‌واره صفتی به کار می رود. A. The first student who finished the exam was Carlos. The first student to finish the exam was Carlos. The first student to finish was Carlos. The first to finish was Carlos. E. The only person who didn't finish was Sue. The only person not to finish was Sue. F. Of course, the last person who left the room was the teacher. Of course, the last person to leave the room was the teacher. Of course, the last person to leave was the teacher. Of course, the last to leave was the teacher. تمرین 16. جمله‌واره‌های صفتی گفتگوهای زیر را به ساخت مصدری تبدیل کنید. Student. Does this store have a manager whom I can complain to about my problem? Cleric. On Saturdays, there is usually no one here that can help you with a complaint. Student. I have a defective typewriter that I must replace. Cleric. Just a minute. Perhaps I can find someone from that department who can talk to you. Student. I must talk to someone. I have a lot of work that I must complete this weekend. Cleric. Have a seat over there. I shouldn't be too long. There are some magazines that you can read while you're waiting. Student. Am I the first person who has had trouble with this brand? Cleric. No, but you're the only one who has an immediate need for repair. پاسخ. Student. Does this store have a manager to complain to about my problem? Cleric. On Saturday, there is usually no one here to help you with a complaint. Student. I have a defective typewriter to replace. Cleric. Just a minute. Perhaps I can find someone from that department to talk to you. Student. I must talk to someone. I have a lot of work to complete this weekend. Cleric. Have a seat over there. I shouldn't be too long. There are some magazines to read while you're waiting. Student. Am I the first to have trouble with this brand? Cleric. No, but you're the only to have an immediate need for repair. تمرین 17. به جای جمله باره هایی که زیرشان خط کشیده شده است مصدر یا عبارت مصدری بگذارید. 1. Before Maria returns to Venezuela, she has a lot of presents that she must buy. That she must buy is underlined. پاسخ. Before Maria returns to Venezuela, she has a lot of presents to buy. 2. Can anyone suggest a nice gift that she could get for her father? That she could get for her father is underlined. پاسخ. Can anyone suggest a nice gift to get for her father? 3. She wants to get him something that he can put in his office. That he can put in his office is underlined. پاسخ. She wants to get him something to put in his office. نوار شماره 20. کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی. Communicate what you mean. مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک. مترجم نادر محمدزاده. صفحه 257. 3. She wants to get him something that he can put in his office. That he can put in his office is underlined. پاسخ. She wants to get him something to put in his office. 4. Her father is a businessman whom you have to admire. Whom you have to admire is underlined. پاسخ. Her father is a businessman to admire. 5. He was the first businessman in his country who established a successful export business. Who established a successful export business is underlined. پاسخ. He was the first businessman in his country to establish a successful export business. 6. He is a good person whom you can consult if you have any questions about trade. Whom you can consult is underlined. پاسخ. He is a good person to consult if you have any questions about trade. 7. Mariah doesn't have a lot of money that she can spend on a present. That she can spend on a present is underlined. پاسخ. Mariah doesn't have a lot of money to spend on a present. 8. She is from Caracas, and there are many beautiful places that you can visit there. That you can visit there is underlined. پاسخ: She is from Caracas, and there are many beautiful places to visit there. 9. She hasn't taken final exams yet, so she has a lot of work that she must do before she goes shopping. That she must do is underlined. پاسخ: She hasn't taken final exams yet, so she has a lot of work to do before she goes shopping. 10. Before she returns to Caracas, she's going to Mexico, where she will spend 2 weeks with her Aunt Carla, who is her mother's sister. Where she will spend 2 weeks with her Aunt Carla is underlined. پاسخ: Before she returns to Caracas, she's going to Mexico to spend 2 weeks with her Aunt Carla, who is her mother's sister. 11. Her aunt has a beautiful ranch and plenty of horses that she can ride. That she can ride is underlined. پاسخ: Her aunt has a beautiful ranch and plenty of horses to ride. 12. The ranch is a good place where she can relax after finals. Where she can relax after finals is underlined. پاسخ: The ranch is a good place to relax after finals. 13. Because she will have 2 entire weeks, she will have plenty of time in which to enjoy herself. In which to enjoy herself is underlined. پاسخ: Because she will have 2 entire weeks, she will have plenty of time to enjoy herself. 14. Mariah's aunt is the only member of her family who has a ranch. Who has a ranch is underlined. پاسخ: Mariah's aunt is the only member of her family to have a ranch. صفحه 258 دیگر کاربردهای مصدر و عبارت مصدری. مصدر با اناف. صفت به علاوه اناف به علاوه مصدر یا عبارت مصدری. The map we had wasn't excellent, but it was good enough to get us to our destination. Bob's car isn't very big, but it is big enough to hold 5 people comfortably. 2. قید به علاوه اناف به علاوه مصدر یا عبارت مصدری. We were driving slowly enough to enjoy the beautiful scenery. At times, Bob played the radio loudly enough to burst our eardrums. 3. enough به علاوه اسم به علاوه مصدر. We only went on a short trip because we didn't have enough money to take a long one. Furthermore, we didn't have enough time to stay away for more than 4 days. Student 1. Complete the question with an infinitive or infinitive phrase as shown in the sentences given. Student 2. Answer the question in either an affirmative or negative response. 1. I know that you and your roommate are planning to take a trip, but do you think the weather will be nice enough? پاسخ: I know that you and your roommate are planning to take a trip, but do you think the weather will be nice enough to enjoy yourselves during the trip? 2. Are the tires on your car good enough? پاسخ: Are the tires on your car good enough to be sure of going a long distance? 3. Will you stay in Mexico long enough? پاسخ: Will you stay in Mexico long enough to see all of the beautiful places? 4. Are you planning to leave early enough? پاسخ: Are you planning to leave early enough to reach the border before the evening? 5. Does your roommate drive well enough? پاسخ: Does your roommate drive well enough to help you during the trip? 6. Will the check from your parents arrive soon enough? پاسخ: Will the check from your parents arrive soon enough to buy the books you needed? 7. Will you and your roommate have enough money? پاسخ: Will you and your roommate have enough money to spend easily in Mexico? 8. Do you think that the weather will be warm enough? پاسخ: Do you think that the weather will be warm enough to enjoy the trip? 9. Will you return from Mexico early enough? پاسخ: Will you return from Mexico early enough to study more for the finals? 10. This exercise has been easy enough. پاسخ: This exercise has been easy enough to answer all the questions. تمرین 19. هر جفت جمله را با صفت به علاوه ایناف به علاوه عبارت مصدری، قید به علاوه ایناف به علاوه عبارت مصدری یا ایناف به علاوه اسم به علاوه عبارت مصدری ترکیب کنید. مثال: This bicycle isn't strong. It can't hold 2 people. This bicycle isn't strong enough to hold 2 people. گروه 1. 1. Our candidate for president of the Foreign Student Association isn't popular. He can't win the election. پاسخ: Our candidate for the president of Foreign Student Association isn't popular enough to win the election. 2. He doesn't have many friends. He can get the majority of the votes. پاسخ: He doesn't have enough friends to get the majority of the votes. 3. He doesn't have much time. He won't make many speeches. پاسخ: He doesn't have enough time to make many speeches. 4. He hasn't been on campus a long time. He doesn't know many people. پاسخ: He hasn't been on campus long enough to know many people. 5. Most of the students don't know him well. They won't give him their support. پاسخ: Most of the students don't know him well enough to give him their support. 6. He really isn't very interested in the position. He won't campaign very hard. پاسخ: He really is not interested enough in the position to campaign very hard. 7. For him, winning isn't important. It won't make him lose time from his studies. پاسخ: For him, winning is not important enough to make him lose time from his studies. گروه 2. 1. Ahmed's embassy didn't give him very much time. He couldn't finish his English studies. پاسخ: Ahmed's embassy didn't give him enough time to finish his English studies. 2. 6 months was not long. He couldn't complete all the levels. پاسخ: 6 months was not long enough to complete all the levels. 3. He didn't realize the problem early. He didn't get permission to study longer. پاسخ: He didn't realize the problem early enough to get permission to study longer. 4. This problem is not serious. It will make him forget about beginning academic work. پاسخ: His problem is not serious enough to make him forget about beginning academic work. 5. He is a very good student, and his vocabulary is good. He can at least start part-time academic work. پاسخ: He is a very good student, and his vocabulary is good enough to start part-time academic work. 6. Besides, he learns quickly. He will do well during his first quarter of study. پاسخ: Besides, he learns quickly enough to do well during his first quarter of study. صفحه 260. مصدر با to. 1. to به علاوه صفت به علاوه مصدر یا عبارت مصدری. When we returned from our trip Sunday night, we were too tired to attend classes on Monday morning. When I got home, my apartment was too cold to sleep in, so I slept at my neighbor's. 2. to به علاوه قید به علاوه مصدر یا عبارت مصدری. I woke up too late to eat breakfast with her the next morning. She left too early for me to say goodbye. تمرین 20. جفت جمله های زیر را با to به علاوه صفت یا قید به علاوه مصدر یا عبارت مصدری به هم ربط دهید. مثال: I'm tired. I can go anywhere tonight. I'm too tired to go anywhere tonight. به خاطر داشته باشید for به علاوه اسم یا ضمیر را می توان قبل از ساخت مصدر به کار برد. I'm very tired. You can't come over tonight. I'm too tired for you to come over tonight. 1. Many big cities have become dangerous. Citizens cannot walk alone at night. پاسخ: Many big cities have become too dangerous for citizens to walk alone at night. 2. When I lived in Paris a few years ago, I was afraid. I didn't go out alone after dark. پاسخ: When I lived in Paris a few years ago, I was too afraid to go out alone after dark. 3. Some people in large urban areas have become very suspicious. They don't trust anyone except their close friends. پاسخ: Some people in large urban areas have become too suspicious to trust anyone except their close friends. 4. In a big city, the pace of life is very fast. I would not enjoy it. پاسخ: In a big city, the pace of life is too fast to enjoy it. 5. Many people are busy. They don't speak to their neighbors. پاسخ: Many people are too busy to speak to their neighbors. 6. In most large cities, the cost of living is very high. The average citizen cannot have a comfortable life. پاسخ: In most large cities, the cost of living is too high to have a comfortable life. 7. I am very happy in my small town. I would not move to a big city. پاسخ: I am too happy in my small town to move to a big city. 8. My brother, on the other hand, is restless. He will not stay here forever. پاسخ: My brother, on the other hand, is too restless to stay here forever. 9. He says that our town is small. It is not interesting. پاسخ: He says that our town is too small to be interesting. 10. He says he's young. He will not die of boredom. پاسخ: He says he's too young to die of boredom. 11. At the moment, however, he is broke. He cannot leave until he has saved some money. پاسخ: At the moment, however, he is too broke to leave until he has saved some money. 12. I am very satisfied here. I don't worry about money. پاسخ: I am too satisfied to worry about money. 13. Life is very short. I do not want to spend it living in fear. پاسخ: Life is too short to spend it living in fear. صفحه 261 فهرست افعالی که بعد از آنها مصدر می آید. گروه 1 افعالی که بلافاصله بعد از آنها مصدر یا عبارت مصدری قرار می گیرند. 1. Afford. We can't afford to take a vacation this year. 2. Agree. The family agreed to wait until next year. 3. Appear. The children appear to be happy about this decision. 4. Arrange. We'll arrange to go to Hawaii. 5. Be. Am is are. We are to leave sometime in July. 6. Care. I really don't care to eat out tonight. 7. Choose or prefer. I certainly didn't choose to come to this restaurant. 8. Claim. It claims to serve the best Italian food in town. 9. Come. We came to see if the food is really good. 10. Consent. Everyone consented to try it tonight. 11. Decide. I have decided to order a chicken dish. 12. Demand. Why is that customer demanding to see the manager? 13. Deserve. Every customer deserves to receive good service. 14. Endeavor. That student has always endeavored to do well. 15. Fail. He has never failed to get a good grade on a test. 16. Forget. He never forgets to complete his assignments. 17. Happen. I happen to like him very much. 18. Hesitate. I don't know why the other students hesitate to talk to him. 19. Hope. He hopes to receive a scholarship for next year. 20. Intend. His teachers intend to help him all they can. 21. Learn. My children are learning to ski. 22. Manage. I have managed to remain calm so far. 23. Mean. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. 24. Neglect. You neglected to tell me that you had to study tonight. 25. Offer. Don't worry, the teacher has offered to give a review. 26. Plan. Many students are planning to take the review. 27. Prepare. The teacher is prepared to spend 3 hours on the review. 28. Pretend. At my surprise birthday party, I pretended to be surprised. 29. Proceed. I proceeded to act and look as if I hadn't known about it. 30. Prove. Your decision proved to be the wrong one. 31. Refuse. Never refuse to tell the truth. 32. Regret. I regret to tell you that your luggage is missing. 33. Remember. Did you remember to put an address label on each suitcase? 34. Seem. You don't seem to be very worried about it. 35. Struggle. The student struggled to stay awake in that history class. 36. Swear. The defendant swore to tell the truth in court. 37. Tend. Your child tends to be a little noisy at times. 38. Threaten. She threatened to call the police. 39. Volunteer. Who will volunteer to help us? 40. Wait. Have a good trip. I'll be waiting to hear from you. گروه دو، افعالی که به اسم یا ضمیر به علاوه مصدر یا عبارت مصدری نیاز دارند. 1. Advise. Who advised you to join the soccer team? 2. Allow. Does the coach allow the players to smoke? 3. Appoint. Who appointed John to be the captain? 4. Cause. Bill's injury caused him to play poorly yesterday. 5. Caution. The referee cautioned the members of both teams to play fairly. 6. Challenge. The losing team has challenged our team to meet again. 7. Command. The police officers commanded the thief to stop. 8. Compel. They compelled him to drop his weapon. 9. Convince. I can't convince you to do anything you don't want to do. 10. Direct. The usher directed us to sit in the 3rd row. 11. Enable. His strong desires have enabled him to succeed. 12. Encourage. Parents should encourage their children to do their best. 13. Forbid. Her mother forbids her to tell a lie. 14. Force. Her son's refusal to obey forced her to spank him. 15. Get. I got my neighbor to take me to the hospital. 16. Help. The police officer helped me find the address. 17. Hire. He has hired me to work in his store this summer. 18. Implore. I implore everyone to help the tornado victims. 19. Instruct. Our teacher instructed us to read the directions carefully. 20. Invite. After the exam, she invited the class to come to her house. 21. Motivate. I don't know what motivates some people to hurt others. 22. Oblige. Human decency obliges us to treat all people equally. 23. Order. The court ordered him to pay for his parking tickets. 24. Permit. The coach permitted the players to take a short break. 25. Persuade. She persuaded me to go with her. 26. Remind. I reminded her not to forget her driver's license. 27. Request. The invitation requested all guests to be on time. 28. Require. Does this school require new students to take a placement test? 29. Show how. Who showed you how to do that? 30. Teach. My father taught my brothers and me to play chess. 31. Tell. He told us to concentrate on the game. 32. Tempt. You know that was wrong. What tempted you to do it? 33. Urge. I urge you to think before you act. 34. Warn. She warned me not to do it again. گروه 3. افعالی که بعد از آنها مفعول به علاوه ساخت مصدری یا فقط ساخت مصدری میآیند. به خاطر داشته باشید که زوج جمله ها هر کدام از نظر معنایی متفاوتند. 1. Ask. She asked to talk with the manager. She asked me to talk with the manager. 2. Beg. He begged to come with us. He begged us to come with him. 3. Choose. The director chose to investigate the problem. The director chose a committee to investigate the problem. 4. Dare. They dared to ask the teacher for an answer during the test. They dared me to ask the teacher for an answer during the test. 5. Expect. We expected to be on time. We expected you to be on time. 6. Like. I like to meet new people. I like you to meet new people. 7. Need. We need to help your roommate with his math class. We need your roommate to help us with our math class. 8. Prefer. The children prefer to tell stories. The children prefer their teacher to tell stories. 9. Promise. My brother promised not to tell. My brother promised me not to tell. 10. Want. The nurse wants to give the injection. The nurse wants the doctor to give the injection. 11. Wish. I wish to صفحه 264. 10. Want. The nurse wants to give the injection. The nurse wants the doctor to give the injection. 11. Wish. I wish to consult with my lawyer. I wish you to consult with my lawyer. صفحه 264 درس 14 امتحان. عبارتهای مصدری را که زیرشان خط کشیده ایم بر اساس نقشی که در جمله دارند شناسایی کنید. به فاعل کاذب ات توجه نمایید. فاعل مساوی است با اس، متمم فاعل مساوی است با اس سی، صفت مساوی است با ای، متمم صفت مساوی است با ای سی، مفعول مساوی است با او و قید مساوی است با ای وی. 1. Because of the complexity of the world's problems today, to find proper solutions is a difficult task. To find proper solutions is underlined. پاسخ S. 2. Today's world leaders have an extremely difficult job to do. To do is underlined. پاسخ A. 3. Indeed, it is not easy for any leader to govern his or her country wisely. To govern his or her country wisely is underlined. پاسخ SC. 4. Every head of state needs to have well-informed advisors. To have well-informed advisors is underlined. پاسخ O. 5. The president of one country recently fired his defense minister to get someone more knowledgeable. To get someone more knowledgeable is underlined. پاسخ AV. 6. He was anxious to have someone who could look at the subject of defense rationally. To have someone who could look at the subject of defense rationally is underlined. پاسخ AC. 7. His chief concern was to have a strong yet rational policy of defense. To have a strong yet rational policy of defense is underlined. پاسخ SC. 8. It is disturbing to think about the effects of war today. To think about the effects of war today is underlined. پاسخ O. 9. Few individuals want to see their country engaged in war. To see their country engaged in war is underlined. پاسخ O. 10. Every sane person's desire is to live in peace. To live in peace is underlined. پاسخ SC. بخش 2. هر یک از فعل‌های زیر را در جمله‌ای کوتاه به کار ببرید. به خاطر داشته باشید که بعضی فعل‌ها به یک مفعول قبل از مصدر احتیاج دارند. مثال afford. I cannot afford to buy a new car. Advise. My friend advised me to get a used car. 1. Allow. پاسخ My parents don't allow me to smoke inside the home. 2. Command. پاسخ The police officer recommended his soldiers to arrest the thief. 3. Decide. پاسخ We decided to spend only 2 weeks in Mexico. 4. Demand. پاسخ The manager demanded to see the new prices. 5. Direct. پاسخ We directed the tourists to the new road. 6. Encourage. پاسخ I encouraged him to listen to the BBC World Service 2 hours a day. 7. Forget. پاسخ I forget to tell him about the accident. 8. Hesitate. پاسخ I hesitated to continue the discussion. 9. Intend. پاسخ We intended to buy a new house. 10. Neglect. پاسخ: He neglected to study chapter 5. 11. Offer. پاسخ: We offered the customers the new price each time. 12. Order. پاسخ: The officer ordered the soldiers to clean the garrison as soon as possible. 13. Persuade. پاسخ: I persuade my daughter to continue his studies. 14. Refuse. پاسخ: The thief refused to tell the truth. 15. Seem. پاسخ: They seem to forget coming early to the class. بخش 3. جمله‌واره‌های صفات، اسامی و قید را که زیرشان خط کشیده شده است به عبارت‌های مصدری تبدیل کنید. 1. Rosa registered for the TOEFL exam early so that she would be sure to have a seat. So that she would be sure to have a seat is underlined. پاسخ: Rosa registered for the TOEFL exam early to be sure to have a seat. 2. 1 month before the test, she asked her grammar teacher which points of grammar she should review. Which points of grammar she should review is underlined. پاسخ: 1 month before the test, she asked her grammar teacher which points to review. 3. Her teacher gave her the lesson that she should study. That she should study is underlined. پاسخ: Her teacher gave her the lesson to study. 4. As she was reviewing, she realized there were many rules that she had to remember. That she had to remember is underlined. پاسخ: As she was reviewing, she realized there were many rules to remember. 5. After she had talked with her teacher again, she discovered how she could review quickly yet thoroughly. How she could review quickly yet thoroughly is underlined. پاسخ: After she had talked with her teacher again, she discovered how to review quickly yet thoroughly. 6. Most students have to review a little if they want to get a high score. If they want to get a high score is underlined. پاسخ: Most students have to review a little to get a high score. 7. Next quarter, the director is giving a special class once a week because he wants to help the students review before the test. Because he wants to help the students review before the test is underlined. پاسخ: Next quarter, the director is giving a special class once a week to help the students review before the test. 8. In this class, he will explain how the students should prepare for the test. How the students should prepare for the test is underlined. پاسخ: In this class, he will explain how to prepare for the test. 9. Last quarter, Mirko was the only person who received a score above 550. Who received a score above 550 is underlined. پاسخ: Last quarter, Mirko was the only person to receive a score above 550. 10. Mirko had spent a lot of time preparing for the test so that he would get a high score. So that he would get a high score is underlined. پاسخ: Mirko had spent a lot of time preparing for the test to get a high score. 11. Since he had taken the practice test in the TOEFL book, he knew what kind of questions he should expect on the test. What kind of questions he should expect on the test is underlined. پاسخ: Since he had taken the practice tests in the TOEFL book, he knew what kind of questions to expect on the test. صفحه 266 درس 15 اسم مصدر مصدر ساده اسم مصدر اسمی است که از فعل ساخته شده است. هر فعل را میتوان با افزودن ing به شکل ساده فعل به اسم مصدر تبدیل کرد. Walk, walking. Play, playing. Be, being. هنگام تغییر بعضی افعال به اسم مصدر ممکن است تغییر املایی نیز لازم باشد. Lie, L-I-E, lying, L-Y-I-N-G. اسم مصدر به عنوان اسم در جمله عمل می کند. Jogging is good exercise. فاعل جمله. My favorite form of exercise is jogging. متمم فاعلی. I have always enjoyed jogging. مفعول مستقیم. My roommate is against jogging. مفعول حرف اضافه. His favorite form of exercise, dancing, is more enjoyable. بدل. صفحه 267 عبارت اسم مصدر. اگرچه مصدر به عنوان اسم عمل می کند اما شبیه فعل است. اسم مصدر مانند فعل ها می تواند مفعول، متمم و دیگر وصف کننده ها را دریافت کند. Interviewing small children is amusing. Playing tennis is fun. The nouns children and tennis receive the actions of the gerunds interviewing and playing. Children and tennis are used as the direct objects. In the sentences given, interviewing small children and playing tennis are gerund phrases. اسم مصدر همراه با مفعول وصف کننده های صفتی یا قیدی آن را یک عبارت اسم مصدری میگویند. در جمله های زیر عبارت های مصدری خط کشیده شده است. I have always enjoyed cooking Italian food. Cooking Italian food. Listening to the radio in the evenings is a good way to relax. Listening to the radio in the evenings. Her beautiful singing pleased everyone in the audience. Her beautiful singing is underlined. صفحه 267 نقش اسم مصدر و عبارتهای اسم مصدر. به عنوان اسم، مصدر و عبارت مصدری به روش‌های زیر استفاده می‌شوند. 1. فاعل. Traveling is enjoyable. Traveling with young children can be difficult. Finding a good hotel is not always easy. 2. متمم فاعل. به عنوان متمم فاعل اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر به شناسایی فاعل می‌پردازد. My mother's hobby is cooking. My father's favorite pastime is collecting foreign stamps. What he really enjoys is getting rare stamps. 3. مفعول مستقیم بعد از برخی افعال. My family has always enjoyed traveling. We have always dreaded staying in one place. At one time, my father considered moving to Europe for 3 years. 4. مفعول حرف اضافه. I have always been interested in learning about different cultures. My brother is thinking about spending a year in Italy. The whole family has become accustomed to eating different kinds of food. 5. بدل. بدل فقط اطلاعاتی را درباره شخص یا چیزی که قبلا شناسایی شده تکرار یا اضافه می کند. My mother's hobby, cooking, is enjoyable to her. My father really enjoys his favorite pastime, collecting stamps. صفحه 268 منفی کردن اسم مصدرها. برای منفی کردن اسم مصدر not را در جلوی اسم مصدر می‌گذاریم. A. Bob regretted not seeing that movie. B. The students proposed not having final examinations. C. My doctor thought about not letting me go on a vacation. گذاردن نو بلافاصله قبل از اسم مصدر مهم است. به جمله های زیر با افعال اصلی آنها که منفی شدند نگاه کنید. D. Bob did not regret seeing that movie. E. The students did not propose having final examinations. F. My doctor did not think about putting me into the hospital. Notice that the meanings of sentences D, E, and F are different from the meanings of sentences A, B, and C. In sentence A, Bob did not see the movie, and he regretted having missed it. In sentence D, Bob saw the movie, and he was not sorry that he had gone to it. تمرین 1. جمله های زیر را با اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر کامل کنید. مثال: I really miss not having my television set. 1. Please, would you mind not? پاسخ: Please, would you mind not smoking in the class? 2. Does the teacher remember not? پاسخ: Does the teacher remember not giving the exam? 3. Are you going to propose not? پاسخ: Are you going to propose not having the midterm exam this week? 4. Have your parents ever regretted not? پاسخ: Have your parents ever regretted not having many children? 5. Can you imagine not? پاسخ: Can you imagine not making a new decision? 6. Has your roommate ever considered not? پاسخ: Has your roommate ever considered not disturbing you while studying? 7. On Saturday, would you prefer not? پاسخ: On Saturday, would you prefer not going to the seaside? 8. Concerning the next test, would you advise not? پاسخ: Concerning the next test, would you advise not reviewing all chapters of the book? 9. As a child, I hated not. پاسخ: As a child, I hated not eating with my family. 10. Because of the bad weather, I really prefer not. پاسخ: Because of the bad weather, I really prefer not going out tomorrow morning. تمرین 2. دانش آموز 1. سوالهای زیر را کامل کنید. دانش آموز 2. سوالها را کامل جواب دهید. مثال: Student 1. Do you sometimes miss not being able to talk to your parents? Student 2. Yes, sometimes I really miss not being able to speak with them. 1. When you were a child, do you remember not? Hasok. When you were a child, do you remember not living with your family for a long time? Yes, 1 year I was living away from my family for a month. 2. As a child, can you deny not ever? Hasok. As a child, can you deny not ever playing football with your classmates? Yes, I can deny not ever playing football. 3. When you were small, did you regret not? Hasok. When you were small, did you regret not driving your family car? Yes, I sometimes regretted not driving our family car. 4. As a mother, do you prefer not? Hasok. As a mother, do you prefer not feeding your child each night? I sometimes prefer not feeding my child each night. 5. As a parent, have you minded not? Hasok. As a parent, have you minded not allowing your boy to drive fast? Yes, I sometimes minded not allowing my boy to drive fast. 6. Can you imagine a 6-year-old child not? Hasok. Can you imagine a 6-year-old child not being able to speak his or her mother tongue? I sometimes imagine a 6-year-old child not speaking his or her mother tongue. 7. Whenever you get married, are you considering not? Hasok. Whenever you get married, are you considering not spending much money for unnecessary things? Yes, I'm always considering not spending much money for unnecessary things. 8. As a married person, will you miss not? Hasok. As a married person, will you miss not being able to see a new film? I sometimes miss not being able to see a new film. 9. As a single person, have you enjoyed not? Hasok. As a single person, have you enjoyed not being able to talk to the other person the entire day? Yes, I always enjoy not being able to talk to the other person the entire day. 10. Does your married brother regret not? Hasok. Does your married brother regret not staying in this town? Yes, he regrets not staying in this town. 11. After I get married, do you suggest not? Hasok. After I get married, do you suggest not coming back to my own country? Yes, I suggest not coming back to your own country. 12. Before you got married, did you and your loved one discuss not? Hasok. Before you got married, did you and your loved one discuss not living with your parents? Yes, we discussed not living with my parents. 13. As a married student, do you sometimes resent not? Hasok. As a married student, do you sometimes resent not helping each other? Yes, I sometimes resent not helping each other. 14. With 7 children at home, do you usually prefer not? پاسخ: With 7 children at home, do you usually prefer not staying more at home? Yes, I usually prefer not staying more at home. صفحه 270. اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر به عنوان فاعل جمله. تمرین 3. جمله های زیر را با اسم مصدر ساده یا عبارت اسم مصدر به عنوان فاعل جمله کامل کنید. مثال: Listening to the news really depresses me sometimes. عبارت مصدری: Sleeping is my favorite pastime. مصدر ساده. 1. Blank is an excellent form of exercise. پاسخ: Walking a long distance each day is an excellent form of exercise. 2. Blank has changed my life. پاسخ: Moving to a new house has changed my life. 3. Blank is going to be very difficult for me. پاسخ: Reading without my eyeglasses is going to be very difficult for me. 4. Blank has always been important to me. پاسخ: Doing my duties on time has always been important to me. 5. Blank is not easy in a foreign country. پاسخ: Staying for a long time is not easy in a foreign country. 6. Blank has been one of my country's most important goals. پاسخ: Reconstructing the economy has been one of my country's most important goals. 7. Blank will be the most difficult thing for me to do when I return home. پاسخ: Living away from my classmates will be the most difficult thing for me to do when I return home. 8. Blank is foolish, considering the price of gasoline. پاسخ: Wasting the fuel is foolish, considering the price of gasoline. 9. Blank seems to be a favorite American pastime. پاسخ: Going to the seaside seems to be a favorite American pastime. 10. Blank has never made me comfortable. پاسخ: Having a lot of money has never made me comfortable. 11. Blank will be a difficult job for the next U.S. president. پاسخ: Solving economic problems will be a difficult job for the next U.S. president. تمرین 4. جمله های زیر را با اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر کامل کنید. نوار شماره 21. کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean. مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک. مترجم نادر محمدزاده. صفحه 270. 11. Blank will be a difficult job for the next U.S. president. پاسخ: Solving economic problems will be a difficult job for the next U.S. president. تمرین 4. جمله های زیر را با اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر کامل کنید. 1. After school, blank is the first thing many children do. پاسخ: After school, tearing books is the first thing many children do. 2. Blank really annoys most mothers. پاسخ: Crying at home really annoys most mothers. 3. If it is raining and they can't go outside, blank appeals to most children. پاسخ: If it is raining and they can't go outside, watching cartoons appeals to most children. 4. My parents didn't have a television when they were young, so blank was their way of relaxing after school. پاسخ: My parents didn't have a television when they were young, so listening to the radio was their way of relaxing after school. 5. Blank takes a lot of time for both mothers and fathers. پاسخ: Taking care of children takes a lot of time for both mothers and fathers. 6. Blank is a big responsibility for every parent. پاسخ: Training children is a big responsibility for every parent. 7. Blank demands a lot of time from both parents. پاسخ: Meeting the children's wishes demands a lot of time from both parents. 8. In many families, blank has always been the father's job. پاسخ: In many families, providing the life needs has always been the father's job. 9. In many countries, blank has usually been the woman's responsibility. پاسخ: In many countries, housekeeping has usually been the woman's responsibility. 10. Nevertheless, blank is a source of pleasure for most parents. پاسخ: Nevertheless, working in the house is a source of pleasure for most parents. 11. Blank is not easy for children in any part of the world. پاسخ: Staying at home alone is not easy for children in any part of the world. 12. As a child grows up, blank is very difficult. پاسخ: As a child grows up, making him study is very difficult. 13. My grandparents loved children, so blank was an enjoyable experience. پاسخ: My grandparents loved children, so playing with them was an enjoyable experience. 14. I have 6 sisters and 4 brothers, but as a parent, blank does not appeal to me. پاسخ: I have 6 sisters and 4 brothers, but as a parent, having more children does not appeal to me. صفحه 271. اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر به عنوان متمم فاعلی. به خاطر داشته باشید که به عنوان متمم فاعلی ساخت اسم مصدر به فاعل اشاره می کند. تمرین 5. سوالهای زیر را با اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر به عنوان متمم فاعلی جواب دهید. مثال: What would be your ideal summer job? My ideal summer job would be guiding tourists around my city. 1. What has been one of your biggest problems this quarter? Also, this quarter, one of my biggest problems was providing source books. 2. What is your favorite form of recreation? Also, my favorite form of recreation is walking in the park. 3. What has always been your hobby? Also, painting has always been my hobby. 4. When you worked in your country, what was your job? Also, when I worked in my country, teaching English was my job. 5. If you were the leader of your country, what would be your main concern? Also, my main concern would be solving the economic problems. 6. Your wife wanted to go to the movies last weekend, but what was your suggestion? Also, my suggestion was staying at home. تمرین 6. جمله ها را با اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر به عنوان متمم فاعلی کامل کنید. مثال: One solution to the large number of cars on the roads is carpooling, riding with a friend, or taking the bus. 1. After 5 hours of classes every day, my one thought is... Also, after 5 hours of classes every day, my one thought is reviewing the subjects I studied before. 2. One of my major goals in life has always been... Also, one of my major goals in life has always been buying an expensive house and finding a job. 3. An actor's biggest dream is probably... Also, an actor's biggest dream is probably playing as an international actor in theaters. 4. When my roommate went to the car dealer, his biggest mistake was... Also, when my roommate went to the car dealer, his biggest mistake was insisting on buying a used car. 5. The police officer who stopped me said that my violation had been... Also, the police officer who stopped me said that my violation had been turning the corner with high speed. 6. After Roberto completes his English studies, the next step will be... Also, after Roberto completes his English studies, the next step will be receiving his tuition from the embassy. 7. Before my oldest brother left home, his one fear was... Also, before my oldest brother left home, his one fear was living away from the family. 8. When driving in the downtown area, a big frustration is always... پاسخ: When driving in the downtown area, a big frustration is always colliding with the very old cars. 9. When I worked at the pool as a lifeguard, my responsibilities were پاسخ: When I worked at the pool as a lifeguard, my responsibilities were saving those who couldn't swim. 10. Concerning Kenji's inability to sleep at night, his doctor's suggestion was پاسخ: Concerning Kenji's inability to sleep at night, his doctor's suggestion was using all the drugs he prescribed. 11. If I had $1 million, my one desire would be پاسخ: If I had $1 million, my one desire would be buying an expensive car. 12. Generally speaking, John is usually a nice person. However, his biggest fault is پاسخ: Generally speaking, John is usually a nice person. However, his biggest fault is making his parents leave this town. 13. Man's highest aim should be پاسخ: Man's highest aim should be establishing peace in the world. صفحه 272. اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدری به عنوان مفعول مستقیم. اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر می تواند به دنبال فعل بیاید و نقش مفعول مستقیم را بازی کند. اما همه فعل‌های انگلیسی قادر به ایفای چنین نقشی نیستند. افعال زیر معمولاً از این نقش پیروی می کنند: admit, appreciate, avoid, can't help, consider, defer, delay, deny, enjoy, escape, excuse, finish, forgive, imagine, keep, meaning continue, mention, practice, prevent, quit, recall, recommend, resent, resist, risk. بعد از این فعل‌ها همیشه حالت ملکی قبل از اسم مصدر قرار می‌گیرند. detest, discuss, mind, dislike, miss, postpone, suggest, tolerate, understand. The teacher excused my coming late. I appreciate your helping me with this problem. The teacher understood John's failing to do the assignment. مثال: 1. Bob admitted borrowing Tom's car. 2. He should appreciate having such a nice roommate. 3. I can't help loving him. 4. You really should consider coming to class on time. 5. After Christmas, we defer paying some bills. 6. Last year, we delayed putting anything on credit. 7. Tell the truth. Do not deny copying this composition. 8. I detest cheating in any form. 9. Tomorrow I will discuss giving you another chance. 10. No teacher enjoys failing students. 11. However, it's difficult to forgive cheating. 12. No one can escape being punished. 13. You have not finished doing the other assignment. 14. I cannot imagine forgetting about this. 15. You must keep trying to do your best. 16. I have mentioned giving you extra help many times. 17. I do not mind helping you. 18. Bob arrived late and missed catching his plane. 19. Due to snow, our captain postponed leaving. 20. While waiting to leave, I practiced pronouncing my French words. 21. After a while, the passengers quit worrying about the delay. 22. At the time, I recall thinking about the children. 23. An airline official recommended buying ice cream for the children. 24. Some passengers resented being in the airport so long. 25. I could not resist worrying about the weather. 26. The airlines could not risk having an accident. 27. One passenger suggested playing cards. تمرین 7. سوالها و جمله ها را با اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر به عنوان مفعول مستقیم تکمیل کنید. 1. In the courtroom, what did the defendant admit? پاسخ: He admitted talking to the guilty. 2. What couldn't the defendant's lawyer avoid? پاسخ: He couldn't avoid helping the murderer. 3. The defendant had always been a quiet man, but on the night of the crime he could not help. پاسخ: The defendant had always been a quiet man, but on the night of the crime he could not help hiding the crime. 4. Because I had never been in trouble with the law, the judge considered. پاسخ: Because I had never been in trouble with the law, the judge considered punishing him later. 5. The jury needed more time, so it delayed. پاسخ: The jury needed more time, so it delayed discussing about the crime. 6. The defendant's wife detested. پاسخ: The defendant's wife detested talking with her husband. 7. That night, he and his wife discussed. پاسخ: That night, he and his wife discussed killing the man inside his bed. 8. The trial was interesting, but I don't really enjoy. پاسخ: The trial was interesting, but I don't really enjoy attending there. 9. Actually, many times the defendant could not finish. پاسخ: Actually, many times the defendant could not finish talking to the jury. 10. I have never been in jail, so I can't imagine. پاسخ: I have never been in jail, so I can't imagine being in jail for a long time. 11. While the defendant's lawyer was speaking, the lawyer for the prosecution kept. پاسخ: While the defendant's lawyer was speaking, the lawyer for the prosecution kept listening to him. 12. Because the jury could not agree on the defendant's innocence or guilt, what did the judge postpone? پاسخ: The judge postponed discussing of the crime. 13. Finally, the judge gave his verdict and the defendant's wife quit. پاسخ: Finally, the judge gave his verdict and the defendant's wife quit talking loudly in the court. 14. The defendant seemed to be such a quiet man that I can't resist. پاسخ: The defendant seemed to be such a quiet man that I can't resist considering him as innocent. 15. Nevertheless, I really don't understand, or I really don't understand his. پاسخ: Nevertheless, I really don't understand his reasoning for committing the crime. صفحه 274 حالت ملکی همراه با اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدری. In formal English, the possessive is often used before the gerund construction. I couldn't understand John's coming late, or I couldn't understand his coming late. In informal usage, however, native speakers often use the object form of a personal pronoun or the noun without the possessive inflection. I couldn't understand John coming late, or I couldn't understand him coming late. When a possessive is used before a gerund construction, there is often a change in meaning. We enjoyed singing. It means we were singing. We enjoyed the choir singing. It means we were listening to the choir. تمرین 8. جمله های زیر را با ساخت حالت ملکی و علاوه اسم مصدر کامل کنید. مثال: The teacher did not appreciate my interrupting his explanation. 1. Because of the snowstorm, the instructor excused. پاسخ: Because of the snowstorm, the instructor excused his coming late. 2. The students really appreciated. پاسخ: The students really appreciated his teaching English. 3. One very late student who lives near the university tried to defend. پاسخ: One very late student who lives near the university tried to defend his coming late. 4. During the exam, the instructor didn't permit. پاسخ: During the exam, the instructor didn't permit our bringing the book to the session. 5. I studied very hard for the last test, so I couldn't understand. پاسخ: I studied very hard for the last test, so I couldn't understand my cheating. 6. Because so many students did poorly on the test, the instructor suggested. پاسخ: Because so many students did poorly on the test, the instructor suggested he's changing the test method. 7. We have a good class. However, a few students constantly speak out of turn. I hate. پاسخ: We have a good class. However, a few students constantly speak out of turn. I hate their speaking too much. 8. I saw one of my classmates at the movies last night, but he pretended not to see me. I can't imagine. پاسخ: I saw one of my classmates at the movies last night, but he pretended not to see me. I can't imagine his being rude. 9. He invited me to his home last weekend, and I really enjoyed. پاسخ: He invited me to his home last weekend, and I really enjoyed his playing piano. صفحه 275. افعالی که بعد از آنها اسم مصدر یا مصدر به عنوان مفعول مستقیم قرار می‌گیرند. بعد از افعال زیر می‌توان اسم مصدر یا ساخت مصدری را بدون تغییر معنا قرار داد. advise, allow, attempt, begin, cannot bear, continue, dislike, dread, forbid, hate, intend, like, love, need, neglect, permit, prefer, start. 1. Bob attempted bringing in fruit from Mexico, or Bob attempted to bring in fruit from Mexico. 2. The customs officials began searching his suitcases, or the customs officials began to search his suitcases. 3. They continued questioning him for several hours, or they continued to question him for several hours. 4. Many people dislike visiting warm countries, or many people dislike to visit warm countries. 5. I love traveling by plane, or I love to travel by plane. 6. Non-smokers hate sitting in the smoking section, or non-smokers hate to sit in the smoking section. 7. On a trip, many women prefer dressing in pants for comfort, or on a trip, many women prefer to dress in pants for comfort. نکات: 1. بعد از advise، allow، forbid و permit اسم یا مفعول ضمیر قبل از مصدر لازم است. جمله های زیر را مقایسه کنید. A. Our travel agent advised us to take a European vacation. Our travel agent advised taking a European vacation. B. Professor Jones does not allow anyone to leave the room during an exam. Professor Jones does not allow leaving the room during an exam. C. My father forbids me to smoke in his house. My father forbids smoking in his house. D. This apartment building does not permit any resident to have a pet. This apartment building does not permit having pets. 2. begin و start هم اسم مصدر میگیرند و هم مصدر. اما اگر فعلی که بعد از آنها میآید از نوع knowing یا understanding، مثلا perceive، contemplate و reflect باشد، استفاده از مصدر معمول تر است. A. After a few minutes, we started to understand the teacher's explanation. B. As I watched the report of the earthquake victims, I began to perceive the horror of such a disaster. C. بعد از attempt و intend می توان از اسم مصدر استفاده. صفحه 276. B. As I watched the report of the earthquake victims, I began to perceive the horror of such a disaster. 3. بعد از attempt و intend می توان از اسم مصدر استفاده کرد، اما مصدر متداول تر است. She attempted to do work by herself متداول تر از She attempted doing the work by herself است. و I intended to help her but I was too busy متداول تر از I intended helping her but I was too busy می باشد. 4. با need مصدر مجهول به کار می رود. A. My car needs to be washed or my car needs washing. تمرین 9. جمله ها را با اسم مصدر در صورتی که مصدر به کار رفته باشد یا با مصدر در صورت وجود اسم مصدر جواب بدهید. مثال: If it begins to rain, are you going to cancel the picnic? Of course, we'll cancel it if it begins raining. Did the radio announcer continue asking for donations? Yes, he continued to ask for donations. 1. I understand that Robert is looking for a new job. Doesn't he like to work here anymore? پاسخ: Of course he likes working here. 2. Is it true that he dislikes being inside all day? پاسخ: Yes, he dislikes to be inside all day. 3. Wouldn't he prefer to have a job where he could travel once in a while? پاسخ: Yes, he prefers having a job where he could travel once in a while. 4. Hasn't he neglected doing much of his work lately? پاسخ: Of course he has neglected to do much of his work lately. 5. When will he start looking for another job? پاسخ: He will start to look for another job on Saturday. 6. Did you advise going to an employment agency or checking the want ads in the newspaper? پاسخ: I advised to go to an employment agency. 7. Haven't you noticed that he dreads to attend the morning staff meetings? پاسخ: Yes, I have noticed that he dreads attending the morning staff meetings. 8. He has excellent sales experience. Couldn't he begin working as a salesman? پاسخ: Yes, he could begin to work as a salesman. 9. Does he intend leaving before he finds another job? پاسخ: Yes, he intends to leave before he finds another job. 10. Doesn't our company policy forbid quitting without giving at least 2 weeks' notice? پاسخ: Yes, it forbids to quit without giving at least 2 weeks' notice. 11. He really looks depressed. Don't you agree that he needs cheering up? پاسخ: Yes, I agree that he needs to cheer up. 12. He is such a nice person. Don't you hate to see him so depressed? پاسخ: Yes, I hate seeing him so depressed. صفحه 277 افعالی که بعد از آنها اسم مصدر یا مصدر به عنوان مفعول مستقیم می‌آیند. بعد از افعال زیر می‌توان از اسم مصدر یا ساخت مصدری اما با تغییر معنا استفاده کرد. forget، mean، propose، regret، remember، stop، try، used to، be used to. 1. مصدر بعد از افعال forget، remember و stop به عملی اشاره دارد که بعد از عمل فعل اصلی رخ می‌دهد. 2. اسم مصدر پس از این افعال به عملی اشاره می‌کند که قبل از عمل فعل اصلی رخ می‌دهد. زوج جمله‌های زیر را مطالعه کنید. A. Fadl forgot to come for the test. عمل 1 forgetting. He will never forget missing the test. عمل 1 missing. B. We stopped to eat. عمل 1 stopping. We stopped eating. عمل 1 eating. C. I remembered to write down the assignment. عمل 1 remembering. I remembered writing down the assignment. عمل 1 writing. D. I regret to tell you that you failed the test. عمل 1 regretting. I regret telling you this bad news. عمل 1 telling. 3. بعد از فعل mean به معنای intend یعنی قصد مصدر می آید. بعد از mean به معنای result in یعنی منجر به اسم مصدر می آید و فقط با فاعل غیر شخصی استفاده می شود. E. The police detective means to solve this crime even if it means forgetting about his other work. F. I'm tired of smoking. I mean to stop even if it means gaining weight. 4. فعل propose به معنی تصمیم یا قصد داشتن مصدر می گیرد. propose به معنی پیشنهاد کردن اسم مصدر می گیرد. G. We propose to leave early tomorrow morning. تصمیم به رفتن. H. I propose leaving before 6 a.m. پیشنهاد به رفتن. 5. try به معنای سعی کردن مصدر و به معنای امتحان اسم مصدر می گیرد. I try to take notes carefully but I miss much of the information. J. try taking a tape recorder to class. 6. used to در معنی عادت در گذشته مصدر می گیرد. be used to به معنی عادت به چیزی اسم مصدر می گیرد. K. We used to drive to New York from Nevada every other month to see our parents. L. We are used to driving long distances, so the trips didn't bother us. تمرین 10. سوال‌های زیر را جواب دهید. چند جواب صحیح برای هر سوال امکان دارد. 1. As a student, what do you sometimes forget to do? پاسخ: I sometimes forget writing my homework. 2. What does being a full-time student usually mean? پاسخ: It means studying constantly during the academic year. 3. What incident in your life will you never forget? پاسخ: I will never forget going to the US for the first time. 4. What do you propose to do about the test you missed last week? پاسخ: I propose asking the teacher to test us again. 5. What did you remember to do this morning? پاسخ: I remember eating breakfast. 6. Why did the teacher stop in the middle of her explanation? پاسخ: He stopped to remember what he should say to the students. 7. What did Hassan propose concerning the end of the quarter party? پاسخ: He proposed inviting all of the foreign students. 8. Why did Yuko stop studying with her roommate? پاسخ: He stopped studying to have a cup of coffee. 9. Since your friend has been working on his new job, what is he used to? پاسخ: He's used to getting up early in the morning. 10. Last semester, what did you used to do every Saturday morning? پاسخ: I used to study from 5 to 7:30 every Saturday morning. 11. Because the teacher couldn't read Ellie's writing, what did Ellie try to do? پاسخ: He tried to write a better handwriting. 12. Everybody makes mistakes once in a while. What is something that you have always regretted? پاسخ: I have always regretted making a lot of mistakes. 13. Since your every effort to stop smoking has failed so far, what will you try next? پاسخ: I will try not buying any cigarettes. 14. I really didn't like what you told my roommate about me. Did you really mean to say what you said? پاسخ: I meant advising you not to do so. تمرین 11. مرور شفاهی جمله های زیر را با مصدر یا اسم مصدر کامل کنید. 1. When you get married, will you begin? پاسخ: When you get married, will you begin to live away from your family? 2. Will you allow your husband? پاسخ: Will you allow your husband to get married again? 3. Have your parents ever regretted? پاسخ: Have your parents ever regretted leaving this town? 4. As a mother, will you attempt? پاسخ: As a mother, will you attempt to bring up as well as you can? 5. Are you planning to be a working mother, or do you prefer? پاسخ: Are you planning to be a working mother, or do you prefer staying at home? 6. Does any member of your family hope? پاسخ: Does any member of your family hope to help you with your houseworks? 7. As a husband, will you refuse? پاسخ: As a husband, will you refuse to have more than one child? 8. Who in this class dreads? پاسخ: Who in this class dreads cheating in front of the class? 9. Your cousin is 45 years old. Hasn't he decided? پاسخ: Your cousin is 45 years old. Hasn't he decided to buy a new house? 10. Does your aunt intend? پاسخ: Does your aunt intend to leave the U.S.? 11. Have you ever tried? پاسخ: Have you ever tried to learn a second language? 12. If you were having trouble with your mate, would you ever consider? پاسخ: If you were having trouble with your mate, would you ever consider choosing another one? 13. Your cousin is a very nice person. Don't you think he deserves? پاسخ: Your cousin is a very nice person. Don't you think he deserves to get a good job? 14. Before he gets married, my brother has to quit. پاسخ: Before he gets married, my brother has to quit talking about marriage. 15. When you get married, I will promise. پاسخ: When you get married, I will promise to buy a new car for you. 16. A single person cannot imagine. پاسخ: A single person cannot imagine living with a family as a husband. 17. My parents have been married for 10 years. However, my father continues. پاسخ: My parents have been married for 10 years. However, my father continues living like a single person. 18. My mother told me that after their ceremony, she enjoyed. پاسخ: My mother told me that after their ceremony, she enjoyed living with my father. 19. For their honeymoon, my father proposed. پاسخ: For their honeymoon, my father proposed going to the island. 20. After they had been married for several years, my mother attempted. پاسخ: After they had been married for several years, my mother attempted to persuade my father to buy a new car. 21. You didn't attend my wedding last week, but I will forgive. پاسخ: You didn't attend my wedding last week, but I will forgive your absence from the ceremonies. 22. Before my sister and her fiancé get married, they really need. پاسخ: Before my sister and her fiancé get married, they really need to work hard to save money for the ceremony. 23. While my brother and his wife were driving to the mountains on their honeymoon, they stopped. پاسخ: While my brother and his wife were driving to the mountains on their honeymoon, they stopped looking at the beautiful flowers. 24. They had a nice drive, but when they arrived at their cabin, they discovered that they had forgotten. پاسخ: They had a nice drive, but when they arrived at their cabin, they discovered that they had forgotten bringing something to eat. تمرین 12. فکر کنید و پاسخ دهید. پاراگراف های زیر را بخوانید و به پرسش هایی که به دنبال آن می آیند جواب دهید. Campus disorder. In the 1960s, there were many demonstrations on university campuses around the world. In the spring of 1969, my sister was a graduate student at New York University, which is an excellent institution. At that time, however, there were many demonstrations and bomb threats. Both professors and students were forced to leave their classes in the middle of a lecture because of these disturbances. In many instances, university officials considered closing the university instead of endangering the lives of innocent people. But many students resented missing their classes. Due to the disturbances on campus, some teachers tried holding classes in their apartments, and several had to postpone giving final examinations. They regretted doing this, but they could not finish presenting the content of their courses because of the disorder and interruptions. During the demonstrations, the police said that they could not avoid hurting some people, since many of them resisted following their orders. The students denied disobeying the police, and a large number of them stated that in many instances the police continued hitting them even after they had stopped pushing and shoving. After a demonstration against the war in Vietnam, students met and began planning for the next protest. At this meeting, some students proposed having other students keep order instead of the police. They complained that they disliked seeing police officers on the campus. Hundreds of parents wrote to the university and stated that they did not like having their sons and daughters in danger. Furthermore, they did not appreciate their children's education being interrupted. In the fall of 1969, the demonstrations had subsided somewhat, and the university opened its doors to new and old students. Most of my sister's friends are now married with families of their own. However, they remember participating in the protests, and some admit feeling regretful about the parts they played. Answer the following questions on the reading. In your answers, use a gerund that is different from the gerund in the question or reading, but keep the same meaning. You may use the words from the following list if you need to. Cancel, give, be absent from, choose, have, postpone, be disorderly, think about, teach, injure, refuse to obey, beat, be disorderly, take part in. Method. Did university officials consider closing the university? Yes, they considered canceling classes. 1. Did many students resent missing their classes? پاسخ: Yes, they resented being absent from their classes. 2. Where did some teachers try holding their classes? پاسخ: They tried choosing their house to teach. 3. Did several teachers have to postpone giving final exams? پاسخ: Several teachers postponed having final exams. 4. Could the teachers finish presenting the content of their courses? پاسخ: They couldn't finish teaching the content of their courses. 5. During the demonstrations, could the police have avoided hurting some people? پاسخ: The police haven't avoided injuring the people. 6. What did the students deny? پاسخ: They denied refusing to obey the police. 7. What did the students say about the police? پاسخ: They said that the police continued beating the people. 8. After the demonstration against the war in Vietnam, what did the students begin planning for? پاسخ: They began thinking about their next protest. 9. Instead of having the police keep order, what did some students propose? پاسخ: They proposed asking other students keep order instead of police. 10. What do many of the former students remember today? پاسخ: They remember taking part in the protests. صفحه 281 اسم مصدر بعد از حروف اضافه. اگر فعل بلافاصله بعد از حرف اضافه بیاید از شکل اسم مصدر آن استفاده می شود. به مثال های زیر توجه کنید. A. The children insisted on going to the zoo. B. Their mother had no objection to taking them there. C. However, she was not interested in staying all day. D. The father avoided going to the zoo by saying he had a lot of work to do. ترکیبات فعل به علاوه حرف اضافه، صفت به علاوه حرف اضافه و اسم به علاوه حرف اضافه در زبان انگلیسی فراوان است. در اینجا متداول‌ترین آنها را مطالعه می‌کنیم. صفحه 282 فعل به علاوه حرف اضافه به علاوه اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر. ترکیبات فعل به علاوه حرف اضافه که فهرست آنها را در زیر مشاهده می کنید می توانند طبق الگوهای زیر استفاده شوند. الگوی A: فاعل به علاوه فعل به علاوه عبارت اسم مصدر. He approved of writing the story. الگوی B: فاعل به علاوه فعل به علاوه حالت ملکی به علاوه عبارت اسم مصدر. Bob apologized for his being late. Apologize for. Apologize to someone for. Adjust to. Agree with. Approve of. Argue about. Believe in. Blame someone for or blame for. Care about. Comment on. Complain about. Concentrate on. Consist of. Care for. Deal with. Depend on. Depend upon. Dream about. Forgive someone for. Forget about. Insist on. Look forward to. Object to. Plan on. Refer to. See about. Talk about. Think about. Warn someone about. Worry about. فعل به علاوه حرف اضافه در زیر فقط با الگوی ای قابل استفاده است. فاعل نوار شماره 22 کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک مترجم نادر محمدزاده صفحه 282 فعل به علاوه حرف اضافه در زیر فقط با الگوی ای قابل استفاده است. فاعل به علاوه فعل به علاوه مفعول غیر مستقیم به علاوه عبارت اسم مصدر. The police officer accused me of speeding on the freeway. Accuse of. Accuse object of. Congratulate on. Devote to. Pay for. Prevent from. Thank for. تمرین شفاهی. سوال‌های زیر را جواب دهید. 1. What did the sales clerk accuse your friend of? پاسخ. He accused him of stealing something. 2. This quarter, what are you devoting yourself to? پاسخ. I am devoting myself to reading these novels. 3. What did you have to pay the doctor for? پاسخ. I have to pay for his operating my mother. 4. What did your roommate prevent you from doing? پاسخ. He prevented me from studying late at night. 5. What are you going to thank me for? پاسخ. I am going to thank you for your kindness. 6. What did you congratulate your teacher on? پاسخ. I congratulated him on his succeeding in the teaching. تمرین 13. دانش آموز 1 به سوال جواب بدهید. دانش آموز 2 با جمله کامل به سوال جواب بدهید. 1. What did you apologize to the reading teacher for? پاسخ. I apologized to him for my coming late. 2. When you came to the United States, what did you have to adjust to? پاسخ. I had to adjust to learning the new culture. 3. What have you and your roommate been arguing about? پاسخ. We have been arguing about traveling to Mexico. 4. What doesn't your father approve of? پاسخ. He doesn't approve of finishing the book soon. 5. What did the police blame you for last night? پاسخ. The police blamed me for passing the red light. 6. As a student, what do you really care about? پاسخ. I really care about participating in the demonstrations. 7. When you were in the director's office, what were you complaining about? پاسخ. I was complaining about demonstration on university campus. 8. Since this quarter began, what have you been concentrating on? پاسخ: I have been concentrating on learning how to read rapidly. 9. What did you dream about last night? پاسخ: I dreamed about passing all the courses. 10. When you were a little child, what did your mother always forgive you for? پاسخ: She always forgave me for making a lot of mistakes. 11. What are you trying to forget about? پاسخ: I am trying to forget about buying a new car. 12. After this quarter, what are you looking forward to? پاسخ: I am looking forward to receiving my tuition. 13. What has the grammar teacher always insisted on? پاسخ: He insisted on learning the tenses. 14. What do you plan on doing this weekend? پاسخ: I plan on going to the country. 15. After class today, what do you have to see about? پاسخ: I have to see about having the exam. 16. Excuse me, what are you talking about? پاسخ: I am talking about writing a letter for the teacher. 17. What does keeping your scholarship depend on? پاسخ: It depends on receiving money from my embassy. 18. Before you left your country, what did your mother warn you about? پاسخ: She warned me about missing my money. 19. What does being a good student consist of? پاسخ: It consists of doing all the assignments. صفحه 283. صفت به علاوه حرف اضافه به علاوه اسم مصدر یا عبارت مصدری. ترکیبات صفت و علاوه حرف اضافه در زیر را می توان بعد از این افعال مورد استفاده قرار داد. be, seem, appear, remain, look, become. Accustomed to, afraid of, angry at, appropriate for, ashamed of, concerned about, content with, delighted at, essential to, excited about, famous for, generous about, good at, grateful to or for, incapable of, interested in, lazy about, proud of, responsible for, sorry about, suitable for, sure of or sure about, surprised at, tired of or tired from, used to or accustomed to, worried about. Interested in. این واژه ها اسم مفعول هایی هستند که به عنوان صفت به کار رفتند. تمرین شفاهی. به سوال های زیر جواب دهید. 1. Since you've been away from home, what have you become accustomed to? پاسخ: I have become accustomed to living alone in a foreign country. 2. When you were a small child, what were you afraid of? پاسخ: I was afraid of going out at night. 3. Before you left your country, what was your mother concerned about? پاسخ: She was concerned about being away from me. 4. For you, what is studying English essential to? پاسخ: It is essential to doing my job well. 5. What do you usually feel excited about? پاسخ: I feel excited about passing the exams. 6. What would you like to become famous for? پاسخ: I would like to become famous for being a good translator. 7. What have you always been interested in? پاسخ: I have always been interested in learning a new language. تمرین 14. جمله ها را کامل کنید. 1. After each Olympic game, the winners look proud of. پاسخ: After each Olympic game, the winners look proud of receiving their prizes. 2. When a country hosts the Olympic Games, it is responsible for. پاسخ: When a country hosts the Olympic Games, it is responsible for keeping secure and quiet. 3. All athletes feel sorry about. پاسخ: All athletes feel sorry about losing the opportunity. 4. Until the last moment, every athlete seems sure of. پاسخ: Until the last moment, every athlete seems sure of winning the match. 5. Were you surprised at. پاسخ: Were you surprised at seeing the protest in the stadium? 6. A hopeful athlete can never become tired of. پاسخ: A hopeful athlete can never become tired of challenging during the competition. 7. During the games, I am sure that some coaches are worried about. پاسخ: During the games, I am sure that some coaches are worried about guiding their athletes. 8. For an Olympic athlete, eating properly and training hard is essential to. پاسخ: For an Olympic athlete, eating properly and training hard is essential to winning the competition. 9. Because they train so much before the games, a serious athlete appears used to. پاسخ: Before they train so much before the games, a serious athlete appears used to exercising 2 hours each day. صفحه 284. اسم به علاوه حرف اضافه به علاوه اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر. در زیر فهرست ترکیبات متداول اسم به علاوه حرف اضافه را ملاحظه می‌کنید. بعد از این ترکیبات می‌توان اسم مصدر یا حالت ملکی به کار برد و نیز از اسم مصدر به جز آنهایی که با ستاره علامت گذاری شدند می‌توان استفاده کرد. difficulty in addition to, in charge of, in danger of, in favor of, in return for, instead of, or in lieu of, interest in the course of, in the middle of, need for, reason for, technique for, the point of. اسم مصدرهایی که با ستاره علامت گذاری شدن: difficulty in charge of, in danger of و technique for. A. Professor Smith stopped speaking in the middle of giving his lecture. B. He asked the two students in the back of the room to state their reasons for having a private conversation. C. He warned them that they were in danger of failing his course. D. They apologized and said they were having difficulty in understanding his lecture. F. Professor Smith took time out to explain a few techniques for taking good notes. تمرین 15. جمله ها را کامل کنید. 1. As they were driving to the mountains, Sue told Bob to slow down because she did not see the need for. پاسخ: As they were driving to the mountains, Sue told Bob to slow down because she did not see the need for driving so fast. 2. She also warned him that they were in danger of. پاسخ: She also warned him that they were in danger of colliding the other cars. 3. Because the road was clear, Bob said he did not see the point of. پاسخ: Because the road was clear, Bob said he did not see the point of having any accident. 4. Sue reminded him that in addition to blank, they could get a ticket. Also, Sue reminded him that in addition to filling the tank, they could get a ticket. 5. When Bob saw a police car in his rear view mirror, he was suddenly in favor of. Also, when Bob saw a police car in his rear view mirror, he was suddenly in favor of driving slowly, as Sue said. 6. It was too late. After the police officer had checked Bob's license, he asked him if he had difficulty in. Also, it was too late. After the police officer had checked Bob's license, he asked him if he had difficulty in driving slowly. 7. The officer sarcastically asked if he had an interest in. Also, the officer sarcastically asked if he had an interest in having a ticket. 8. The officer also reminded Bob that as an officer of the law, he was in charge of. Also, the police officer also reminded Bob that as an officer of the law, he was in charge of keeping the order along the roads. 9. Surprisingly, instead of blank, the police officer told Bob to report to the police station every Wednesday night for safe driving lessons. Also, surprisingly, instead of fining, The police officer told Bob to report to the police station every Wednesday night for safe driving lessons. 10. Sue mentioned that because of his poor driving record, Bob really needed to review the techniques for پاسخ. Sue mentioned that because of his poor driving record, Bob really needed to review the techniques for learning the driving rules. تمرین 16. پاراگراف های زیر را با حرف اضافه صحیح و اسم مصدر که معنای جمله ها را کامل می کند پر کنید. سعی شود از اسم مصدر متفاوت برای هر کدام استفاده کنید. می توانید بعضی فعل ها را از فهرست زیر انتخاب کنید. بسیاری از آنها هم معنا نیستند. mug, walk, rob, see, be, serve, help, wait, assist, have, bring up, rear up, live, reside, spend, use, contact, ask, change, improve, solve, correct, look for, find, do, keep, enforce, ensure, combat, fight. تغییر کیفیت زندگی در بسیاری از شهرهای امریکا. Few would deny that the quality of life has changed in many big American cities. Many people can remember a time when it was very safe to walk to the corner store after dark. However, today they are afraid, blank, alone. Store owners find that they are constantly in danger, blank, robbed. Some of them have been threatened in the course, blank, their customers. Many people agree that a big city is no longer suitable, blank, children. پاسخ. Few would deny that the quality of life has changed in many big American cities. Many people can remember a time when it was very safe to walk to the corner store after dark. However, today they are afraid of walking alone. Store owners find that they are constantly in danger of being robbed. Some of them have been threatened in the course of helping their customers. Many people argue that a big city is no longer suitable for bringing up children. People who live in the big cities are concerned, blank, these conditions. They say that the city governments do not really seem interested, blank, solutions to the problems. On the other hand, the city officials maintain that they are incapable, blank, very much without money from the state and national governments. The mayors of the big urban areas admit that they too are worried, blank, the quality of life in their cities. The majority of citizens believe that their police forces have not been good, blank, law and order. Everyone feels that a good police force is essential, blank, a safe environment. پاسخ. People who live in the big cities are concerned about changing these conditions. They say that the city governments do not really seem interested in finding solutions to the problems. On the other hand, the city officials maintain that they are incapable of doing very much without money from the state and national governments. The mayors of the big urban areas admit that they, too, are worried about improving the quality of life in their cities. The majority of citizens believe that their police forces have not been good at keeping law and order. Everyone feels that a good police force is essential to having a safe environment. The citizens in these areas are also tired, such high taxes. Again, they complain that the city and state governments are responsible, not correctly, the money available to them. پاسخ: The citizens in these areas are also tired of paying such high taxes. Again, they complain that the city and state governments are responsible for not correctly spending the money available to them. Violence and high taxes are only two of the problems that city dwellers face. Many Americans who move to the big cities from small towns have been used, in an atmosphere that is friendly and quiet. Therefore, they are not accustomed, in an environment that is cold and impersonal. No American is proud, about these conditions, and all agree that there is a need, a situation. Everyone feels that the problems are very serious, but no one seems to know the best technique, these problems. Some officials are in favor, the law enforcement officials of certain European cities for advice. While it is true that many European cities, as well as others around the world, have some of the same problems, it is also true that they seem to have found successful solutions to many of them. پاسخ: Violence and high taxes are only two of the problems that city dwellers face. Many Americans who move to the big cities from small towns have been used to living in an atmosphere that is friendly and quiet. They are not accustomed to residing in an environment that is cold and impersonal. No American is proud of talking about these conditions, and all agree that there is a need for changing the situation. Everyone feels that the problems are very serious, but no one seems to know the best technique for combating these problems. Some officials are in favor of contacting the law enforcement officials of certain European cities for advice. While it is true that many European cities, as well as others around the world, have some of the same problems, it is also true that they seem to have found successful solutions to many of them. تمرین 17. پاراگراف های زیبا با توجه به ترکیبات فعل یا صفت یا اسم به علاوه حرف اضافه بخوانید. سال بعد از واترگیت. Even after the news of the Watergate break-in and cover-up was almost a year old, the American people had not yet become accustomed to hearing new stories of corruption and dishonesty in the Nixon administration. Each new incident was just as surprising as the previous ones. Consequently, the president was becoming increasingly unsuccessful in restoring confidence in his administration. On Saturday, October 20th, 1973, Nixon's dismissal of Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox created massive headlines. Nixon had ordered Elliot Richardson, who was the Attorney General, to fire Cox. However, Elliot Richardson was opposed to getting rid of him. As a result, Richardson resigned from his position as Attorney General. The President then ordered former Deputy Attorney General William Ruckelshaus to fire Cox. But like Richardson, Ruckelshaus could not see the need for releasing Cox from his duties. Millions of Americans were surprised and shocked. صفحه 287. However, Elliot Richardson was opposed to getting rid of him. As a result, Richardson resigned from his position as Attorney General. The President then ordered former Deputy Attorney General William Ruckelshaus to fire Cox. But like Richardson, Ruckelshaus could not see the need for releasing Cox from his duties. Millions of Americans were surprised and shocked. They accused Nixon of acting irresponsibly and recklessly. The country soon learned that Cox had been fired because of his intense efforts to secure the White House tapes. Nixon had previously said that he was not afraid of releasing the tapes because of possible evidence that might prove he was guilty. On the contrary, he stated he was only concerned about preserving the confidentiality of presidential material. Moreover, he had claimed on numerous occasions that the tapes contained information essential to maintaining national security. In spite of his past refusals to surrender the tapes, Nixon finally announced that he would do so. He made this announcement on Tuesday, October 23, 1973, just 3 days after Cox had been released. A large number of people felt that he had changed his mind because of the thousands of telegrams for impeachment that were sent to the White House by disapproving citizens. These people had become tired of listening to the daily reports of crime and dishonesty in Nixon's administration. Even past supporters felt that Nixon could no longer be responsible for keeping law and order in the country, since his administration had become infamous for breaking and ignoring the law. They were convinced that he was no longer suitable for running the country, and they believed that, in the interest of preserving the dignity of the presidency, Nixon should resign. سوالهای زیر را بر اساس متن به طور کامل جواب دهید. برخی جوابها ممکن است قبل از ساخت اسم مصدری به حالت ملکی احتیاج داشته باشند. 1. Concerning Nixon's actions, what did the American public disapprove of? پاسخ: They disapproved of hearing news stories of corruption and dishonesty in the Nixon administration. 2. What did the public blame Nixon for? پاسخ: They blamed him for acting irresponsibly and recklessly. 3. What had Nixon not succeeded in doing? پاسخ: He hadn't succeeded in restoring confidence in his administration. 4. What did Vice President Gerald Ford find himself looking forward to? پاسخ: he found himself looking forward to becoming the next president of the U.S. after Nixon. 5. What had Archibald Cox been concentrating on before Nixon fired him? پاسخ: He had been concentrating on creating massive headlines. 6. What did Nixon and Elliot Richardson probably argue about? پاسخ: They probably argued about firing Cox. 7. Could Ruckelshaus see the need for firing Cox? پاسخ: No, he didn't see the need for firing Cox. 8. Before Nixon fired Cox, what should his advisors have warned him about? پاسخ: They should have warned him about the result of his decision. 9. What did the protests of the American public prevent Nixon from doing? پاسخ: It prevented him from doing the things he had told before about the tapes. 10. What did many people believe concerning the presidency? پاسخ: They believed in resigning the president. 11. What will many people never forgive Nixon for doing? پاسخ: They will never forgive him for breaking and ignoring the law. 12. Through all of this, what should Nixon have insisted on? پاسخ: He should have insisted on meeting the people's demands. صفحه 288 فهرست افعالی که بلافاصله بعد از آنها اسم مصدر یا عبارت اسم مصدر می آید. 1. Admit. He has admitted taking the money. 2. Appreciate. We appreciated his telling the truth. 3. Avoid. She avoids having a conversation with Jim whenever she can. 4. Can't help. Sometimes, however, she can't help asking him a question. 5. Consider. We are considering moving to Hawaii. 6. Defer. We have deferred making a final decision until next month. 7. Delay. I can't delay telling you the truth any longer. 8. Deny. Why did you deny being at the party? 9. Detest. Most people detest waiting in long lines at the movie. 10. Discuss. We discussed going to the mountains for the weekend. 11. Enjoy. Everyone enjoys being in the fresh air. 12. Escape. How did you escape taking the makeup test? 13. Excuse. The teacher excused my being late. 14. Finish. Has everyone finished doing the assignment? 15. Forgive. She forgave my shouting at her yesterday. 16. Imagine. Can you imagine winning $1,000? 17. Keep, meaning continue. Keep working until you finish page 34. 18. Mention. I didn't mention seeing you yesterday. 19. Mind, meaning dislike. Do you mind not smoking in class? 20. Miss. Do you sometimes miss being with your high school friends? 21. Postpone. Susan had to postpone taking her trip. 22. Practice. I'm going to practice giving this speech all night. 23. Prevent. Sometimes it's impossible to prevent fighting among children. 24. Quit. Please, children, quit showing and pushing. 25. Recall. I don't recall promising to have lunch with you. 26. Recommend. She recommended getting a tutor. 27. Resent. I really resent being the last one in line. 28. Resist. I'm on a diet, but who can resist eating your good cooking? 29. Risk. I will not risk failing tomorrow's test, so I won't go out tonight. 30. Suggest. The football coach suggested swimming as a means of relaxation. 31. Tolerate. Be quiet. Professor Smith does not tolerate talking during a test. 32. Understand. I can't understand you're getting angry with me. صفحه 289. فهرست افعالی که بعد از آنها اسم مصدر یا مصدر می آید. A. بعد از افعال زیر اسم مصدر یا مصدر می آید بدون آنکه معنا تغییر کند. 1. Advise. Jim's high school counselor advised going to a small college. Jim's high school counselor advised him to go to a small college. 2. Allow. Most restaurants allow smoking only in certain sections. Most restaurants allow diners to smoke only in certain sections. 3. Attempt. To forget our fear, we attempted singing. To forget our fear, we attempted to sing. 4. Begin. It has begun raining. Roll up the car windows. It has begun to rain. Roll up the car windows. 5. Cannot bear. I'm taking you to the hospital. I can't bear seeing you in pain. I'm taking you to the hospital. I can't bear to see you in pain. 6. Continue. Although we were tired, we continued working. Although we were tired, we continued to work. 7. Dislike. Most people dislike hearing about their faults. Most people dislike to hear about their faults. 8. Dread. I really dread being alone in a big house at night. I really dread to be alone in a big house at night. 9. Forbid. The law forbids driving over the speed limit. The law forbids motorists to drive over the speed limit. 10. Hate. I hate asking such a big favor from you, but I need help. I hate to ask such a big favor from you, but I need help. 11. Intend. Who intends staying here tonight? Who intends to stay here tonight? 12. Like. Nobody likes being embarrassed in front of others. Nobody likes to be embarrassed in front of others. 13. Love. I love spending time with young children. I love to spend time with young children. 14. Need. This shirt really needs ironing. This shirt really needs to be ironed. 15. Neglect. Have you neglected doing the review again? Have you neglected to do the review again? 16. Permit. I'm sorry, we do not permit loud talking in this theater. I'm sorry, we do not permit anyone to talk loudly in this theater. 17. Prefer. The students prefer not having a final exam. The students prefer not to have a final exam. 18. Start. She started giving a long explanation to the police officer. She started to give a long explanation to the police officer. B. بعد از افعال زیر می توان مصدر یا اسم مصدر قرار داد اما معنا تغییر می کند. 1. Forget. I forgot to take my camera to the mountains last weekend. I'll never forget taking those beautiful pictures on our vacation last month. 2. Mean. به معنی intend. We mean to find a solution to this problem before we go home. Mean به معنی result in. It may mean staying up all night until we arrive at an answer. 3. Propose به معنای plan. As a chairman, I propose to start the meeting on time tomorrow. Propose به معنای suggest. May I propose starting at 9 instead of 10 o'clock? 4. Regret. I regret to tell you that History 203 has been cancelled for this quarter. I regret not being able to take that course. 5. Remember. I remembered to lock the door before we left. Don't worry, I remember doing it. 6. Stop. Sue stopped to talk to Bob. She stopped talking to him 5 weeks ago. 7. Try به معنی make an effort. They tried to warn him of the danger of speeding. Try به معنی experiment. They even tried showing him pictures of accident victims. 8. Used to به معنی habitual past. I used to walk to classes at the university every day. Be used to به معنی accustomed to. I am used to walking everywhere, so I enjoy it. صفحه 291 درس 15 امتحان. بخش 1. هر کدام از عبارت‌های اسم مصدری را که زیرشان خط کشیده شده است بر حسب نقش آنها در جمله شناسایی کنید. اس فاعل، سی متمم فاعل، او مفعول، ای بدل، او پی مفعول حرف اضافه. 1. Having a summer job is the only way many students can pay for their college tuition. Having a summer job. پاسخ S. 2. When my father was in college, his favorite summer job was working in a restaurant. Working in a restaurant. پاسخ SC. 3. He has often said that he didn't mind serving the customers, but he disliked serving the customers. پاسخ O. 4. But he disliked removing the dirty dishes from the tables. Removing the dirty dishes from the tables. پاسخ O. 5. After only 2 weeks at one restaurant, however, he was fired for eating too much on the job. Eating too much on the job. پاسخ OP. 6. A waiter doesn't make a large salary, but being polite to customers can. Being polite to customers. پاسخ S. 7. Can result in getting big tips. Getting big tips. پاسخ OP. 8. The best part of his job was waiting on attractive girls. Waiting on attractive girls. پاسخ SC. 9. My father and mother often recall meeting each other for the first time. Meeting each other for the first time. پاسخ O. 10. My mother's job, working as a cashier, was in the same restaurant. Working as a cashier. پاسخ A. بخش 2. مصدر در برابر مفعول مستقیم. از افعال زیر در جملات یا سوالهای کوتاه استفاده کنید. مثال: admit. My father admitted eating on the job. Agree. After the manager had spoken to him, he agreed to stop. 1. Appear. پاسخ: The teacher appeared to be happy. 2. Avoid. پاسخ: Sue avoids going to the public library. 3. Can't help. پاسخ: They can't help eating breakfast in the park. 4. Consider. پاسخ: I consider having a test 2 weeks later. 5. Choose. پاسخ: I choose to travel by ship. 6. Consent. پاسخ: My parents consented to do it today. 7. Deny. پاسخ: He denies stealing the books. 8. Discuss. پاسخ: We discussed choosing a representative for foreign students. 9. Finish. پاسخ: They finished discussing the domestic issues. 10. Forget. پاسخ: They forget congratulating him on his graduation. 11. Miss. پاسخ: I missed watching the film. 12. Offer. پاسخ: We offered the teacher to give a multiple choice test. 13. Postpone. پاسخ: The government postponed flying to New York. 14. Practice. پاسخ: My roommate practiced giving a lecture. 15. Refuse. پاسخ: He refused to tell the truth. 16. Resent. پاسخ: I really resent being late for meeting. 17. Seem. پاسخ: It seems to be very difficult to participate in TOEFL test. 18. Suggest. پاسخ: The students suggested having a multiple choice test. بخش 3. اسم، فعل یا صفت به علاوه حرف اضافه به علاوه اسم مصدر. هر جمله را با حرف اضافه مناسب قبل از عبارت اسم مصدر کامل کنید. 1. Most employers do not approve. پاسخ: Most employers do not approve of increasing the salary. 2. Last week, 2 secretaries were arguing. پاسخ: Last week, 2 secretaries were arguing about making the appointment for the 2 presidents. 3. When interviewing for a job, I have never believed. پاسخ: When interviewing for a job, I have never believed in passing the interview. 4. In a noisy office, it is difficult to concentrate. پاسخ: In a noisy office, it is difficult to concentrate on doing your duties well. 5. I have often dreamed. پاسخ: I have often dreamed about studying in a foreign country. 6. Al worked in a dentist's office last summer, and he will never forget. پاسخ: Al worked in a dentist's office last summer, and he will never forget about having an argument with him. 7. Last summer I had 2 good job offers and I had a lot of difficulty. پاسخ: Last summer I had 2 good job offers and I had a lot of difficulty in choosing one of them. 8. I finally made up my mind in the course. پاسخ: I finally made up my mind in the course of working. 9. Next summer I am looking forward. پاسخ: Next summer I am looking forward to receiving my acceptance letter from the university. 10. Since I have always been a good employee, I have never worried. پاسخ: Since I have always been a good employee, I have never worried about losing my work. 11. Some people are lazy, but most people devote. پاسخ: Some people are lazy, but most people devote themselves to working. 12. Understanding the rules in an office is essential. پاسخ: Understanding the rules in an office is essential to doing your duties well. 13. The manager of an office is responsible. پاسخ: The manager of an office is responsible for providing the salary for workers. 14. Since a 5-day work week is very long, most employees would be in favor. پاسخ: Since a 5-day work week is very long, most employees would be in favor of having a 2-day break each month. صفحه 294 ضمیمه افعال بی‌قاعده. توجه: بعضی فعل‌ها 2 شکل دارند، تی و ایدی، مانند burned و burned. معمولاً از شکل ایدی استفاده می‌شود. در ستون اول زمان حال و مصدر، ستون دوم زمان گذشته و در ستون سوم اسم مفعول را خواهیم داشت. awake, awoke, awaked. Be, was and were, been. Bear به معنی bring forth, bore, born. Bear به معنی carry, bore, born. Become, became, become. Begin, began, begun. Bend, bends, bent. Bite, bit, bitten. Bleed, bled, bled. Blow, blew, blown. Break, broke, broken. Bring, brought, brought. Build, built, built. Burn, burned and burnt. Burned and burnt. Burst, burst, burst. Buy, bought, bought. نوار شماره 23 کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک مترجم نادر محمدزاده صفحه 294 Bring, brought, brought. Build, built, built. Burn, burned and burnt. Burned and burnt. Burst, burst, burst. Buy, bought, bought. Catch, caught, caught. Choose, chose, chosen. Cling, clung, clung. Clothe, clothed or clad. Clothed or clad. Come, came, come. Cost, cost, cost. Creep, crept, crept. Caught, cut, cut. Deal, dealt, dealt. Dig, dug, dug. Dive, dived or dove, dived. Do, did, done. Draw, drew, drawn. Dream, dreamed or dreamt, dreamed or dreamt. Drink, drank, drunk. Drive, drove, driven. Eat, ate, eaten. Fall, fell, fallen. Feed, fed, fed. Feel, felt, felt. Fight, fought, fought. Find, found, found. Flee, fled, fled. Fling, flung, flung. Fly, flew, flown. Forbid, forbade or forbade, forbidden. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Forsake, forsook, forsaken. Freeze, froze, frozen. Get, got, got or gotten. Give, gave, given. Go, went, gone. Grind, ground, ground. Grow, grew, grown. Hang به معنی suspend. Hanged or hung, hung. Hang به معنی kill. Hanged or hung, hanged. Have, had, had. Hear, heard, heard. Hide, hid, hidden or hid. Hit, hit, hit. Hold, held, held. Hurt, hurt, hurt. Keep, kept, kept. Kneel, knelt, knelt. Know, knew, known. Lay به معنی put, place or prepare. Laid, laid. Lead, led, led. Leap, leaped, leaped or leapt. Leave, left, left. Lend, lent, lent. let. lie به معنی tell a falsehood. lied. lie به معنی recline or be situated. lain. lighted or lit. lose, lost. make, made. mean, meant. meet, met. pay, paid. prove, proved or proven. put. read, read. read. ride, rode, ridden. ring, rang, rung. rise, rose, risen. run, ran, run. say, said. see, saw, seen. seek, sought. sell, sold. send, sent. set به معنی place or put. set. shake, shook, shaken. shine, shown. shoot, shot. show, showed, shown or showed. shrink, shrank, shrunk or shrunken. shut, shot. sing, sang, song. sink, sank, sunk or sunken. sit, sat, sat. sleep, slept. slide, slid. sling, slung. speak, spoke, spoken. speed, sped. spend, spent. spin, spun. spread, spread. spring, sprang, sprung. stand, stood. steal, stolen. stick, stock. sting, stung. stink or stank, stunk. strike, struck. string, strong. swear, swore, sworn. sweep, swept. swell, swelled or swollen. swim, swam. swing, swung. take, took, taken. teach, taught. tear, tore, torn. tell, told. think, thought. throw, threw, thrown. understand, understood. wake, woke, woken. wear, wore, worn. weep, wept. wet, wet. win, won. wind, wound. ring, rung. write, wrote, written. پایان کتاب دستور زبان انگلیسی Communicate what you mean. مؤلف کارول واشینگتن پولاک. مترجم نادر محمدزاده.